Holy hell, Higherside Chatters. It is a beautiful day in the neighborhood, just drinking a little drink, smoking a little smoke here in sunny San Diego. I'm Greg Carlwood, and I love this episode, because as a guy who's been digging around the depths of the conspiracy and paranormal world for a while now, sometimes things that used to be sensational can start to get a bit mundane. But there's still a few waves left on the conspiracy ocean that rock my boat, and one of them is the idea that at the top of these fraternal orders and secret societies, they're worshiping or communing or taking orders from some type of non-human intelligence. Call them entities or aliens or demons. I'm not sure what it is, and I'm really not that comfortable with a lot of the religious context, but I still think if you set that aside, you will see something very dark and otherworldly going on. Look at the rituals of Moloch at Bohemian Grove, the stories of child sacrifice, the altars in the basement of record studios that Professor Griff confirmed for us a few months back. Something's going on there. And because I don't personally understand it, I've dismissed a lot of those rituals and hooded meetings as something the elite do out of tradition or superstition. But would they really keep it up if they weren't getting some results? Maybe they're making the proverbial deal with the devil. Maybe the reason the capstone with the all-seeing eye is lifted off the pyramid is because the top layer isn't in this realm. Maybe the elite are so focused on life extension and transhumanism so that they can advance away from draining the blood of children to prolong their life and just straight up transfer their minds into the machine so they never have to pay the piper. Or for the Christian folks, they never have to face God's judgment. Or for the New Agers, they won't have to endure their karma. Well, however you want to say it. I guess I just mean that there's a lot of cultures that talk about these types of things, and maybe that's for a reason. Because maybe there are powerful, manipulative entities just beyond the veil of reality, and maybe there is some great cosmic power struggle going on where our shadowy puppet masters are really just puppets themselves to the bloodthirsty demons of the underworld realm aching for release. Coaxing presidents and kings and pharaohs and Templars and Masons and Satanists to open up the gates of hell or say, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. I don't claim to know, and it's seeming pretty ignorant to dismiss anything in this weird world anymore, but today's guest was curious to get some of these answers to these questions herself, so she decided to get it straight from the horse's mouth, or should I say the goat, because she spent 13 years trying to contact these cosmic string pullers of the elite, particularly the infamous Baphomet himself, and the results were really, really interesting. But I think this is going to be a love it, hate it, or be deathly afraid of it type of episode. And let's just get down to it. This is not the show that I had really prepared for, but once we went down this path, I thought, screw it, let's go down it as far as we can. So here we go, people. Pack your glass and park your ass, and let's see where this goes with the great author and researcher Tracy Twyman on the other side. No pun intended.
When I find myself in times of trouble, Mr. Carlwood comes to me, speaking words of wisdom. THC, 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 speaking words of wisdom. THC.
Folks, we know we've been sold a boring, rigid, worker bee life where magic and other worldly entities are best left to Hollywood, but yet we see many events, symbols, and cryptic quotes over the years that lead one to believe that the global elite operate in a reality far weirder than the one they've prepackaged for us. A reality that considers magic and ritual powerful tools, a reality that values sigil making, astrology, and powerful entities beyond this plane, and today's guest has been tracking these occult moments in history and has carried out an esoteric journey of her own for many years. Her name is Tracy Twyman, author of several books that deal with magic and the occult and approach history from the esoteric perspective. Tracy's also pioneered what she calls alchenomics, the study of the relationship between alchemy, economics, and the evolution of money, which can be read about in her older book, Money Grows on the Tree of Knowledge, as well as some previous writings too. But her newest book, Clock Shavings, describes her 13 years of personal communication with several entities from the great beyond and the insights they've given her into the plans of the elite, the state of our reality, and the hidden history that got us here. It is a wild ride I can't wait to take, and I'm honored to have her here. Tracy, welcome to THC.
Thank you so much. Wow, that makes me sound so exciting.
We know how it is with these attention spans. You got to grab them quick. But you are worthy of it. Thanks for being here. This is a real treat. I am a big fan of your work into alchemy and money, and I'm sure we can eventually get into that. But to start us off, this new book, Clock Shavings, is very interesting because I've heard your interviews over the years, and it's clear that you have a deep understanding of magic, certain entities, and invocation rituals, but you seem to deflect a lot of the questions that are asked about your own personal experiences. Didn't really want to talk about that journey a whole lot, but now you have laid it all out there, and man, does it include some far out stuff. I've read several excerpts from it. It is very interesting. But to start us out, I guess I would ask, what was it that got you to start taking this spirit entity communication stuff more seriously in a culture that, at least on the surface, really writes it off as largely silliness?
Well, actually, it would just be the fact that it worked the first time. The first time it worked, that intrigued me, and it was pretty much impossible to leave the subject alone from that point. So, yeah, it's just personal experience. I guess I hadn't really spent too much time thinking about it before we did it, which is basically, it started with my husband. Well, he wasn't my husband at the time, my husband-to-be. We were, roommates at the time, and we were running the magazine Dagobert's Revenge together. And we were doing some research into, Holy Grail related studies, Priory of Zion, things like that. And at the time, we were one of not too many people really pursuing that subject. And we were, I would say, among the experts on the topic at the time. We were emerging into that field, me and some of the other writers for the magazine. So we really just wanted to know more about the subject. I'm sure you've looked into that subject yourself, and many of the listeners have probably. It's a very intriguing but confusing subject. You can just spend years following trails of clues and kind of get dizzy after a while. It all seems so interesting and meaningful, but you never really know what it's all leading to.
Agreed.
And so it's definitely something that can be kind of exasperating. And at the time, we just thought, well, wouldn't it be great if you could actually talk to one of the guys that was supposedly involved with the Priory of Zion, who was the artist Jean Cocteau. We were looking into a lot of his stuff at the time. We were trying to decode some of his paintings and films and writings to see if it pertained in any way to the Priory of Zion or the mystery of Rennes-le-Château, the story of the Merovingian bloodline, the Grail, and other occult subjects. And we were just trying to find greater insight into that. So we decided to talk to the guy on the Ouija board. And, we did get a response right away, and we talked to him several times. But I would say we got a very weak response in comparison to what came next. He basically told us that if we really wanted to get the answers to our questions, we had to talk to Cain.
Wow.
Cain from the Bible.
Yeah, Cain of Cain and Abel, right? I mean, that's a pretty powerful entity there.
And well, I knew that from some of the research I had been doing and writing I had been doing, that Cain seems, at least according to some other historians, basically they think that maybe Cain was based on a real historical figure that can be found certainly in the history of Mesopotamia, but also there seem to be recollections of this figure in history from other cultures as well. That this is really one of the first kings and the king of an empire, really, and that it may have been basically the same empire that's remembered in the story of Atlantis.
Wow.
That he may have been like the king of a very large kingdom and very influential in history. And then the story in the Bible is really just a thumbnail and a metaphor for what happened with Cain. So anyway, I knew a little bit about that stuff, but obviously I learned a lot more once I started actually talking to Cain. So I would say that things really got rolling a few months into the conversations with Cocteau when we called up Cain instead and started really getting very interesting responses.
Whoa, this is wild stuff. And it's so awesome that you got that personal validation at an early stage, because it's so key for people to not just write it off, because when it comes to people's thoughts on communicating with entities like this, I think the mainstream, if you divided them up, the majority would probably give no credibility to it, think it's just silliness. And then the second largest group, I'd say, are folks who probably believe it has power but are very fearful or superstitious about it. And to me, that's the biggest clue that it's something to pay attention to, because it seems like classic propaganda. First deny all existence of it and aggressively claim that it's just a bunch of nonsense. But when that doesn't work, you say, oh, well, yes, it does have power, but stay away from it because it's all dangerous and evil. And right there, you probably got 90% of the population to avoid it for one reason or another. It doesn't really matter why. But do you think that's kind of what happened over time?
Well, basically, if you can talk to spirits from beyond, you're getting one type of glimpse of what's going on beyond our visible reality here. I'm saying that, like, we live very much cut off from the bigger picture of what's going on.
Right.
And we're meant to. It's clear to me that we're in some kind of prison, basically, and we're being deliberately blinded from everything else that's really going on.
Yeah.
And I've only gotten just a tiny taste of what the truth might be. And so basically I'm saying, yeah, of course it's taboo. Yeah, of course they try to keep you away from it. And who are they? I mean, the governments throughout history, the religions that they foster and propagate, always trying to keep this, the keys to the kingdoms of heaven and hell, basically, out of the hands of the general population.
Yeah.
And you could say that's, that they're trying to control everybody, which is true. And also, in a way, what they say is right too, in that it is dangerous, because you don't know I don't know what I'm getting involved in. No one else does either, I don't think. How could you possibly know? You're just like grasping, you're reaching through the veil, and you're grasping around, and you don't know what's on the other side or what it's going to do to your hand as you're reaching through. So it is dangerous, it's scary. Oh, I can see why people see it that way.
Yeah. I mean, and it is funny because I can get most people to acknowledge that most of history has been dominated by powerful secret societies and clubs, and I can also usually get them to acknowledge that these groups put a lot of energy into symbolism and occult rituals and practices of these magical arts or secret scientists. But people tend to not make the connection that maybe the magic or this communication with entities is a major reason why these groups have kept the power for so long,
Well, this is what has really been so revealing to me. I mean, the experience of talking to them myself, and also seeing the things that they tried to get me to do, because they did try to persuade me to do certain things.
Wow.
And they have a different, I would say, heretical perspective, or a different version of almost every story from scripture. And it's always, portraying a different character, usually the bad guy as the good guy.
Yeah, I would think so.
It's an agenda, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's definitely an agenda, and it's really given me a glimpse into. I think they deal with other people this way. I think they deal with the people in the secret societies you're describing this way, especially the leadership. And I realized basically what a lot of these secret societies are based on, which is, yes, this communication, the pacts that people make with these entities.
Man.
Basically the whole structure of an organization like, say, the Masons is probably based on something like this, where and they're probably dealing with the same entity, because after I was talking to Cain for a long time, we eventually got referred to Baphomet, and that's where we really got, I would say, even more insightful information about all sorts of things about history, magic.
And that is a really powerful name. But I'm kind of curious. You said that this communication kind of intensified with each, new being that you interact with. How did it kind of evolve and intensify? Was it changing of methods, or was it just way more obvious that a being was interacting with you?
Well, no, it was obvious the whole time that we were interacting with something. But like Cocteau, for instance, had a very hard time communicating, I would say. Most of what he would say is kind of nonsense, numbers and letters. Then there was speaking in French, and I didn't even follow a lot of it because I didn't speak French very well at the time. And also just weakness. It didn't seem weak in the beginning because it was my first experience. But after communicating with Cain, for instance, I immediately noticed a difference of, intensity in, because you can feel the presence of the spirit as it's talking, as it's moving the planchette around on the Ouija board. With a weak spirit that's having a hard time communicating and a hard time, I guess, garnishing the energy needed to communicate. It will, for one thing, have a hard time spelling out words correctly, a hard time saying the right thing. They'll forget how to say things. And then for another thing, the planchette just doesn't move as quickly or as powerfully. And when it really gets going, when it's very powerful, it sometimes moves, scoots out from under your fingers even. It moves so quickly that you can't follow what it's saying. You have to have someone else writing down the words, the letters as they're being spelled. And ideally, this is what we ended up doing, videotaping, so just so that we could go back and get an accurate transcript.
Wow.
And, so you'd be getting these messages, and there's no way that you or any of the other people could be projecting it. It's not coming from your subconscious or anything, because I don't have any of that information. I mean, there was some really complicated stuff that I couldn't have possibly known. No one else there knew. I don't have the imagination to come up with that. I'm not that poetic as some of the things they said. And furthermore, it's just moving so fast that your mind can't spell out words that quickly. And a lot of times they'll misspell things, and then they'll go back and correct themselves too. So
interesting. Let's talk about the Ouija board a bit, because I think for some people this is a red flag. Even people who believe in occult communication. I mean, I hear a lot of people say that they doubt the Ouija board in particular. And I think part of the reason for that is because it's made by a giant toy-making corporation today. Even though they didn't come up with it, they only bought the patent from a guy who had it once he died. The family sold it to them. But really, I mean, these powerful corporations, they know plenty about the esoteric arts, and anyone who examines their logos will see that. But in terms of the Ouija board, what might you say to someone who doubts the usefulness of it or the accuracy of it?
Well, I don't know what you mean by accuracy, but as far as when you're trying to divine a message from beyond, I would say it's the most accurate in that it'll give you a message, spelled out in words that you can interpret. You can have a whole conversation. Whereas, I mean, what else can you do like that except channeling directly, which I think is even more dangerous, because then you're actually kind of letting something more into you than I think you are when you're playing with a Ouija board. But not only that, the accuracy of channeling is just harder, I think, to gauge, because it's coming through your own mind. You're really kind of I think you run a risk of really putting things in your own words or interpreting, editing while you're channeling. So I think when you're doing the Ouija board with another person, it really kind of objectifies the whole thing, pulls you out of yourself a little bit, and you just basically become a tool, you and your partner, whereby they're able to write out messages that can be very clearly read. Now, if you're trying to, interpret coffee grounds or pig entrails or something, if you're trying to read tarot cards, it's much more open to interpretation, and also just vague. I mean, you can't get very specific answers to specific questions. So I just think if you want to actually talk to them, talk to something from beyond that might have the perspective of a being from the other side, this is going to be the most useful tool. And as far as the William Fuld Parker Brothers Ouija board, I mean, that's what we started off with Cocteau, but very quickly discovered that they had their own ideas in mind. Baphomet actually dictated a new Ouija board design, which we produced. It's a lot more interesting. And you can see that there's a little picture of it in the book, and we're going to put out a larger version of it that people can use if they want to. I find it easier to use because you have a little bit more space to move around in. It's easier to set the letters apart. The interesting thing about the design that was given to us by Baphomet, I didn't understand the meaning of it for months or maybe even a year until after it was given, because for a long time Cain and Baphomet both kept emphasizing the alphabet itself. They kept going through from A to Z and then B to Y, and all the way like that from the beginning to the end, and inverting it basically,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, what is the meaning of that? We kept asking them, what does it mean? We got different answers. Finally, I just was doing some reading one day and I realized, oh, that's the Atbash cipher that has been interpreted as being connected to Baphomet's name. The fact is, you can put the name Baphomet, I think it's if you convert it to Aramaic and put it through the Aramaic version of Atbash, then the result that comes out is Baphomet.
Wow.
Oh no, it's Sophia and Baphomet. That's right. How the interpretation is that Baphomet basically is a code word for holy wisdom, divine wisdom, and that maybe even the Templars were using this cipher basically. So it's a cipher that, for one reason or another, is associated with Baphomet. It's been printed in books. They even reference this in the Da Vinci Code. I seem to remember that the character Sophia, they at one point mentioned that her name was convertible into the name Baphomet via this cipher. So, But I had totally forgotten. I didn't realize what the Atbash cipher was. I remembered reading about it, but I didn't know that what you do to make that cipher is you invert the alphabet. So that's what they wanted us to do on the board. And so it's been that way ever since. We've been using it. And it's interesting because it makes different patterns, actually. The way they zip around on the board, it just makes interesting patterns because of the way the alphabet is arranged sometimes.
That's cool. So, I mean, I thought your conversations with Baphomet were pretty intense and pretty interesting. Most people will know this entity as the goat-headed hermaphrodite, largely associated with the pentagram and evil things like Satanism. But how would you describe Baphomet? Do you think some of those ideas are misconceptions? Obviously, you were saying that the good guys become the bad guys, and there's a lot of manipulation involved. Is Baphomet a victim of some of that?
Well, I'd say that Baphomet is the devil in a way.
Wow.
But it's a particular expression or of the devil. So it's the alchemist, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And he's kind of I say I don't know, because that seems easier to me, but the truth is that every time Cain or Baphomet would refer to Baphomet, they would refer to Baphomet in feminine. So as I think you mentioned, it's a hermaphroditic entity. I think that maybe the most important facts to understand what Baphomet is as an expression of the devil is to go back to you may have seen this sigil of Baphomet. I believe it goes back to this magician named Stanislaus de Guita. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct, something like that. At any rate, he had in one of his books these sigils that were expressions of Baphomet, and on one of them, basically the front side of it, it had the goat-headed Baphomet inside of a pentagram, the inverted pentagram, and it said Leviathan around it. Oh, and it also has the names Lilith and Samael, which are two demons that I'll describe in a moment. And then on the other side, you have Adam and Eve. It has like the upward pointing pentagram, and it has a picture of a man, and then it says Adam and Eve. Now, the reference to Lilith and Samael is important because the way the Kabbalists describe Lilith and Samael, these demons, they're like the primordial demons. They say basically these guys are the serpent in the Garden of Eden, and it's a hermaphroditic serpent that has both male and female aspects. The male is Samael, the female is Lilith, and that basically these two guys were split purposely by God, and it resulted in Samael basically being castrated and separated eternally from Lilith so that they can't mate anymore. They can't have sex, because somehow if they do, it will result in the destruction of the universe. So you have these formerly united serpents now separated and in pain of separation from each other and sexual frustration. And what it appears happened, according to, if you piece together all the different rabbinical, Kabbalistic stories about the Garden of Eden, the things that went on there, and then also afterwards, after the fall, the things that happened to Cain and Abel. And you start looking through all these things, basically seems to tell the story that Samael impregnated Eve and was probably the father of Cain. And also, reflexively, Lilith also seduced Adam and was his wife. And they have lots of demon children together that are out there in the ether somewhere, and they're menacing mankind. They're always trying to cause trouble for humans. And one of the things they're always trying to do, the Lilim, as they're called, the daughters of Lilith, is incarnate into human bloodlines. They seduce men. They their children are born and actually grow up in royal families. She's basically infiltrating royal and holy families to try to get her children in line for those thrones. And you see this going on in the Bible, and I think it's probably going on today.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's intense. I mean, obviously, bloodlines for the elite have been super important throughout history, and to think that maybe they're communicating with some otherworldly entities and they're being influenced or seduced, and that they're being infiltrated. I mean, that's pretty intense, but it fits the story because when you look at the deeper levels of the elite, they seem to be in communication with something for some reason.
Well, both Cain and Baphomet had a lot of interest in their human descendants on Earth. And in fact, that was their only interest. They wanted to basically kill everyone else except their own descendants. And that doesn't mean their descendants are safe. But when I say that there's some evil coming from these spirits, the ones that I talk to anyway, I would say what really made me believe that, was that they basically just displayed a very hateful, anti-human attitude. And it had everything to do, they said, with God's preference for us. Basically, the serpent was offended that he was asked, because he used to be an angel, he was asked by God to bow down to his new creation, Adam. And he didn't like that. This is a story that's in the Quran. You can also find it in a book called The Books of Adam and Eve, which is older than the Quran. And then this is a story that was told to us again by Baphomet, and then kind of referenced several times later, like, this is the real reason why I hate you. And so it's like nothing personal even, really. It's like, yeah, we're just the preferred younger brother, basically, or Adam was. And we're the children of Adam. And that's the source of the frustration. Also, of course, they were cast into hell. And it seems that happened after the fallen angels, the demons, actually tried to mate with humans, or did successfully mate with humans. And apparently this was a problem for God. And so he cast them into some sort of prison that's underneath somehow the world that we live in now, maybe in some other realm or something. Well, obviously in some other realm. And so they're very mad about that, and they really want out. And I think that they're trying to manipulate people that they have under their control here to get them out. And, they're right now they're working with secret societies and utilizing all of the mechanisms they have available, including the media, economics, all sorts of, aspects of civilization, basically, that they now control. The demons are using people to try to construct a situation that will somehow allow them to have one big jailbreak and all get out. But in the meantime, they're still always trying to get out, or to get one little foothold in this world. And what it took me a while to realize, but after analyzing the transcripts repeatedly over the years and looking at other clues as well in history and mythology, is that they're not alive, right? They're in some sort of nether realm. Their existence is kind of negative. And at one point Cain even said this, I am not alive. Don't talk to me as though I'm alive. I can't relate to what you're saying because I'm not alive. Because they're not alive, they need to somehow or they desire to feed off of the life that we have here.
Mm-hmm.
And when they can get a little bit of that, they hungrily feast on it. And also they just desperately want to get a foothold in this world and one of the ways that they do that is through people that they are able to possess. So, and yeah, sometimes their motivation is just to be able to, breathe air and eat food and smoke cigarettes and experience life for a little while.
Yeah, man, this is where it gets really interesting to me because I've had several guests who talk about the constant references to the Abyss or the Great Beast, and there's tons of 666 symbolism out there. I mean, it's the logo for Monster Energy drink, it's the logo for the Chrome browser and the CERN Center, and I think it was also at the Emmys, the stage was formed by 3 sixes on top of each other, and it's weird. I don't necessarily get it, and I'm also skeptical of anything that comes kind of from the Christian perspective because I grew up that way and, felt like it was a lot of manipulation, but it does seem like there's something deeper there that it's built upon. I mean, do you think that's accurate?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I'm not here to promote any religious point of view. I'm just kind of saying what they said and how it does seem to match up with what a lot of Orthodox religions will tell you about how the world works. What's the universe? What's going on? And most of the religions will tell you, there's a realm below and a realm above, and there's good guys and bad guys, and here's what the bad guys are trying to do. And honestly, so much of that was confirmed by these beings, and it wasn't something that came out in the first conversation, but because we had a lot to talk about, I had a lot of knowledge already about occultism, secret societies, and things like that. So there was, I think, quite a lot of basis for us to build a rapport, I guess, with each other. And so I was able to kind of milk this stuff out of them, I guess. And also, I think they lose their ability to lie after a while, or things just slip out, or they get comfortable talking to you and they just kind of tell you, oh, by the way, we hate humans, we're trying to kill you all.
Wow.
Whereas they, after months of talking about scriptures and like esoteric analysis of things, this kind of stuff will just slip out every now and then. So
that's so interesting. I mean, do you think some of these 666 references that we see in the mainstream culture are part of this foothold that you were talking about that they're trying to get?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to be too alarmist because, of course, it's ever since Jesus, basically, people have been saying that the second coming is happening and the end times are coming. So, I guess it could very well be they're always coming. This is an aspect of life. I think there's some truth to that. That the end is always near, but it does seem like in popular culture people are so comfortable with it now, and if you really want to be paranoid sometimes, just watch fiction television shows and movies. Sometimes even don't watch, but like look to the side and just listen to the dialogue. You'll pick up on things that mean so much more outside of the context of the film itself. That you can think that sometimes I think these films, the story itself is like the first layer, that's for the public to consume. And then if you look deeper, there's an entirely different, not just plot, but message. And so what I find is, say for instance, He-Man, okay?
Right on.
My son is only 1.5 years, but he really loves watching He-Man. And so we've been watching the whole thing. I've seen these episodes over and over again. Every single He-Man is about the same thing. It's about the fall of Eden, and it's about the apocalypse, which are connected events and possibly the same thing in a way. The end is connected to the beginning. Just there's Beast Man, there's
Skeletor.
There's a Beast Island, I believe, at one point. And so what you see over and over again is the story of there's the demons or the bad guys that are somehow imprisoned on an island, in a castle, in the dungeons. They're forced to work in the mines, and then they're always plotting to get out. And then what do they want to do? They want to sack Eternia. Eternia is Eden, and this is what the story that Cain kept telling us. and which a large portion of Clock Shavings is really devoted to and analyzing this story, is about the fall of Eden. He said the game of chess is actually based on this.
That was an interesting aspect to it. Yeah, the different colored tiles are actually like the merging of the two realms or something like that.
I think so. Well, it's kind of complicated still. We're still figuring out some of the meaning of what was told to us, but the story that first came out, the way Cain described it, he said that the fall of Eden and the fall of Atlantis were the same thing, and that it was really a war, and that war resulted in the submerging of this kingdom, where at that kingdom there was this thing called the Ark. Now, in the story of Noah's Ark, the Ark is a boat. And then, of course, in the story of the Ark of the Covenant, the Ark is a something that contains the essence of God.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the way Cain and also some of the other beings described it, because they all talked about the Ark, and what they all said is that basically the Ark was this, what they called one box of things. It is the treasure box. It has all the power in it, all the things that you would want.
The Pandora's box.
Exactly, the Holy Grail. And really, all these symbols, the Grail, that you've heard, the Grail can be a stone or the Grail can be a cup. Well, it's because it's all part of the same contraption. Mm-hmm. It's a box that somehow contains something that can give you anything you want, something that it is ultimate power, like godlike power. And once I started looking into the Eden story a little bit more, not only in the Bible, but then also some of the secret societies portray it in their rituals, I got a bigger idea of what he was talking about. And the idea is that, yes, there was at one point, the beginning is thought of as Eden. There was this treasure box there that contains, like I'm saying, this Holy Grail sort of object. And really the value it had was that it could give eternal life. That was really what Cain cared about. And he said that he wanted youth for himself. He wanted eternal youth, and he was trying to save Eve, his mother. He didn't want to watch her die. So that, his lust to contain and control this box, which then makes you sort of the controller of everything. If you have the box, it makes you in charge of everything somehow. He kept describing it also as the throne of Adam. So he said that there was this war in Eden over the throne of Adam, and it was also the Ark. And the war was between him and children of his, actually, descendants of his that had grown up and had their own kingdoms. And he said, I asked, what kind of war is this? What kind of weapons are you using? He said, swords and axes. So, then I'm thinking like Lord of the Rings, thinking about all these guys like in some sort of fantasy realm having an old-fashioned war with hand-to-hand combat. But then somehow that results in this whole kingdom going underwater, Eden. Years later, I looked into this whole story a lot more, like I said, and piecing it together also with the Mesopotamian stories of the flood, and all those stories link up to this object, the plant of immortality, supposedly. That was there in the realm of the gods. What it seems like is that almost all of Eden got submerged. Mm-hmm. But then there's this one part, what the Rosicrucians refer to as the supernal Eden, that was preserved. Like, in the Bible it says God put the flaming sword around the tree of life to keep it from Adam and Eve. Mm-hmm. After they ate from the tree of knowledge, all of a sudden God became concerned that they would eat from the tree of life and become immortal, and then nothing would be impossible for them, he said. Like, they have the knowledge of God now, and now if they can just live forever, they'll be able to do whatever they want. So I'm not going to let them do that. So they cut off the whole realm where the tree of life is, whatever that is.
Mm-hmm. It gets really tough because it's all seeped in symbolism, and it's probably not a literal tree, but it's something. It gets kind of hairy.
Well, it's probably not a literal tree, but I'm getting glimpses the more I look into it of what is it, and why? How does it provide immortality? And it's strangely, it has something to do with the consumption of blood and the consumption of vital energy.
Wow. Now, this is something that we hear about all the time in the conspiracy world that the elite are doing. I've heard really creepy stories about them doing full blood transfusion rituals with children. So the idea, this vampiric idea of consuming blood is not really that far removed from modern times.
No. I mean, I think every day, if I went looking for it, I could probably find some news story that connects to this. Whether it's like a story of someone that attacked another person to drink their blood, or just a science story that comes out. And oh, by the way, there's this great anti-aging technique that comes from drinking the blood of young people. And I mean, there was a story about that just a few months ago, and similar things all the time. So yeah, I mean, it's true, and it's almost obvious if you think about it, but it's something that's been known about forever, that this is one of the ways of preserving yourself, is to consume the essence of things that are already young.
In a weird way, if you think about the efficiency of the universe, I have a lot of guests that talk about the universe being a perfect system and all this. It's kind of morbid, but it's almost like a checks and balances system for the population, because if you want to keep the older people around longer, you're going to have to kill the younger people. It's like almost like a weird balancing act to make sure that too many people aren't around, because you can't have one without the other. You're going to have young people growing up, or you're going to have old people sacrificing young people to stay around.
Well, I mean, it's hard to justify the value of keeping a population of elderly and not allowing young people to live.
Agreed.
I mean, and of course, it's that's why I objected to what you were saying about keeping some kind of balance. I mean, how is it any kind of balance? Of course, old people that are participating in a system like that are basically just refusing to die or to age, and they're always going to just, of course, because any old person, any person who's an adult, is stronger than a child and is able to overcome them. And so if they choose, to just blatantly take something away from that child, including their life, the child has no defense. So there's no way that in a system like that you're ever going. It's not balancing out, really. It's just the old people are going to feed off of the young until there aren't any left.
Oh, right.
I mean, that's what I think is the inevitable result of that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't endorse that or anything, but it's kind of like a weird cause and effect. It's not something where like the elite gain immortality by eating a lot of pears. It's like the cause of their sticking around would also affect the upcoming population of the planet. It's just a strange cause and effect. But I also did want to ask you about one real world example of this agenda of the elite, or maybe they're being controlled by the beings that they're communicating with. But you wrote about Obama's recent trip to Stonehenge, saying that it was a further effort from the elite to open up a portal between this world and the next. And I've had other guests who talk about this kind of thing, and that being one of the major agendas of the elite. Can you expand on that trip at all? Do you have any insights as to how it was more than just a trip to an interesting monument, but more it was like an actual attempt to further this agenda?
Well, I'm just sort of reading into things that appear in the news and in pop culture these days. Like I said, you see what can be interpreted as references to both these events in Eden that I'm describing, and also a future apocalyptic event. And just like you said, it's one of the what the event really is this opening probably of hell, but also it's more like the collapsing of a pillar. There's this image. There's this idea that there's a pillar between heaven and hell and earth, connecting all these three realms, and that if it's disturbed in any way, then it will collapse and they will all sort of join together. And some people think that this is what CERN is going to do. And in fact, CERN is all the people that run it are basically saying, well, we don't know, it might happen. So, and then Stephen Hawking the other day is saying, well, that is what's going to happen. But as far as the Stonehenge thing, yeah, I mean, it's weird. These guys never just do anything off the cuff. Of course, there was a meaning to it, a reason why, I'm subscribed to the White House YouTube channel, and I always get pissed off every day. Like, why you make a video about that, but you don't make a video about this? And it's always some kind of self-congratulatory advertisement for how great Obama is. It's so disgusting. So anyway, this is just one of those. It's supposed to make him look cool and ooh, look at me, I'm at Stonehenge. But yeah, they choose which ones they're gonna do every day, and the way they presented this one, it definitely looked like he walks in and he's like getting the information from the curator of the place about where's the exact center of the monument and where's the sun on the solstice. It's over there. Oh, okay. And like as though he's like this master mason, who has this deep understanding of sacred geometry. And, and he's like, it's so wonderful being here. I can feel the power. And and then he like winks at the camera too as he's doing this. He's like spreading his arms out, pointing towards where the sun would be during the solstice, and he winks at the camera. And it's just kind of, I don't know, maybe it was meant to make him look like some sort of
deity,
illuminated being. Yes.
I get that. I mean, for someone who's looking into this type of thing, you got to raise your eyebrow to something like that. With all the things going on in the world, we're supposed to be so afraid of ISIS. We're supposed to be so afraid of Russia. You're going to Stonehenge. The leader of our country is hanging out at Stonehenge. It does make you seem a little skeptical if you're clued into this occult stuff.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I do see a lot of references really that could be interpreted as ushering in a new age that's literally collapsing these pillars and merging the worlds like I'm talking about and opening up the gates of hell, which is another thing that has emerged in the news lately. Joseph Biden said it. Oh, we're going to follow ISIS to the gates of hell. And he repeats it like 2 or 3 times, to the very gates of hell. Hell is where they'll reside.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I mean, it could be nothing, but I just have my eyes open, like I said. And as far as, is this something they're trying to do? Well, just from my own experience, I told you that they, persuaded me to do certain things. And it wasn't just laid out in the beginning. It was like I followed a path. I was pulled along like a fish on a hook. Do this and you'll get this. Do that. And it was all about like, write a book about this, write an article about this, and present it in this way, or present this information. And then I had this whole, all the spirit communications was sort of under the auspices of what my friends and I were calling the Ordo Lapsit Exilis. This was our little secret society group. And eventually the spirits persuaded us to open it up to the public, take members from the public, get blood oaths from them sent to us through the mail.
Yikes.
And then they wanted me to write a book for the 2nd degree members of the order. So I basically went into a trance one day and wrote this thing in one day. I didn't quite finish it, and because I got scared at the end, actually.
Damn.
It was a really freaky thing. Yeah, I mean, the document really scares me even to this day. But I put excerpts from that, large excerpts. Most of the document really ended up in Clock Shavings. The thing was called the Strange Service Manual, and in there, it's a manual for what the quartermasters of the order, who were also eligible to be priests if they wanted to. We were trying to form and organize a priesthood, as we called it, and in writing magic rituals for how to contact Baphomet and then form a contract with him for your local lodge. And you and your local lodge could do all these rituals, and it would have various results. So the book had all these rituals in it, and also just the description of what the order's purpose was and what it was trying to do, what the purpose of the relationship with Baphomet was. And so what it ended up being, like one of the last chapters of the book, was all about what was called the divine right.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm channeling all this, this is the only thing that I've ever written where I would say it was as close to automatic writing as I've ever gotten.
Wow.
And anyway, so what it was is the divine right is this thing that we would do once a year around December 23rd, where we would do a ritual pretending to be crowning the Grail King. And that every year, as we would do, the ritual goes like this, that you crown him and then you sacrifice him, and then he is possessed with the spirit of Baphomet.
Wow.
And Baphomet rules through him, and he becomes this transcended being. and becomes then the Lord of the Earth somehow, and is able to rule the Earth.
Wow. Well, crowning him and sacrificing him. Where have we seen that before? That's Jesus right there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. It's at any rate. So the idea was that we do this every year, and at the time we were also the Ordo Lapsat Exilis actually became connected to this other thing called the Dragon Court that I was involved in at the time. And guy running it at the time was Nicholas de Vere. He called himself Prince Nicholas de Vere von Drakenberg. And he said that he was the king of this kingdom called Drakenberg. And that it was like this right. First of all, he said that he was a dragon. Dragons are like basically descendants of these fallen angels that I'm talking about. And he believed that people of this bloodline had extra special magical powers, and that they were the rightful heirs to certain thrones. But he called the kingdom that he ruled supposedly Drakenberg, and he said that he actually went around saying that like the government of England and other people in governments throughout the world recognized his kingdom, and that once it was created, they would give it official recognition. So we were connected with these people at the time. And so when we were talking about creating the Grail Kingdom, we actually had this in mind, literally, that this guy was going to be the Grail King and be put on the throne, and then basically, play out what seemed to be the role of the Antichrist once you think about it. And the reason why we took his claims seriously at all was simply because that's what Baphomet told us. At the time, I was friends with this guy. I was trying to help him publish a book, or I'd told him I was going to help him publish a book, but I really wasn't trying very hard. I was busy with other things. And at one point, Baphomet told us that Baphomet, had cursed us because we hadn't fulfilled our requirements to Nicholas de Vere to help him publish the book. And we said, why do you care about Nicholas de Vere? And we're told because she is related. Baphomet is related to Nick. So the spirits basically told us at the time that they were corroborating, in large part, what Nicholas was saying about himself. And if you think about it, Drakenberg is probably hell. That's actually the conclusion that I came to as I was writing this book, and what gave me enough chills to put down my pen and say, okay, I have to think about what I'm doing here. Because I'm basically describing a ritual that would open up the gates of hell, let this being Baphomet come through and possess this person.
Man, yeah. Obama doesn't need to go to Stonehenge. You're going to do the work for him.
Yeah, well, fortunately, or maybe fortunately, I guess, Nick didn't seem to have become the Antichrist at all. He's dead now, so
right on.
Someone else will have to play that role, I guess.
Well, I wanted to double back a little bit to the pillars collapsing symbolism, because of course we're recording this on September 10th. It's going to go up in a couple of days. I'm kind of sick of the 9/11 thing over so many years, and I don't want to do a 9/11 show every year on this date, but it's interesting. Do you think there is any type of occult, connection or symbolism between the Twin Towers collapsing and the elite trying to usher in this type of portal opening?
Probably. I mean, really, if that event was planned, and even if it wasn't a conspiracy of the governments, it was probably somehow, so many things are being coordinated by demons, I realize now, I mean, I know it sounds crackpotish to just declare that, but I mean, honestly, this is just what I think is going on. There are these weird coincidences that happen, and you think, how could the conspiracy be that vast? But it isn't. They're working through people's minds. Mm-hmm. In very subtle ways. So, anything really, could be interpreted as somehow being an omen of what might be coming down the pike here. And it's frightening to think about, because I enjoy living, and I don't want time to stop or anything. But kind of what they keep talking about is not just apocalyptic mass death and things like that, although that's part of the story. That's just part of it. And yeah, like you said, pillars collapsing, that's like really the end of the story, where what it results in finally is basically a separation, like an alchemical separation of elements. of the good guys and the bad guys, the good souls and the bad souls. And they get put into the things that are going to get preserved, get put into the ark, into the one box of things. And this is described in Revelation as the New Jerusalem. It's this cubic city that descends from the sky. And all the righteous people go inside, and their names are written in the book of life. If their name isn't written there, it's like you don't exist. You're stuck outside the gates of the cube. And outside is chaos.
Man.
And so this is what I think is happening. And there's a game being played right now where the demons, the ones that are trapped on the lower realm, think that they can play this game right in such a way that they will be the ones on the inside piloting the ark, in control of reality at the end. But how to play their cards just right, because otherwise everything that the book of Revelation says will happen, which is the preservation of these few righteous souls in this cubic city, as it's called. It's not really, I mean, it's a city in a very weird sense, not in a traditional sense. But everything outside is going to be utterly annihilated. So
does not sound good.
No, I mean, and it's not, and also too, you think, well, they'll be annihilated, so it'll be no big deal. You know, at the end, you don't, if you've been annihilated, you won't know it because you won't be there, right?
Yeah, that's true.
But for some, I don't think that's the end of it. I mean, it's described as the lake of fire. They describe this eternal pain, damnation. So, and I think it's kind of like the realm that they're in now, only maybe worse, you know, because the realm that they're in now, they say that they don't exist or that they're not alive, and yet you can communicate with them and they're doing things. So it means that they're somehow having to endure the pain of death, but there's still some consciousness there. Wow. So I think that somehow that's what happens in the end. And yeah, so I'd rather it happen later.
Or yeah, of course. Man, this is also fascinating, and it's a whole different take on a lot of things that are talked about in the conspiracy world all the time, but without this added context, so they seem a little bit off. One example, I've heard you say in other interviews that you don't think it makes sense for the elite to just leave us a code. You know, a lot of people talk about, oh, well, all these symbols and stuff, they're telling us what they're doing. They're leaving us a code to figure out. And I'm with you. I don't really think that makes much sense at all. And you kind of alluded that it's probably, the reason we see it is probably just for the sake of the magic itself. Yeah. And one more thing about 9/11 that I'm curious about is, you know, a lot of people talk about these references to it that have existed in movies and television way before the actual event. You know, in The Matrix, Neo's passport expires on September 11th, 2001. The Simpsons had a reference to it. The Rugrats movie had a reference to it. And now I'm almost wondering if this is the demonic muse, you know, the influence of the subconscious of humanity trying to push us towards that type of event. Just a weird thought, but I think that actually makes more sense than the idea that the elite have just been laying out the breadcrumbs way before the event. Yeah,
I think that this is beyond human planning, basically. So, yeah, all these little breadcrumbs as they're thought of. Yeah, in a way they are breadcrumbs, because I do think that these things are you're meant to meditate on them and kind of be entranced by them and be affected by them. But the purpose really is but through your mind contemplating it, that affects reality. See, this is the role I think we play. Why the demons resent us and also need to somehow take what we have and control it, is because we were put in the position of interpreting reality and thereby in a way defining it, if not creating it. You know, God's the creator, but somehow we're very instrumental in defining it. Yes. Through our perception. That's one of the things they need us for, and they're trying to utilize us, drive us like a vehicle to not only do certain things but believe certain things, because when we believe them, it makes them true.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, I think that some of these stories and archetypes that we get exposed to over and over again, just that's the effect that it has. It has, like you said, a magical effect. Every time we're exposed to it, it is a ritual. And doesn't necessarily matter whether we're consciously aware of what it means or not.
Right.
Although more and more people are becoming consciously aware of it, but it's almost too late at this point. I mean, I'm out of my depth completely when it comes to trying to analyze this stuff. I mean, for one thing, I'm not really as plugged into pop culture as others, so I don't know what's going on in music, and I had to cancel my TV subscription a couple of weeks ago. I never even watched it, so I don't know what all is going on. But every time I look into it, I'm just overwhelmed. I could spend the rest of my life analyzing this stuff, and I would never. There would be so much more produced in the time that I spent writing about it.
Yeah, it is definitely confusing at times. But so let's say you got these demons or these fallen angels, these entities, and they've been persistent for who knows how long, thousands of years, maybe hundreds of thousands of years. And now they're getting help from the powerful puppet masters on the planet. I mean, it seems like things are ramping up and this is a weird time. But I mean, what can we do to, I guess, fight back and not just like acknowledge it and sit and wait for it to happen? I mean, it seems like a pretty devastating time. I mean, is it inevitable? Is there anything we can do to have a more positive outcome here?
I think it might be inevitable, yeah.
Ouch.
If it's going to happen. So, I mean, little things like trying to, well, even that, I was going to say, a few years ago, I used to do interviews sometimes about economics, and people would say, what can we do? And, I would give advice about, well, maybe, somehow trying to have, a revolution or create self-sufficiency for yourself. But that's just about preserving yourself from financial ruin. And obviously there's no advice if there's a mass death from nuclear war or diseases. These things seem like they're impending and coming. And then the larger thing, of course, is the collapsing of the pillars. I really don't think we can do anything about that. It's a much larger plan, and it's been in the works from the beginning. This was all programmed in from the beginning.
Man, so I guess let me ask you then, can you give us any other examples of events in modern times that to you might point to possible attempts to open portals or have some type of relationship to doing the work of these entities?
Well, everything that I might list would just be sort of a ritual and hypnotic effort. And there's many of those. But as far as actually trying to break open the gates, it's CERN. I mean, they've said that that's what they're doing, and it's all throughout their logos and what they choose to call their projects, the interviews that they do with what they say their experiments are. They talk about literally opening portals, but they say, oh, they're so tiny, these tiny little
Nothing
portals.
to worry about.
They're only open for a little bit of time, just a fraction of a second. Wait, I mean, how long does it take for the universe to end? How much of an opening do you have to make? I don't think that can be measured or described.
Right.
I don't know what makes they're so confident about it. I mean, I guess maybe they've got big balls because they've done so many things working with the models of theoretical physics, and they've been right, or they feel like they've been right. But I also think that I've always just thought theoretical physics is just kind of not totally crackpotish, but just as you're exploring the quantum realms of atoms, I think they just keep finding what they're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe isn't that part of the description of what quantum reality is, that you're projecting so much of it?
Right, the observer effect.
Well, I mean, it seems to me, this is my just amateur observation, is that they keep coming up with imaginary particles, and then they find them.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what the failure rate is, but it just seems like the more they look, the more they find what they think they're going to find.
Yeah, like the more energy, or the more detailed the concept, as the concept or idea, the theory gets more defined, then eventually they find it. And maybe that speaks to the human's ability to co-create the universe.
It probably does. But yeah, I don't understand what they're doing. And I don't think that very many people do. And that's really what's scary about it. No one knew what the people with the atom bomb were doing, really. You couldn't. It's very hard to wrap your mind around it when they're trying to describe what they did to make that bomb. Well, and that's how that was, a long time ago. What they're doing now is way more complicated.
Right.
And again, I just don't necessarily believe that they have a handle on the consequences. Plus, you got to think, what if these guys are just possessed mad scientists? What I experienced with the way that talking to demons changed my perspective, what I thought was reasonable and what I would be willing to do, basically and I basically thought I was just following the program because, hey, it's working. They're talking to me. I'm learning the secrets of magic. I might as well just follow the program because I'm learning so much. Well, if they're under a similar spell, whether they realize it or not, from demons, then their perspective of what they should go ahead and try is warped. And they may know that they're opening a portal and think, oh, it'll be great. We'll bring the demons in and it'll be a revolution. Like you've read the Book of the Law and
Right.
the way Aleister Crowley portrays the apocalypse. I mean, obviously, he was being told basically he and his friends are going to be, the top cocks in the new world order. And it's okay that everyone else is dying because you'll have your own seats of power and you'll be wealthy and be able to do whatever you want. Well, I doubt that. Once the gate is open, basically, there's no restraint from these beings, and
Right.
I don't. Yeah, they're not going to hold their promises.
It's kind of like the sequel to Aladdin, because we know Jafar turns into a genie, an all-powerful genie, and he's put in the lamp, and then he has to coax someone to bring him out. And then once he's out, he's like, I don't give a fuck about you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to just own everything. You're screwed now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, man.
Yeah.
This has been a real blast. I mean, it's depressing. It's definitely dark, but I always am willing to explore what's going on beneath the veil, beneath the surface. And if that stuff is dark, then so be it. It doesn't mean it should be avoided. It means it should be talked about and understood. So I really appreciate the conversation. I had like 8 pages of questions here. We got to page 2 and then just went off into crazy land. And I loved it. But I hope someday we can have another conversation and talk more about the alchemical properties of money and the control system there, because that's a whole can of worms as well. But before I really do let you go, do you want to let the people know again about your website and where they can pick up some of your previous books and your newest book?
Yes. TracyTwyman.com is my website. It's easy to find too by Googling. And all my books are, at this point, I'm just forwarding everyone to Amazon for almost all my books, except the new one. I'm still selling pre-selling autographed copies. So in about a week, I'll be able to, the books will come from the printer finally, and I'll be able to ship off all the pre-orders. And so anyone who wants an autographed copy can buy one in the next week or so. And then I'll probably at that point just shut it off and just send everyone to Amazon after that.
Right on. Awesome. Well, Tracy, thanks again. I mean, be careful out there. Don't let yourself become some tool for the maestro of the apocalypse.
Well, I'll try. Okay.
All right. Well, take care.
Thanks a lot.
There we have it, people. Man, I really love that show. Communing with the demon masters of the elite, Baphomet and Cain, a dark new twist on the ancient alien story, child sacrifices for immortality, He-Man, Obama's trip to Stonehenge, portal opening in CERN. I mean, Jesus Christ. Even Jesus Christ was in there somewhere, but man, deep level darkness. I thought it was interesting that Baphomet delivered his own cipher. There's something to these codes of language. Marty Leeds really woke me up to that one, and here it is showing up again just a few weeks later. But if you enjoyed the first half of that show, please consider signing up for THC Plus and getting the second half of not only this one, but all the shows we do now for just $5 a month. $1 a show, less than you would tip your bartender for a month of conspiracy goodness. I hope you find it worth the price of admission, and if you can't afford it but really want to hear the second hour, I'm sure we can work something out. Email me at thehighersidechats@gmail.com. But I really think of this as a one-on-one interaction between you, the specific listener, and me. If you think the show is worth it, it is a small price to pay. But in the Plus episode for this show, we went deeper into how some mainstream news stories might manipulate populations to keep us away from these portals that are opening up, how demonic occult influences were a big part of the Nazis' quest, how the Isis and Osiris myth is a story of sexual congress through a proxy, which could allude to the nature of the sex rituals of the elite, some of the biblical stories from this other perspective, that the characters may have been flipped or trying to get deep into the religion of the elite, the CIA's involvement with birthing terrorist groups like ISIS, Baphomet's message that the gates of hell have opened, just like Siri predicted, right around the end of July. It's a lot more darkness to brighten up your day. So for the Plus people, I hope you thought the second hour was worth $1 in value. And for the free folks, I hope you'll join the club. The money bomb is coming along thanks to a few generous donations, one of $100, thanks to a specific listener who left the busy life in New York City to buy and renovate a villa in Sicily. How cool does that sound? I get these messages all the time that just by doing the show, shining some light in the darkness, poking around for answers, but also realizing that as fucked up as the game is, there are other ways to deal with it that can be more in line with your vision of paradise. And I think a lot of people are inspired by just that aspect of the message because it's heard so rarely. And this gets into that scary stuff about enlightening yourself, eating the wrong apple, and getting that knowledge. And the truth is just when you spend years working on yourself, excelling in what you want, learning about the world, you might be in a position of power somehow. I mean, you might be a stronger, more intelligent, more knowledgeable person, and that alone has its power. But you don't have to use it to manipulate and enslave the people. Let me try to throw something out here. Let's imagine there's a secret Masonic society of chefs where they learn to cook like Masons know how to build. Gordon Ramsay would be the goddamn Grand Master. He knows he's awesome. He demands excellence for himself. He's achieved a high level of artistry in this life, higher than many people ever will. But he uses it to do these shows where he shows failing businesses how to have those types of standards for themselves. He's an example and I think an inspiration for discipline, focus, drive, and what it means for an enlightened person to share that gift to create a win-win for everyone. He's the Jesus of the food world, or maybe the Lucifer. I don't know anymore. So I guess to get back to it, nothing can go wrong by you expanding your reach, knowledge, opportunity, and excellence. And some people will use convenient excuses like, oh, that occult stuff is bad or evil to keep us from doing the hard work or operating on a higher level. But I say take up the magician's mindset, command the universe to your will, and live the life you want to live. I mean, what are you here for? But it's not easy. You really do have to do hard work to manifest the things you want. But unfortunately, a lot of the people who do the work end up using it against the ignorant. But we're not going to stop them by being ignorant. We have to rise to powerful positions ourselves in one way or another and harness the same tools in education, enlighten ourselves, and then make better choices, less selfish choices. Bring ourselves up to the table rather than complaining from the floor. Like when Joe Rogan says, do you ever notice how the hippie people who just want to share everything never have anything to contribute? That's the stigma I want to change. I hate when I hear thoughts like that. That's the stigma we need to change. So let's fight the good fight and make yourself a stronger player for Team People. We're going to need it. So that's it from me this week. Your move, Baphomet. Your fucking move. Here we go, Higherside Chatters. I hope you're sitting down, drinking a little drink, smoking a little smoke, and altering to keep from faltering with the ever-persistent buzzing of conventional reality right in my ear. From sunny San Diego, I'm Greg Carlwood, and we're all vaguely familiar with the Knights Templar, but I think their true rights and motivations are still a bit of a mystery, and their quick rise to being one of the largest economic powers of their day sure makes one curious. We do know opinions on them range from being the elite noble soldiers of Christ to demon-worshipping occultists knee-deep in bestiality and pedophilia, and many of the rumors have suggested that the Knights Templar upheld a secret doctrine behind the veil of their holy public image. Well, we've heard of the proverbial deal with the devil, and we're no stranger to the idea of initiatory orders using magic to acquire wealth and power, but where does this all come from? What are the beliefs and worshipped entities that are linked to this behavior? Are we looking at just another dense mythology or a true source of dark power? How far can we trace it? Kabbalistic mystery schools, Hermetic wisdom, Gnostic teachings, it can get confusing, but here to give us a roadmap to realization once again is Tracy Twyman. Tracy's been writing about the esoteric side of history and current events for over 20 years, dealing with topics like secret societies, ancient myths, demonology, ceremonial magic, divination, alchemy, mind control, mystic royal bloodlines, and the hidden history of money, just to name a few. Last time she was on THC, we talked mainly about her book Clock Shavings, which details her personal journey into direct contact with the entity known as Baphomet. And he's definitely coming up again today as we talk about her newest book, Baphomet, the Temple Mystery Unveiled. Tracy Twyman, welcome back to THC.
Thank you so much, Greg. I'm really glad to be on this program again. It was the most responded to podcast that I did last year when I did all those interviews for Clock Shavings. So I'm really happy to be on again.
Oh, wow, right on. I love to hear that the people are responding. You know, I really loved that show. And I actually really enjoyed this latest book of yours. It's almost 600 pages, unpacking all the myths and rumors and various scholars' opinions on a whole host of topics surrounding Baphomet, the Knights Templar, and the tracing of these dark magical practices, all while trying to get to the truth of the matter. But it's definitely helped clarify some of this stuff for me. And I guess to get the ball rolling here, let's lay a good base. Introduce the people to the Knights Templar as you understand them. What do you think they need to know?
Well, the only thing you really need to know, that they were a crusading order that was founded by or chartered by the Catholic Church, founded by several noblemen from Europe and a friend of theirs, Saint Bernard of Clairvaux. And their purpose, allegedly in the beginning, was to protect pilgrims on the route to the Holy Land. And they were given this property to use as their headquarters that was actually on the Temple Mount there in Jerusalem. So that's how they got their name, which was words translating to the poor knights of the Temple of Solomon. And what ended up happening with this group, they were widely respected at the time. They existed from about, I would say, the late 11th century to the early 14th century. And most of that time, they were very widely respected as a military fighting force, for one. Mm-hmm. And they also branched out into other areas of business, basically, especially after the crusading career sort of died down. And they began to return to Europe and take properties there and were running businesses out of their properties. These properties, these areas, they were giving these areas called preceptories. They were allowed to basically run their own sovereign space there, basically. They were considered to be only beholden to the Pope. So other princes and kings, emperors who, had temporal power in the places where they were at, they didn't actually have any power over the Templars themselves. They were sort of their own sovereign entity.
Gotcha.
And so they were able to use that leverage, basically, that advantage that they had, I think, in business. So it's widely reported that they basically started the first checking system.
Right.
And the first international banking system. And this really connects to this idea of them protecting the pilgrims on the route to the Holy Land, because one of the problems with pilgrimages was that, people would be susceptible to theft and vandals and people attacking them along the route. So what made that a little bit safer is if people didn't have to carry so much gold and silver bullion with them. Mm-hmm. Instead, they were able to make a deposit at these banks that were run at Templar preceptories. And they would be given this chit. That's what it was called. It was a check, essentially. It was written with coded numbers or symbols on it that represented that person's account, how much was in it and who they were. So they could go to the next preceptory along the route to the Holy Land as they progress along their journey. And they might stop there and stay the night, so it was basically acting as a hotel. But they could present their chit there, and they would be able to pay for all of the accommodations that they needed there. And that amount would just be deducted from their account. And it would all be squared away at the end when they're done with their journey. They can go back to the preceptory where they started the account and cash out any money they had left in there. Mm-hmm. So it's that essentially is the first international banking and checking system. And, as far as we know, it's something they invented. And this is really what contributed to their great rise of power of this this organization. And what ended up happening by the time they fell, basically, by the time they were disbanded, which was the early 14th century, they had become so powerful that the kings in Europe were actually afraid of them. A lot of them owed them money, including King of France. And they were sort of considered lawless. You couldn't do anything to rein them in. And rightfully, I think these powerful potentates in Europe were afraid of them.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, the King of France also had a great deal of influence over the papacy. And in fact, at this exact time that I'm describing, the king, who was Philip IV, had actually persuaded them to move their headquarters from Rome to Avignon, France. And it remained there for some time. So the kings of France had been pushing the popes around for quite a few years. And, since he was concerned about the Templars, and one of the bones of contention also was that Philip had actually tried to join the order and been rebuffed.
Oh, no.
And so he was upset about all these things. They were rumored to just have vast amounts of wealth. And in fact, a lot of rumors were flying around this time. People were wondering how they became so wealthy. And we can understand now that banking is probably the most lucrative enterprise anyone could be involved in, because you can actually create money out of nothing and greatly increase the amount of wealth that you had when you started.
Right.
So that's understood by us now, but back then I think it was a new concept and people didn't really understand it. And people thought something mysterious was going on here. They're wondering, how these people got to be so powerful so quickly. And so some of the rumors that were flying around back then were that they had made a pact with the devil and they were doing satanic rituals essentially in their secret initiation rites.
Mm-hmm.
And Philip heard some of these rumors and he sent spies to confirm the rumors. And apparently they did confirm those rumors. So then he used this as evidence basically to get the Pope involved in colluding with him to prosecute these people. Mm-hmm. And actually had them arrested. A lot of them ended up getting burnt at the stake. Some of them, I would say the vast majority of them didn't. They just received some form of penance and then they were absorbed into other orders.
Like the Nazis.
Yeah. Anyway, this whole episode in history has been really mythologized ever since. And it's really kind of confusing what to even make of it. I mean, you've got, on the one hand, up until recently, the church hasn't looked back with regret on this incident. There's several popes actually have spoken about the Templars and confirmed this idea that they were heretics and blasphemers and involved in devil worship, and also that they were conspiring to take over the world. Mm-hmm. The classic global conspiracy theory. Well, I guess this is the origin of that. I think what we consider the classic secret society conspiracy theory that the Satanists are conspiring to take over the world, it started there with the Templars being accused of that by the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
But then you also have, in the intervening years since 1307, when the Templars were disbanded, lots of rumors have been built up about how they were wrongly persecuted and they were really innocent, and actually they were these sort of wise initiates of, the secrets of Western occultism. And then all of the major Western occult groups that have existed since then have somehow or another tried to tie themselves to the Knights Templar and claim that they are continuing their mystical tradition.
Right.
But very little is actually known about the mystical tradition of the Templars. You got to wonder, where these groups are getting their information, where they claim that they're somehow continuing what the Templars did. They're certainly assuming that whatever the Templars were doing was somehow positive, and that it reflects well on them. And I'm speaking, of course, of the Freemasons, which are explicitly tied with the Templars, and many of the Masonic rites actually involve pretending you're a Knights Templar, going back to that era and exploring the foundations of Solomon's Temple and things like that. And there's even a degree in the York Rite of Freemasonry that's called that, the Knights Templar degree. So there's definitely a connection between these two things. Masonic literature written by Masonic scholars, such as Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike, goes into a great deal of speculation and theory about what the Templars were involved in. Does definitely seem to be tying in the rites of Freemasonry with the Templar tradition, whatever that was, and then several other groups like the OTO and the Rosicrucians also claim a connection.
Right, and that is a great summary of their story. And I guess when they were being tortured, it was Baphomet who they apparently gave credit to for their wealth and power. But the thing is that a lot of people, like you say, there is a weird perception of the Templars where it seems like in recent years people are looking at it with rose-colored glasses like they were noble guys. I mean, maybe Dan Brown's books have something to do with that. But I guess when I've had guests talk about the Templars and this idea that they were involved in dark rituals, they always say, oh, the rumors of human sacrifice and bestiality, those are just rumors and things they confess to under torture, which, that's a fair argument. But are there any other indications that we can get that this wasn't just an admittance under duress of torture? I mean, I guess the spies corroborating the story would be one thing. Is there anything else that leads us to believe this is truth rather than just something they said to stop the burning?
Well, first of all, I neglected to actually describe the Baphomet connection. Yes, Baphomet is the name of a severed head that the confessing Templars described under torture, yes, where they said that they were worshiping, this was the name of their idol that they were worshiping, Baphomet. They described it as a severed head or a skull. They said it sometimes had two faces, that it was really terrible to behold. And the descriptions give the indication that there was probably one actual original Baphomet head that might have been at their grand headquarters. And then all the other preceptories would have their own version of it. So there were probably several different Baphomet heads, but one, major head that all the other ones were basically copies of.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, this is a very consistent confession from several of them. So I think it's interesting. One of the things about the confessions is just how detailed they are, and then the details matching up, from person to person. So you figure they're not making this stuff up, or it seems that way to me.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But the other thing is that not all of the confessions were made under torture, and this is something that I actually sort of pulled together here in the last few months as we were doing the final edits on the book. I was sort of forced by my co-author, Alex Rivera, to look at this subject that I had kind of glossed over for the last several years. I've known about it, but not really read about it in detail. And it's this thing called the Chinon parchment.
Mm-hmm.
And what this is, it was allegedly discovered in 2001 by an archivist basically working for the Vatican in their secret archives. She says that her name's Barbara Frail. She just sort of came across this thing and that it had been misfiled for 700 years.
Convenient.
And so anyway, and then they sat on it for many years. I think they finally came out with, I think it was 2007 when they finally put out a book about it. It took a long time for them to, announce this, and they did so in the form of a book, which they wanted to promote. They actually announced the book on the anniversary of this Templar arrests.
Wow.
And it was very peculiar because it was a limited edition book. I think it was in Italian, and it was like leather bound, and it had all of these artistically done little like bookmarks and stuff. It was meant to look old, like this old precious document. And the retail price cost $9,000. There was only a few of them made.
Damn.
Right? So it's a little bit odd because, okay, like I said, first they sat on this information for years, and then they put it out in this limited edition book that obviously almost nobody has and can read.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened was the press reported about the discovery of this document, apparently without actually reading very much about it at all. That's what I found when I started going through all the articles, is that it seemed like they were just sort of regurgitating a press release. But since I guess most of at least the English language press that I was reading, I guess most of the people who wrote those articles probably didn't read Italian, so maybe they hadn't read what Barbara Frail actually wrote.
Right.
So here's how it got reported. was that the Vatican had just discovered this exculpatory document that shows that the Pope actually had his own investigation, and his own cardinals interrogated the same Templars who had confessed to the Inquisition in France. And his discovery was that he also had them confess several of the same things, apparently not under torture, according to the document. So the way it was reported is that the Pope's investigation revealed that they were innocent, and then they were absolved and essentially apologized to, and that somehow after that everything went wrong anyway, and they ended up getting burnt at the stake anyway by the French. Basically it was the Vatican kind of washing its hands of this and acting like, well, we didn't do anything wrong. We tried to help. And we didn't do anything wrong totally, because they're also absolving themselves of the guilt of having chartered a Satan worshiping organization to represent them in the Holy Land. Mm-hmm. Because what had been believed up until then was that the church had created this group, allowed them to have total power, and then let them go unchecked as they devolved into a Satan worshiping cult that tried to take over the world. So here they are, saying, well, none of that was true in the first place. The thing is that it's not actually what it says, but that is the way that it's being spun. And it just took me forever to try to figure this out. I wrote to my friends, I wrote to Alex, the co-author, and some of the other people that have been helping me do the research on this book, just telling them, look at this information. Does it really look like what is in the Chinon parchment matches with what is being said in these articles? And they all agreed with me. No, it doesn't match. So it's I just kept questioning myself. How could I be right about this? And all these other people be wrong. But what it is basically this. When Barbara Frale says that the Pope absolved them, well, he was just doing what priests do. They take a confession and then they come up with some kind of punishment, usually involving, prayers and penance and things like that.
Yeah.
Then they give you absolution. Then they give you forgiveness from Jesus, So that's what was happening. It was in no way saying that these knights weren't guilty of what they had just confessed to. Mm-hmm. And what they did confess to the Pope's cardinals in this special investigation without torture was that, yes, they were spitting on the cross, which is one of the things they, were accused of and confessed previously to. Mm-hmm. That during their initiation ceremony, you would have to spit on the cross and deny Christ.
Okay.
And so that in itself is a little bit weird. Okay, this is a Christian crusading organization. What the heck about that? And then the other thing that they confessed to was that they had a policy of homosexuality. And here's what that amounted to, according to their confessions, that initially you would take a vow of chastity. But even as you're taking this vow, you're being told that, well, if you're not capable of keeping this vow and you end up seeing some prostitutes, just make sure you don't tell the other knights about that, because that will discourage them from their own vow of chastity. This was how it started out. According to the confessions of these knights, they said in the beginning the vow of chastity was made, but they were also given this caveat about how to deal with it if they couldn't actually control themselves. Mm-hmm. Then later that evolved into an even different policy, which the person who's authored the policy confessed to right there to the cardinals. And I think that was Geoffrey de Charny. Anyway, he said that the policy evolved into this. You would be told that you absolutely must abstain from fraternizing with women. But if you find yourself unable to control your urges, you should seek relief with the other knights instead. And also, you would literally take a vow that if the other knights came to you needing their own needs met, that you should not refuse them. So you're literally taking, not only you start off renouncing Christ, but then you take a vow that you're going to have sex with the other guys if they want it. And so strangely, this is somehow wrapped up in piety and chastity, as though you're pure because you're not touching women, but you're literally being told something you might not even have thought of before. It might not even have occurred to you that you're supposed to have sex with these other guys. So, I mean, these are the things they confess to. And I'm just trying to think if I'm forgetting anything else that was actually mentioned in the Communing parchment. Those were the major things, homosexuality and what seems to be blasphemy confessed right out there. That it was not just something that happened occasionally, it was a policy.
Well, that is interesting that we now have another source for their confessions rather than just torture. But one thing, I'm always curious about is the actual power of ceremonial magic, or if it's just a superstition. Did they have these beliefs and happen to amass a bunch of wealth, or was the magic really responsible? We see athletes drop to their knees after a big play and thank God. Well, how much of that is God and how much of that is the fact that you trained every day of your life? And I guess the question is, do we get any indications, or from the research you've done, have you seen anything that would suggest that the magic was real?
Well, just sort of logic, really. If you think about it, one of the things they said, they believed in this head, that it was their savior, that it gave them wisdom, it caused the trees to germinate and the land to be fruitful, and it caused them to become wealthy. Well, these things are not necessarily unconnected. I mentioned that I think, a great source of their wealth was their banking empire.
Right.
Well, that, coming up with that was sort of a stroke of genius. No one in particular is credited with having invented it. So I do kind of wonder if that idea was given to them in their ceremonies.
Yeah.
Well, the worship of this head, they describe it as a prophetic head, that they said that it talked to them. Okay. This is something that has antecedents in the history of ritual magic, and particularly Middle Eastern cults in the area where they were stationed at the time. Particularly, there's this practice of using something called a teraph, or teraphim is the plural version of that. This is an embalmed severed head. Often it's described that you would use a severed baby's head.
Yikes.
So, some infant that's just been born would be sacrificed for this. And then you'd embalm the head and put it onto a plate or, some sort of charger, and write magical words and symbols on the tongue of the infant that would cause it to come to life. And then it would speak to you. It would, answer whatever questions you had. Be a prophet for you, basically. So I'm figuring that this is what they were doing with Baphomet. They already admitted they were talking to it. They were probably using it for divination.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't doubt if it gave them wisdom. Now, of course, I mean, you and I are talking from the perspective of people that have, know a lot about occultism. And I don't know about you, but I mean, I've experienced a little bit of, the power of these practices too. And as we discussed last time I was on. So,
yeah,
I mean, you might not consider it a scientific statement here, but as I personally think it's quite possible that they talked to a spirit that gave them information about how to create a banking empire, how to leverage for their own advantage the fact that they had been given a charter that left them beholden to nobody but the Pope. Because it's basically, that's the source of political entities today that are powerful. Is, like the United States up until recently, has dominated the world financially. And that really comes from the fact that they are issuing the, what until recently was considered the reserve currency of the world. So all of the other central banks that are part of this international system are holding dollars in their own banks as the basis of their own monetary system in their own countries. And then they'll issue a domestic currency that's still only considered to be valuable in terms of dollars, really. And this is because they sort of have declared to themselves the right to do that, and that right has not been checked until recently. The reason why the United States' global dominance financially is being challenged now is not unrelated to the fact that their military dominance is in a way being challenged too, and in that they're vulnerable.
Right.
You know, the United States is vulnerable now militarily in a way that they weren't. We're vulnerable to terrorist attacks. We're vulnerable to Russia. Whereas in the past, nobody could do anything to the United States. You know, they sort of created their own international sovereignty and declared their own right to make reality for everybody else.
Right.
That is why they were able to have so much power. So what I'm saying, I guess, is that the Templars were doing something similar. You know, they claimed that no one else had any power over them, and realistically, nobody did until the very end when someone finally checked their power.
Yeah, I totally think that this is all possible. And I know you do have a book about Solomon's treasure, and I've heard researchers try to make the case before that the early Masonic founders of America had found this lost treasure after the Templars and used it to build up this new Atlantis idea in America.
Yes.
But following what you're saying, it seems like you consider this treasure to be more of the actual secret alchemical formula for wealth creation rather than a physical pile of gold. Maybe it was divined from this entity, but that's kind of your interpretation of something like Solomon's treasure, if I understand, right?
That is basically the sort of thing I was hinting at in Solomon's treasure. I kind of trace the history of the esoteric history of money, the alchemical connections with the way monetary systems have been run, and also the symbols that are used on currency or alchemical. And yeah, as I was tracing the history of money, sort of highlighted the influence of the Templars and the influence of concepts that are basically connected to the same concept as Baphomet. And so I was hinting, without actually coming out and saying it necessarily, that it seems that throughout history you can see what it seems like a sort of center of power, in the world shift around, and along with it goes monetary power.
Yeah.
And this a place such as Byzantium, for instance, will become the center of global commerce for a while, and then as history moves along, it'll shift to some other place. And what it seemed to me like is that these shifts were happening from the Knights Templar onward in ways that indicated to me that these new places might be the new location of the Baphomet treasure, or the relic. The head itself might actually have been moved from place to place, and as it moved, it brought with it the power to create this wealth. And I think that it manifested itself in the form of the creation of monetary systems. So it ended up eventually, it seems, in the hands of the United States, and that was used as the basis for creating a international monetary empire.
Yeah.
I don't know that the Baphomet head itself is here in the United States, but it seems like the power of it was transferred here for a while,
Right.
and that it at one time had been in Byzantium, and it just so happens there in formerly Constantinople and now Istanbul, there's a head of John the Baptist there. Well, a lot of people have theorized that the Baphomet head that the Templars were worshiping was actually the head of John the Baptist.
Right.
And the Templars actually were involved in relic trading quite a lot. In fact, we sort of traced there's several different versions of John the Baptist's head floating around, and there have been throughout the years, but we found that at least two of them could be connected to Crusaders trading them and helping to move them around. So I think it's quite possible that the Templars did have access to something that they thought was John's head, and I wouldn't doubt if that's the one that ended up in the museum in Istanbul now.
Damn. Yeah, I definitely do have a couple of questions for you about the head of John the Baptist, but I wanted to ask you one more thing about money and magic, because I definitely see the links between money and magic, and there's definitely a lot of occult undertones to early America, and we're talking about that knowledge coming to them and helping them build the empire here. And it seems like whoever has this entity-inspired knowledge has the power. But how does this jive with the Jewish banking families? And it is interesting that they also have a tradition of magic in the Kabbalah. But is this another branch of the same knowledge, or is it a totally different thing altogether?
I would say it's a branch of the same knowledge. Yeah, I tend to be very syncretist in my approach of studying things, and I don't care what people say. I think that it's much more useful to note the similarities between mythologies and spiritual traditions rather than pointing out the differences. You just get more use out of that. So
fair.
Well, definitely, I think that there's in almost every culture a traditional way of trying to approach finances, and there's always been considered to be sort of a mystery around it. And you can find actually sort of a corpus of a body of symbols that all seem to connect together almost in every culture.
Mm-hmm.
As all being part of the same archetype. And I think that this is essentially what we think of as the Baphomet archetype. Now, this is what our book is all about, really, is trying to trace the origins of this archetype.
Mm-hmm.
We're not just dealing with the history of the Knights Templar. That's only one aspect of it, really.
Right.
That would be the Templars probably used the word Baphomet originally. They were the first ones to use that particular word, but the concept is older than that. So I think it has to do with, for one thing, this idea of hidden wisdom. So, in Judeo-Christian tradition, we think of that as, we associate that with the serpent, with the evil one,
mm-hmm.
that hidden or forbidden, but nonetheless divine wisdom was given to us against the wishes of the Almighty God by, this nefarious serpent character. And this is the sort of wisdom. Not only is it divine and it gives you sort of spiritual insights, but it also has practical applications, and that people who are able to access this knowledge can create empires of wealth somehow. There's an association in our culture of riches somehow being connected to making a satanic pact.
Yes. Which
is essentially what the Adam and Eve situation was. They had been told by God, don't eat this fruit or you'll die. Of course, the serpent said you won't die, but he was just basically he was defining death differently.
Mm-hmm.
So, it sounds like, eating the fruit did result in sort of the initiation of death and birth that didn't exist before, apparently.
All right.
Anyway, so I'm saying, like, there were deadly consequences to the pact that they made, but they did it so that they could gain that knowledge. And then from that point on, in the biblical narrative, you have repeatedly associations with what are considered villainous characters and wisdom. So in particular, practical wisdom. So Cain and all of his descendants are credited in the Bible with having invented almost all of the major arts of civilization, including agriculture and metallurgy and music making and things like that, tent making even. So it's interesting that we have this association in our culture between wisdom and having the ability to do practical things somehow with the devil. And this image of the serpent on the tree is really what evolved into two things. For one, the symbol of magic now in Western occultism. It's also a symbol of the healing arts, being a doctor. And I'm talking about the caduceus. So you'd have two serpents on a caduceus. There's another version, the rod of Asclepius, that only has one serpent. But basically, I think this is connected to the idea of the serpent on the tree.
Right, and the dollar sign, too.
And then, as I theorize, I think that the dollar sign is a glyph representing this. And I actually trace this back to one of the first coins to be minted that seems to have been the origin of this. It's called a thaler. And before the word became associated with English, because people were using dollars in the English colonies, in the Americas. The word thaler actually was a German word. And so there were coins circulating in, Germany and Bohemia that were called thalers. And one of them in particular actually had on one side it had this image from the Bible where there's this story about Moses and, he's talking to his people there. They get bit by fiery serpents.
Weird.
It was something described as fiery serpents. And then God inspires Moses on how to heal them from their serpent bites that they were apparently dying from. And he was instructed him to make a serpent out of brass, a serpent on a rod out of brass, and raise it up. And everyone that looked at it was healed. And then this actually gets referred to later in the New Testament. There's a sort of comparison, a symbolic comparison between Jesus on the cross and this brazen serpent. Nehushtan, that's the word I was trying to think of. The word for the brazen serpent on a staff being raised up and used in this manner to heal people. The word is called Nehushtan. So later in the Gospels, the crucified Jesus is compared to the Nehushtan. And basically, it seems to me that this symbol of the Nehushtan on a thaler influenced the dollar symbol later. So, and interesting coincidence too is the person who ran that mine that minted those coins was also an alchemist. So anyway, that's interesting. The history of money is totally tied in with the history of alchemy in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, and that connection between Jesus on a cross and the snake on a cross is really interesting because another big idea that gets explored here a lot is just the idea of the deity flip, kind of the Gnostic idea that the creator of the material world is a negative entity, not necessarily the all-loving God that the three major religions will have us believe today, that people put all their energy in worshiping today, that would be a negative entity. And then you see also a flipping of, because snakes, of course, are thought to be pretty negative in the biblical context. And then we're seeing a flip here with Jesus. There's also an interesting little thing from your book that I copied down because I just thought it was pretty provocative. But apparently you say there were Talmudic rumors that John had a demonic servant and that the control of this demon was passed on to Jesus. It seems possible for there to have been a belief that Jesus, who was related to King Herod's bloodline, may have somehow gotten hold of John's head and used it to control either John's own spirit or a spirit that John had formerly controlled while he was alive. This head, then, may have later come into the hands of the founding Templars. That's pretty provocative. I mean, that's not a perspective you hear every day.
Well, it's actually alluded to in the Gospels that, Jesus was accused of having a demon, and then that Jesus was accused of being the reincarnated John, and which is odd because they barely talk to each other. There's only the one meeting in the Gospels between Jesus and John, during the baptism of Jesus, and then later John's followers come and visit Jesus and ask him, if it seem to be asking him if he's the Messiah or something. Mm-hmm. But yes, there's definitely, even in the Gospels, it says that, everyone around them thought that both Jesus and John, particularly Jesus, were involved in demonology and controlling demons, and that's how they worked their miracles. And, the interesting thing about John, too, which we write about quite a bit, is that he's considered to be the father of Gnosticism, really, because this sort of, I would say, practical father of Gnosticism was Simon Magus, was actually John's student. Mm-hmm. Although Simon Magus is considered a villain in the Bible, he had quite a number of followers, and there seems to be a tradition coming from him, that influenced all of the Gnostic traditions that came afterwards. So it does seem like, if Simon was John's student continuing his tradition, and then Simon went on to found these Gnostic traditions, well then, John must have been teaching the same thing too. Now, you mentioned a little bit about what Gnosticism is. I mean, the basic commonality between all the very different ideas, sects, religions that consider themselves Gnostic, or well, I guess none of them considered themselves. It's sort of a label that was put on all of these groups afterwards.
Right.
But the thing that they have in common is that this idea that there's a larger God outside of creation, and beyond the God that created this world. And so you have really two different attitudes about that too. So some of the groups acknowledged that there was another God on the outside, call him Father of all or something like that. Then there was the demiurge, who's the one that created the world we're in now. Some of the groups just sort of acknowledge that, and that there's these different levels of creation and existence. And then some of the groups villainized the creation itself. So like when you look at most of the Hermetic texts, which also reflect this idea, and they talk about the demiurge. And in fact, Plato talked about the demiurge. It was not necessarily, it was a philosophical idea long before it was associated with these weird sects and cults. But the Hermetic texts basically just acknowledge this fact.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the Gnostic groups, like I said, villainized the God of the Bible. They were, in a way, rebelling against the Judaic and upcoming Christian influences that they were surrounded by. So what I think happened over time, too, is that these Gnostic groups and their teachings developed into other traditions that were even more, I guess, rebellious against the, what was becoming the prevailing spiritual order. So as Christianity became more dominant, these Gnostic ideas sort of went underground and took an even darker form.
Right.
But even the original Gnostic sects, the way that they're described by, admittedly, their enemies, the church fathers, they describe them as being involved with really blasphemous and promiscuous sex orgies and sacrificing of infants and things like that.
Similar stuff to the Templars under their confessions, right?
Yes, and so several people have theorized that the Templars were influenced by Gnosticism, which in fact we did find some evidence of. So, well, one of the people that accused them of that was Pope Pius IX. He had this whole, I guess you would call it a bull that he put out. It was quite lengthy, where he's describing the Freemasons and the Templars and their, what their secret beliefs were, and he definitely describes it as being, Gnostic, as being one of the terms you would use to describe it. The other really important person who considered the Templars to be Gnostics was Joseph von Hammer-Purgstall, who in the early 1800s wrote this book that really influenced what everyone else wrote about the subject of Baphomet afterwards,
right?
And what they wrote about the Templars afterwards. So, whereas I told you that Baphomet was really a severed head to the Templars, later Baphomet became depicted in the drawings of 19th century occultists as a human figure with a goat head, and in the human part of the body is a hermaphrodite.
Mm-hmm.
And as it turns out, this is greatly influenced by this book by Joseph von Hammer-Purgstall, which we had translated in order to be able to complete this book, because it had not been translated from the Latin, and very few people had actually read it since the 1800s. So, we translated this, and yeah, the whole book is about how he thinks that the Templars were practicing Ophite Gnosticism, which is a sect that for sure they are associated with snakes and rituals with snakes.
Interesting.
But he kind of thinks he definitely believes the church fathers' accusations that they were involved in these really extreme orgies. And his evidence for that is all these relics that he said he found in churches that are built on former Templar properties. Now, a lot of these churches don't exist anymore. A lot of the towns they were in don't even exist anymore. And people have been writing about this guy's book in a derogatory manner for quite a while, even though he was a very respected Orientalist at during his time, and his works are even still considered textbooks to be referred to on other subjects such as the assassins. But this one that he wrote about the Templars has just always sort of been dismissed. Well, not necessarily during his time. It was very influential during his time, but I would say in the last 100 years or so, been written about in a very derogatory manner. But from what I can tell, the people writing about it just didn't read Latin and didn't actually read the text. So, and one of the things I needed to mention is that everyone's sort of claimed that these artifacts that he has depicted in his book, which he has line drawings of them, and they're very bizarre, pictures of certainly orgies and creatures with multiple eyes and multiple faces, and androgynous beings with heads.
Yeah, burning a body too, I think, right?
Yeah, and there's burnt sacrifices and things like that going on. Definitely images of children and animals having sex. So anyway, people thought that these images, or some people theorized that it was all made up, and that these artifacts didn't even exist. But I actually managed to track down 2 of them, and I don't know where the rest are. Maybe that's a subject to be studied in coming days. But I managed to find 2 of them that are being preserved by the British Museum, although they're not actually on display. So we have pictures of this stuff. Some of them are on the website now, and they're also in the new book. And we're going to put out a translation of this other guy's book in January, and it'll have all the pictures in it too. But yeah, so really we were able to bring this stuff to light for the first time.
Yeah.
And really, there's nothing else like it. There's no one else claiming, that there's any physical evidence of the Templars being involved in these sorts of rites, except Joseph von Hammer-Purgstall's book.
That's really interesting. It's another one of those things that you could point to back up the idea that it wasn't just character assassination, that they really were involved in some of the things that they admitted to under the torture.
I think they were involved in some of the things for sure. I mean, they were involved in a religious tradition and rituals that were totally antithetical to the exoteric front that they were putting on, of being a Christian crusading order.
Right.
I don't know if they were murdering people. Strangely, it seems like that part of the accusation just never really got explored very much. It seems like I think it's typical of the time, though.
Yeah.
When life was not really treasured the way it is now, where we're more affronted by the thought of a murder happening or a child being molested than we are someone, saying that they don't like God or saying that they love Satan.
Yeah.
But back then, the blasphemy was the worst part, and they weren't even thinking about the sex abuse or the murder as much. So
odd,
it's
but
kind of strange, but that's the way it seems to have been treated at the time.
Yeah.
But I should also mention this, in addition to Hammer-Purgstall's very controversial book, there's also this other piece of physical evidence tying the Templars to Gnosticism that I think is just irrefutable, because there's 3 different examples of it, and it's very straightforward. What I'm talking about is the fact that there are seals that the Templars used to seal their documents, such as if they're making treaties with another group, sending letters back and forth to other parties. They would seal these things with, kind of a notary seal, and it actually depicted Abraxas on it. And I'm sure you've talked about Abraxas in the past on your show.
Right.
This is a Gnostic deity, and it's a chimera, very much like Baphomet in a way. It's got a chicken head, it's got a human body, snakes for legs. It's a combination of all these different things, just like Baphomet was later depicted by Eliphas Levi and the 19th century occultists. And it really seems to embody the same sort of concept of the way Baphomet gets interpreted later by occultists when they're talking about him, such as Aleister Crowley or Eliphas Levi, is always as a symbol of the transcendence of opposites. So definitely male and female, because he's a hermaphroditic being,
right,
but also good and evil, and creation and destruction. And the same associations are made with Abraxas.
Interesting.
And the way that they depicted him on the seal they show the very typical appearance of Abraxas is the chicken-headed, snake-legged being, but then around it, it said in Latin, secret of the temple. So they're implying that the very heart of their order and the secret that unites them is somehow symbolized by Abraxas. Wow. So I think that maybe Abraxas was just another symbol for the same thing that Baphomet was also a symbol of.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it seems like the connections are there, and it is just so confusing, all the different names and symbols and how the cultures change. And, you do a great job of talking about not just what you think, but what all the different scholars have thought and all the different perspectives in the book. That's probably why it's 600 pages. But talk to us about, apparently with Baphomet, this the etymology, when you go back as far as you can, it seems to be the most accurate translation would be baptism of wisdom.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. And that actually was provided largely by Joseph von Hammer-Purgstall. He wasn't the first to come up with it, because there have been some other scholars who had basically translated it in the same way. But he really popularized the idea and also just filled it out. He not only said that's what the word means, but in fact, it's a ritual, and this is what sort of ritual it was. And really speculated, but I think in a very educated way, about what they might have been thinking and what they might have been doing. And so what we came up with was that baptism of wisdom definitely seems to be a ritual and a concept associated not only with Gnostics, but Hermetists as well. And that, so that's the baptism of wisdom in a broader sense. And it may be that the Templars in particular had their own version of that may have taken on a very dark tone. So the meaning of baptism of wisdom historically probably goes back to this conversation that happens between Hermes and his son and student Tat in the Corpus Hermeticum in the fourth discourse, where he describes to his student that God, instead of giving wisdom to all men, he put it in a bowl, and then he let the bowl descend down to earth so that we would all fight over access to the bowl. And then whoever is not only able to gain access to the bowl, but then has the nerve to immerse himself in the bowl of wisdom, will be either disintegrated and destroyed by it, or will basically be reborn in perfect wisdom. And he says to Tat, immerse yourself in the wisdom if your heart has the strength. So it's definitely implied that this is something that can tear you apart if you're not ready for it. But so this is the sort of hidden divine wisdom we've been talking about here, that in the Judeo-Christian tradition is something you don't touch because it's scary. In the Hermetic tradition, it's like, yeah, it's dangerous, but if you're strong, you should do it. It'll bring you to your real self.
Yeah.
And then we think that it may have taken on a darker tone. As I was describing, Gnosticism became darker, really turned into something else that ultimately became, Satanism, really. And witch cults in Europe that had a particularly anti-Christian tone to them. All of this, I think, is influenced by the fact that, Christianity was becoming more, obviously dominant and pushing out all other belief systems. And so those belief systems had to go up underground. And then, the symbolism that they already had and were dealing with became fused with the Christian symbolism and, took on an antithetical tone to it. So, later you have Satanists, some of them operating within the Catholic Church itself, and actually nuns and priests doing black masses, which are reversals of the Catholic Mass intended to, degrade the God of the Bible and exalt Satan. And really, this is all influenced by the fact that, Gnosticism took on this darker tone as it became, very specifically anti-Christian, I think. Anyway, I think that the baptism of wisdom then turned into a black mass of sorts that the Templars were doing. And, that these stories about them, perhaps, for one thing, they are said to have kissed someone's behind during the initiation rituals, right? They even confess to this, and they confess this to the Pope's men also, that there was this butt kissing going on.
Yeah.
And in the confessions of other groups later on, such as not necessarily the confessions, but accusations. There were some confessions, but accusations made against other sort of Gnostic influence groups in Europe, like Waldensians and Cathars. They were also accused of doing the same types of rituals. And this obscene kiss, as it's called, again came into play, and they were accused of kissing the backside of a goat or a cat.
Huh.
I think that this is all connected to what the Templars were doing, I think, basically. I guess what I'm saying is I think that the rumors about the Templars, true or not, and I'm kind of inclined to think they were true, influenced the rituals that other people did in other groups that were of a similar persuasion later.
Yeah.
So I think that the confessions that they were doing this butt kissing ritual, actually influenced what other witch cults and Satanists did later on.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
And yeah, I think that it was connected. I think that this was part of this baptism of wisdom ritual, which Joseph von Hammer-Purgstall has all these images of what appears to be the ritual. And yeah, it involves, the obscene kiss, having sex with children and animals, apparently, killing animals, and, all sorts of crazy
Yeah, what
stuff.
else do you need? Man, this has been quite a ride. I do appreciate you being here. I mean, this is all the dense work you've done, trying to untangle all these threads and work through all the rumors and layers of secrecy around this stuff. I know I couldn't do it, but before we go, tell the people where they can actually read the book and follow some of your articles that are related to this stuff.
All right. Well, you can certainly get the book on Amazon now, and also on my website, TracyTwyman.com, and I've got quite a number of articles there also. And then my partner, Alexander Rivera, he has a website at theanoni.com. And Aon, of course, is spelled Aeon. And you can get the book from his website also.
Very cool. Right on. Well, thanks so much. This was a huge can of worms, and there's so much more involved that we didn't even get to talk about. But until we can do it again, keep doing what you do, all right?
All right. Thank you so much, Greg. Appreciate it.
You got it. Thank you. Whoa, Tracy Twyman, ladies and gentlemen. Good times. I really like this one. Any show that talks largely about magic or money is probably going to be up there for me. But I've heard a lot of back and forth about if the Templars' dark practices were real or just a mix of tortured admissions and paranoia from the church. But for me, there's enough here to say that I'm pretty confident these things aren't just rumors. And anyone who's not convinced, I definitely recommend her new book. It's a great resource if you want to learn more. It's very dense, 600 pages. That's not for a lack of evidence. And how cool was that Tracy said this was one of the biggest audience responses she got from a podcast appearance, right? Thank you for that, guys. That is a huge deal. It's very important. If you do think a guest is interesting, please reach out to them and say your Higherside Chats appearance was great, because I've been able to get some great guests, but they won't come back unless they feel like it's been worth their time. So if you can bring it to their attention that you heard them here, that really helps my case, because I don't have publicists and marketers and people to make those cases for me. If you thought this was interesting, definitely reach out to Tracy again and tell her you appreciated her work and her time. And Tracy really should be praised for finding these Hammer-Purgstall artifacts in the British Museum. We didn't spend a lot of time on the story, but she had to pay the museum who had these things not on display. She had to pay them to take proper pictures, and then she reproduced them in the book. Forgeries are a possibility with these artifacts, but at some point you just got to decide for yourself. And I hope this show gave you some insights into a group of people that everyone loves to name drop without knowing a ton about. Another thing about those artifacts, there is an owl carved on one. Might be part of this ancient spider versus owl struggle, eh? Plus, that's the second British Museum reference just like 50 days after I was there myself. Maybe the universe is telling me I should have spent more time there. Also, another reference from my European trip is Abraxas. Of course, Professor Doom talked a lot about Abraxas, but it was also the name of one of the weed coffee shops in Amsterdam that we kept coming across. Although I went in about 40 of those places, and the other 39 didn't really tie into the show in any way, so maybe it's nothing. But a few of the Plus members had requested that I bring Tracy back on. She happened to just have gotten a new book out, so bada bing, bada boom, the stars aligned. I think it went good. Another bit of news, I was a guest on the Free Your Mind podcast yesterday. Check that out on my Facebook if you want to hear me on the other side of the mic. But we talked a little bit about the early days of THC and how I really had a whole different goal and a different vibe where I was going after comedians. And some people wanted to see some of those shows. And I know I have remnants on my old hard drive somewhere, but I did have one of the big ones, the Joey Diaz interview, on this computer. So I threw it up on the Plus site as a little extra. If you're a fan of comedian Joey Coco Diaz and you want to see me doing a show in video, check it out. We smoked a ton of joints in that green room at the Madhouse Comedy Club, and I was nervous and unprepared. A bit embarrassing, but a lesson that if you keep working towards things and tweaking it and making it better, you'll eventually get there, right? So join Plus to listen to that. But an even better reason to join Plus is the second hour of the show every week, and today is no different. After talking about the Chinon parchment, magic, money, Gnosticism, the baptism of wisdom ritual, in the Plus show, we got into psychedelics and the Grail connection, Adam and Lilith, the idea of servitors and magic, Baphomet pact making in the music industry, pact making with the giant blowfish at the peak of a good acid trip. We've all been there, I'm sure. The power of manifestation, black magic versus white magic, as well as the Paris attacks and Friday the 13th and any possible connection. But I don't really need to tell you. You already know the second hour is just as good, oftentimes deeper than the first. So I won't lie and give some story about how desperate the situation is. Everything's going quite well. And I don't want you to sign up because it's your holiday charity. I want you to just like the show. I want you to do it for you because you enjoy listening, and the $5 for another 5 hours is worth it to you. And then you got the forums and a couple other extras for good measure. It's not bad. The HighersideChatsPlus.com. And I will also say that I have the next 2 THCs already recorded, and these are good. Both come from Plus suggestions, another reason to join. You can contribute to being the nebulous man behind the curtain here, but both guests are great. One show went a little bit better than the other, but I think next week, and I don't want to overhype, but I think a lot of people are going to be very happy. And it will be here soon, but until then, I've done all I can do. I'm going to get out of here, but it's your move, Baphomet brethren and remnants of the Templar Order. Your frickin' move. All right, Higherside Chatters, it seems the more one might dig into the closed-door activities of the elite, the more messed up it gets, from spirit cooking and Pizzagate to strange backwoods rituals and odd entity alignments that don't match anything we've seen in the mainstream circles. And not only do these activities exist to satisfy the sexual and psychopathic desires of the Capstone Cabal, but it also seems like many of these cloak and dagger traditions go back centuries as the preserved bloodlines of powerful people work towards arcane aims that make one wonder if they're even human. Well, with us today is returning guest Tracy Twyman to dive deeply into her latest work in trying to understand the rituals and symbolic meanings behind some of today's most notorious secret cults and traditions of the upper crust, perhaps tracing back to the time of the gods themselves. You might remember the previous times Tracy has been here, once to talk about her book Clock Shavings and her personal exploration of the occult, making contact with several entities, including what seems to have been the legendary entity Baphomet, and again more recently to discuss another book of hers, Baphomet, the Temple Mystery Unveiled, where she talks about the Knights Templar, the disembodied head of John the Baptist, and the idea that rituals and veneration for Baphomet by the Knights Templar was their secret source of power and knowledge that several of the financial alchemy tools they used to amass their wealth emerged from. Both far out and interesting shows, and of course Tracy has written several other great books about the subjects we love to explore, including Mind-Controlled Sex Slaves in the CIA, The Dragon Legacy, The Secret History of an Ancient Bloodline, Money Grows on the Tree of Knowledge, and now her first novel, Genuflect, which uses fiction as the vessel to discuss these deep-level disclosures a little more safely. So let's get this party started. A woman who's not afraid to stare into the heart of darkness and say, "Is that all you got?" Tracy Twyman, welcome back to the Higherside.
Thank you so much, Greg. I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, I really love having you here. And this novel is fascinating, and it goes into some really dark places. It gets into those things at the deepest end of the conspiracy pool, ritualistic rape and murder by the puppet masters of the planet. And obviously, we've had a couple related dust-ups in the news cycle related to these things since we last talked. But to kick this off, since we're talking about a novel, can you help clarify where the line is between fact and fiction in this new book? Because it seems pretty detailed and well-researched, but maybe the names have been changed to protect the author?
Well, I mean, it should be fairly easy if you read it all the way to tell where the line is, but there's some definite caveats and disclosures I need to make ahead of time. So if you read, you'll notice the main character, Pamela Auger, seems a lot like me because she has a job kind of like mine, writing books like mine. She has books that are like mine, except with slightly changed titles. So she is kind of like me, but she has a more exciting life and she's a little bit better suited to having adventures, so she doesn't have a husband and a child. I don't think I even said what age she was. I imagined her being a little bit younger and more fit and just more able to, jump around and spring around the world if she needs to. And that's where I left it because I didn't want to really tell people what to imagine too much. I kind of just told the story. And as far as the characters were concerned, I do give a bit of description, but I really leave a bit to the imagination too. Some of the other characters involved, people will recognize as being based on historical figures and figures in current news and current events. So certainly there's a villain that is kind of based on Michael Bloomberg. And the reason for this is because when I was formulating this whole idea, which was about August and September of last year, I really my first idea was just to write about just secret society cult type organizations doing, rituals with children, rape rituals based on the Knights Templar. And I imagine something having to do with, the deep web and some of this dark pornography that's spread there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I started to formulate that. I decided I wanted to have it set in London. And I remembered this monument that I had seen. My previous husband's name, Brian, he's deceased now. He and I were in England in 2005, and we came across this thing when we were just walking down the Strand, which is in the city of London, that borough. There's a district of London called the City of London, which is the financial district. And so we were walking through there. We ran across this thing that was an ancient temple of Mithras that, had been discovered. It was left over from the old Roman city of Londinium that pre-existed everything else there in England, in London, before it was called England. And so anyway, there's this ancient Roman temple, to the god Mithras, but it had been moved to where we stumbled upon it from its original location, which was just really a few feet down the road. But when they found it, which they found it in 1954, when they were excavating to try to build an office building, and they actually had to build the office building right away. So they didn't even really have time to do proper archaeology there, but they picked up the temple and moved it down the road and tried to reconstruct it as best they could. So the one I found was a poorly reconstructed version. And about a year, or not even a year ago, like 8 months ago, or whenever I started outlining this novel, I thought, oh, it would be great to mention the Temple of Mithras in the novel. So I just looked it up, refreshed my memory about where it was located. And I came to find out that, since 2005, last time I was in England, Michael Bloomberg has purchased the land on which the original Temple of Mithras, the place where it had been discovered. And he's building he was calling it his European headquarters when he originally started trying to do this. But then Britain pulled out of the EU. So I think that's why he's now calling it just his London headquarters. But anyway, he's building this huge building. It's going to be the biggest building in terms of land mass and I guess just the mass of the materials that's being used. It's one of the largest construction projects, in other words, that has occurred in London. And so it's going to be right there where the original Temple of Mithras was. and he's already done it, really moved the reconstructed temple back to its original place, the exact same spot where it used to be, and he's going to try to renovate it better than ever.
Huh.
So anyway, when I discovered this, I thought, well, I have to have, a scene there at that temple. And then I started researching Mithraism and Cybele worship, which I had already decided I was going to work into the story somehow. And it all just sort of came together perfectly. And it became this, I know I need to wind down my answer here, but that became the opening point at which everything that I had planned on putting in my story sort of came together in this magical way that I didn't even realize was as perfect as it turned out to be. So, yeah, so the location is based on a real location, which is this real Temple of Mithras has been moved to this place, and the new Bloomberg building is going to be opened. And, well, they told me before the third quarter of this year. When I started writing this, they weren't saying. So I just projected and I said, well, maybe it'll happen by March of 2018. And then there were some very important dates having to do with the end of March in 2018 that ended up becoming part of the story.
Huh.
The main character is based on Bloomberg, but, it's a lot. I mean, in a lot of ways, he's different, too, because my character is interested in a lot of really deep subjects, a lot of esoteric occult subjects. And he's interested in philosophy and surrealist art and stuff. And of course, he's involved in some really nefarious things like raping children and murdering people. And all of these are things that I have no reason to believe Michael Bloomberg is doing. So I guess that's where the fact and fiction separate.
Right. Fair enough. And I do find this Mithras temple find really intriguing. The idea that Bloomberg is concerned about it at all is fascinating. I mean, to the elite, places are so important, and also how things were in the ancient world. They always seem to try to be manifesting prophecy and all kinds of strange stuff that does often center around locations like this. And another thing you've said about this in one of your blogs was that this Bloomberg place is supposed to be like the smartest building in Europe, built to generate its own energy and even share it with nearby buildings. And you mentioned technology to maximize the efficiency of the workers inside. And I just went to a conference on consciousness with like really far out Tech Valley speakers, like guys from Google and all that stuff. And one of them did talk about this very company he started that is supposed to have something, I imagined it working like a Wi-Fi signal, like just radiating an area in a signal, but that's what it's about, is measuring brain waves and trying to biohack your way to greater efficiency. And I was like, wow, I mean, this is really what they're talking about. Like, just having economic slaves isn't enough. You really want to squeeze every last bit of blood out of them that you can. It's messed up.
Yeah, well, I mean, reality, again, was provided, everything I needed to create this fictional story. And then, I mean, the whole thing just turned into this magical process, because I would write things, come up with things in my own mind that I thought were just totally made up. And in fact, I thought were kind of unbelievable. And then, I just do a little bit of research, try to work things in, try to see what I could do to back it up a little bit. And I'd find out that I'm exactly right, or that, something that I had dreamed up. Sometimes it would happen a couple days after I wrote about it in my story and I hadn't shown it to anyone. Something very similar would happen in the news. As far as the building is concerned, yeah, first I said to myself, oh, this Temple of Mithras is great. I got to have some scenes here. I started looking into the building that Michael Bloomberg is going to put there. And yeah, it's based on, there's another building, I guess, in, I think I'm going to say the Netherlands. Yes, it's the Netherlands. And there's this Dutch designer who came up with a lot of these ideas. I forget what the name of, well, okay, they've got this term, I guess it's in Dutch, that means the new work. And here's what it is, man. So, okay, you described some of it. In Bloomberg's planned building, okay, there's something called a digital ceiling. And this, it's, super energy efficient. It knows everything that everyone's doing beneath it, right? So it's monitoring you with a camera, with all kinds of other sensors that would monitor your heat and, following each individual around the building as they go. And the purpose of this, they say, is energy efficiency. So they'll know when you're going somewhere, when you've just arrived, they need to provide more light and heat in that area, for instance. And, the building is smart enough to figure out what your patterns are, your habits, during the day. So it'll try to anticipate them.
God.
And then there's this other thing where in this building, one of these new work kind of buildings, including Bloomberg's, people will not have their own desks. They must try to score a desk when they get to work. And they're discouraged from using the same desk every day. And they get lockers to put their possessions in because the tables that they have don't have drawers or anything. So you're supposed to put your things in a locker, and you shouldn't even use the same locker 2 days in a row. And another thing is, like, especially the executives, people kind of in charge of certain departments and stuff, they can set up little codes that the digital ceiling will read, so they can make like a hand gesture or something, and it will know what in the building needs to happen next. And it can signal robots to come and bring you food, or, just all sorts of things. Bloomberg's building is going to be crawling with, self-sufficient robots. And the building that it's kind of inspired by in the Netherlands is also, already doing that. The gate to the parking garage opens up, right before you drive in, because it senses your card, it knows who you are, and it opens up to greet you. And then you've had a thing about how, there's going to be a gym, an exercise room, and all the exercise equipment is hooked up to generators so that while you're exercising, you're generating energy. And okay, the windows themselves are solar panels. And in fact, from what I was reading, all the new buildings, ones that are built with any kind of decent budget, the big skyscrapers and stuff, they're all going to soon be covered with these windows that are actually sucking in solar energy too. So he's got this amazing, building that he's building with this idea of, yes, being energy efficient, but also trying to, with this new work concept where no one's allowed to have a desk or anything, supposedly try to make you interact more with the other employees or something. To me, I would never want to go to work. It sounds awful.
Right,
So,
right.
What do you think, Greg? Would you want to work in a place like that?
Absolutely not. I mean, obviously, some of that stuff from the technology standpoint sounds pretty appealing, but it does also seem like it's a lot of razzle dazzle to hide some potential darkness and a more cutthroat work environment for sure. And I don't think we need any more of that. But is there anything else we should say about this location of esoteric significance, either in the ancient world or the Temple of Mithras aspect, rather than Bloomberg's building itself?
Well, I have had my theories about what the significance might be. You can tell it's a very significant spot, and here's why. For one thing, it's right next to several buildings that are important to, finance, particularly in England. And of course, thus by extension, the rest of the world, because London still is very much kind of the center of finance in a lot of ways, and like the gold and silver prices are still fixed there. They still lead in a lot of ways the global markets. And so it's symbolically and in truth very significant for the world economy. London is, and in particular, this district called the City of London, which is really the original London. I mentioned there was Londinium, the ancient Roman city. Well, this quote City of London, which is now just a district of London, that's the original Roman city. The walls of this district basically still correspond to what those original Roman walls were. And the Romans had this object called the London Stone. Well, we don't know what they called it, but it's now called the London Stone. And it's believed to go back to the Romans. And that they theorize they used to use it as I think they call it a malarium stone. So what it is it's the stone that you would put in the middle of the city, or, if not the exact middle, like the most significant area in the city, and kind of try to put it in the middle. And you measure everything else in the city out from that point. So anyway, that's what they think this rock originally was. Well, it's been symbolically significant to the City of London even before England became a country. And, people theorize that maybe this stone was involved with the coronation of chieftains and stuff before there were kings of England. And then even after England got created, the City of London continued to be its own separate entity legally. And so there's a tradition that even the monarch has to ask permission from the legal head of the City of London, which is this position called Lord Mayor. So the Queen, theoretically or traditionally should ask the Lord Mayor for permission to enter the City of London. So right here in the heart of the City of London, right where this London Stone object used to be and will again, I believe, according to what I've read, it'll be returned there again soon. So in this location, that's the location that Michael Bloomberg chose to put his building. That's where the Temple of Mithras originally was. And there's an underground river that flows right through it. There's several underground rivers in London, and this is one of the, important ones. It's called the Walbrook. And right next to Bloomberg's building, there's several other important buildings, such as the Rothschild building. This is the building that it's called New Court. It's been rebuilt several times, but it is the same plot of land that the Rothschilds have been possessing and controlling in London, since 1700, since they began their, financial control of England and then, other territories as well. So this is kind of, ground zero of at least that particular aspect of their empire. And also, so the Bank of England is right next to it. The London Bullion Market, where they used to, up until about a year ago, set the price of gold and silver in that building. That building is right there. And so, you've got the London Stone, you've got the Temple of Mithras, Bank of England, London Bullion Market Association, all right there in this plot of land that's right around this street called Bucklersbury. And it's shaped like a Superman diamond, which is something I mentioned in the book and has a great deal of significance. But So all these things are right there. I think it's important. Little bit of a spoiler, but I kind of think it's related to the myth that England is built on top of the island rests on top of the tomb of Kronos. So and this goes back to the Greeks. They said that Kronos was built, after the Titans got dethroned by the Olympian gods, Kronos and his buddies got put in this tomb, they call it, but he's a god, so he's not really dead. So it's more like a prison, and he's kind of sleeping there. And they described it as being underneath the British Isles. And for a number of reasons, not the least of which is that Mithras is considered the same as Saturn. Mithras is this Persian deity that was imported to the Roman Empire and, worshipped by Romans in the late part of the Roman Empire. So Mithras is Saturn. Saturn is Kronos. These are all names for the same figure. So you've got a temple to Mithras right there, to Kronos, Saturn, and you've got a myth that Kronos is buried and kind of locked away in a tomb underneath England. So I think it's right there. I think that's the location. There's a number of other reasons why I think that too, most of which I explain eventually one way or another in the book. But that's what I think is going on there. So it's kind of like, one of these center of the world kind of areas. It's a very sacred spot, I think.
Right. Yeah, I love that nexus of symbolism around Mithras, Kronos, Saturn. There are researchers out there who talk about the black sun, or even it ties into the electric universe, that Saturn might have once been our sun, and just really weird stuff. But it seems to be important to them, at least. And it's pretty clear the elite want to control certain spots on the planet for deep esoteric reasons that they aren't sharing with us. And before we do get too deep, we should probably talk about those ancient cults of Mithras and Cybele. You mentioned Cybele earlier. I think people probably know a little less about that particular entity. But let's discuss maybe the symbolism and traditions surrounding them, because I guess the suggestion is that in some elite occult circles, at least some of these traditions might still be intact.
Well, yes. And one of the vectors through which these traditions have continued on, I think, is through Templarism, which then influenced Freemasonry and the OTO and a bunch of other Western esoteric groups. But let's just start with Cybele worship, for instance, which goes back way further. She was worshipped in the history of the Romans way further back in history than Mithras. And, it is, again, a import from Phrygia, from Anatolia, but they incorporated it well into their culture to the point where she kind of became an embodiment of the state to them. She's the mother goddess. And so she's considered equivalent to sort of kind of like Gaia and Rhea, these kinds of mother goddesses from Greek mythology. I make the point in the book that I think these are the same figure, and I'm not just mashing all the girl goddesses together, I'm not being sexist. There's a real reason why I think all these characters really are the same thing. So Cybele's worship was marked with two very particular types of rituals. One was the castration of the priests. The priests would go into a frenzy during this festival to Cybele that would happen once a year at the end of March. They'd have a parade. They'd go walking down the street drunk and on drugs, go into a religiously induced frenzy. And then the priests, or the wannabe priests, the ones that were being inducted into the priesthood, would castrate themselves with a knife right there in front of everybody. And this is all in homage to Attis, who's Cybele's son. And the whole mythology of Cybele and Attis is really the main myth of the Cybele worship. So the story is that she was a goddess, the mother goddess. She had a son. She initially, according to the more detailed versions of the story, didn't want him and exposed him, left him for dead basically as an infant and left him alone. But someone else found him, raised him up. And then when he became an adult, or not even an adult really, but, when he began to mature and he was like a prepubescent child is how I take it from the description, she fell in love with him. And depending on which version of the story you read, some kind of gloss over this part, but it kind of seems like if you go into the more detailed versions that she had a sexual relationship with him when he was young. But then he wanted to marry a woman, when he grew up, and they were going to get married. In some versions of the story, they're actually at the altar, getting married. And Cybele shows up. And according to some versions, well, the most common version is just that she filled him with madness, deliberately inducing him to castrate himself. And then he bled out and died. And, that was her revenge to him for loving someone else. But then the story goes that she felt bad, she felt guilty, she missed him. And so either 1 to 3 days later, depending on the version, she resurrected him. And then this is celebrated in the rites of Attis. So this would all happen in the same week, the last week of March, ending on April 1st. So one day they'd celebrate the castration. A few days later, they celebrate his resurrection. And, again, it's all synced up with the similar kinds of death and resurrection rites we have now with Jesus.
Right.
So it's all tied into Easter.
Mm-hmm.
So in my story, by the way, Easter, this is true. Next year, Easter and April Fool's Day will be the same day. April 1st next year is going to be Easter. So I utilize that in my story. We haven't had this kind of confluence of April Fool's Day and Easter since 1956. So I tied that in with my story because I had, the Temple of Mithras that was discovered in 1954. I had some important events in the story taking place between those 2 years. So this is like, when you're reading the story now, we're kind of recreating things that happened the last time there was an Easter on April Fool's Day, which, by the way, April Fool's Day is linked up with Easter and with the fact that we used to have, in the West, we used to have that as kind of New Year's Day was April 1st for some countries in the West up until, I forget, it was like 200 or 300 years ago. Anyway, so they still call this day Lady Day, or the day that it's linked up with. I know I'm getting something wrong here because I'm trying to remember what was, I have to look it up. Lady Day was like maybe the 25th. I don't know. It's all explained in the book. But Lady Day, April Fool's Day, and this other date of, celebrating it as New Year's Day. All these things are linked together The reason why they would call it April Fool's Day is that's sort of a joke on the people that were still considering it to be, the New Year's Day.
Mm-hmm.
So, a long explanation, but anyway, that's some of the use of the Cybele symbolism that comes up.
Interesting.
And there's way more. Greg, if you have time, I can tell you all about Cybele.
Well, I have heard you talk about Cybele a little more and really emphasize this idea of being represented by a rock or a hermaphroditic rock. And I think that's pretty interesting because I like that panspermia perspective that perhaps an asteroid landed here and unpacked itself and eventually manifested man, who will then eventually manifest some tech form.
Uh-huh.
It's a really interesting concept, but a lot of people have suggested, the Dome on the Rock is just an asteroid, and people, they kind of laugh about that. But if it really was the source of life on Earth, potentially, then maybe there's deeper significance there than people realize. But I just liked that idea of the hermaphroditic rock, and it could be an asteroid that contained two sexes that built everything we have now. So that's kind of weird. But I guess I would ask, Cybele and Mithras, is there some linkage between there?
I think so. And the things that I found proved it to me. The interesting thing is that I would say modern myth experts and history experts try to debunk the idea that there's any real link between these two cults. But if you go back to the early 20th century and the late 19th century, the writings that were being done about Mithras back then, and I would suggest Jesse Weston has a good book about the subject that gets into the subject. From Ritual to Romance is good. And then also Franz Cumont wrote several books about Mithras. So if you want to get, where I'm getting some of my information, that's a good place to go. Anyway, here's the idea. Okay, so first of all, yes, you've got Cybele was worshipped as a rock. And there's statues of her that they claim were carved from a meteorite, a stone from heaven that was her, and then they made a statue out of her. And then there's also references to her as a rock where there's no statue involved. You just envision people worshiping a rock, which I think is why some authors have theorized that maybe the one at the Kaaba, the black stone at the Kaaba, might actually be the Cybele stone. Because I don't think we have the stone that they were really worshiping as Cybele. I think that that's been lost. So I don't think we really know what it really looked like. But yeah, I think originally there was this idea she's a stone and she fell from heaven. They link her with this other, I think it's just another name for the same goddess, another Phrygian name. So Agditis is another name for the same person. And they describe this figure as being originally hermaphroditic. And then the other gods in heaven thought that this creature was a freak and they didn't like it. So they cut her penis off and then cast her out of heaven. So there you have the idea of the rock, Cybele coming from heaven, but it has been castrated now. So now it's a goddess. And then she gives birth to a son, right? And that son is celebrated as Attis. But then we also have this other Phrygian god, Mithras. Now, Mithras is born from a rock. And it's just like, as if, there's just a stone there on the ground. It pops open and there's this guy comes out. And he's holding, they always show him coming out of the rock, holding in one hand a knife and in the other hand a torch so he can see, in the realm that he's coming into. So it's like the rock is sort of a portal, but it's also an egg. It's like there's a universe inside that egg, and then he comes out and now he's in this universe and he's the god of this universe. And this is what I found over and over again in the kinds of rituals and myths that I ended up dealing with for this story. That is the story they seem to be telling. Mithras is like, and I'm using sort of the most developed versions of the story, when you've got all the different lines of influence coming together at the late Roman Empire when they've taken the Persian myth and mixed in their own stuff. Then you get this god who's like Saturn, but he conquers the sun. He conquers all these other gods, and he becomes God himself. This story of him emerging from the rock, and then there's these stories of him, slaying a bull and encountering all these other figures. There's always in Mithraeums a picture of him shaking hands with Saul, and then Saul kneeling to him. So go ahead.
Oh no, I think it's all so interesting. And I had Chris Knowles on the show not long ago, and he was talking about the symbolism of that Prometheus statue at Rockefeller Center, or that statue that they say is Prometheus. And he was taking a deeper look at it, and how the figure isn't actually chained to the rock, but looks like it's emerging from it. And he was suggesting that they're basically hiding that this might be actually a statue of Mithras. And it does seem like there's a lot of layers to what they're really into deep below the surface. But how should we maybe tie this to modern day? Because I think a lot of people would assume these old traditions and cults would have just died out, along with the things they used to partake in. But what suggests it's still going on? Clearly, Bloomberg has an interest in that Mithras temple. But do we see other indications that they're still very interested in this stuff?
Oh, yeah. And I'll try to work that into my answer here, because I want to sort of add something to what I was just saying about the rock and Mithras, okay? The story of Mithras, there's a version of it that kind of elaborates on what happens next and how he has his own son. He creates his own heir, right? They say that Mithras hated women, and the Mithras cult was an all-male cult. And they even, the rituals they had, the kind of phrases they used in the rituals, you can tell they did not like women. And so this myth says Mithras himself did not like women, but he wanted an heir. He wanted a son. So he ejaculated onto a rock, and the rock became pregnant, and a child came from that, which they say is Fanny's. It's like the Orphic egg came from that. So an Orphic egg is, it's a universe in itself. So what we have here is a story of a god who came from a rock himself, and then went on to create another god and another universe, really, with the same process of ejaculating onto a rock. So, okay, this is all interesting because I think it ties in with this idea, that we're in a matrix or a false reality. You mentioned the Saturn cube idea, which is so popular now.
Right.
The idea that the figure of Saturn, whatever he is created some kind of world of illusion for us to live in, and we're inside of this box. Well, so, I think that's what this story is hinting at about Mithras. But of course, whoever came up with it wouldn't have known anything about computers or virtual reality or anything. And really, that's the version of these ideas that we have now in our reality. But there's a lot of other ways you could picture the same thing kind of happening. We have computers with buttons on them now. Maybe it's something else in another dimension. So I think this is a story about Mithras breaking out of one false artificial prison world and then making his own, and I think that the elite, there's some of them that have the same idea, because, last year you had a story that came out that was in the news, reprinted in several different, mainstream newspapers and magazines. They all had kind of paraphrased versions of the same story, where they were saying there's a group of billionaires, and they wouldn't give it a name. It wasn't like a secret society or anything. They just said there's a group of billionaires, secret, because they're secret. There was not like a name to the group or anything. But they said that these billionaires are working secretly on some kind of way to break us out of the matrix. They believe we're in a simulation, and they're going to break us out. And then that story just went. Nobody addressed it again. There was no elaboration on who these guys are or what they're doing. And it was right around the time the story came out, just as I'm already writing this story. And I didn't intend on using that idea in my story, but it ended up just going there. That's where the information led me. And so, that's the kind of thing, I guess, that, not to spoil it too much, but that is the sort of thing that the villain in my story is aiming towards, and using the building as a technology device to do that is part of the story.
Yeah, I really do love those ideas that the elite's true plan and agenda is to try to jailbreak this enclosure. It gets into that idea of subverting the gods, the whole Lucifer motif. We see a lot of Lucifer symbolism, and it really does get to that place of wondering, is the entity that built this thing, is the creator of this construct, a positive or negative entity? I know you did a great show with Marty Leeds, who I really like and who has really become a friend of mine and is a pretty clear proponent of the flat earth model.
Mm.
Of course, Marty is an optimist, and our biggest disagreement is about that stuff. Like, is this creator entity positive or negative? If it's a negative entity who has this on some prison planet archonic energy farm, then maybe the elite's plan to jailbreak it isn't so bad. But if it is supposed to be some paradise crafted by an altruistic being, then they're definitely up to no good. So it's really just depends on how you view the moral alignments of these characters.
Well, I think that what I ended up finding in my research, because I got deep into the secrets of the OTO, for instance. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've seen things that only a handful of people on Earth have seen.
Damn.
Other than, other OTO initiates. Not very many non-initiates have seen what I've seen. And yeah, so I got into researching the rituals of Aleister Crowley and the kind of stuff that he was into, and also just alchemy, which, I've been looking at sort of bewilderedly for years and trying to make head or tail of. I figured out years ago that it involves some recipe of human blood and body parts and things like that, and the human soul, utilizing all this stuff somehow.
Shit.
But it seems to me what I found is a technology, a magical technology. And I'm not saying I know all the ins and outs of how it works, but I deconstructed the symbolism of these secret rituals and recipes. And they're talking about ways of creating your own universe and destroying the one you're in now. And you could actually just look at it as you are trying to break out of the prison you're in now. And in the process, you'll probably end up destroying the one that you came from. So I believe that I found secret encoded magical instructions on how to become your own god. And in the process, you either destroy or imprison, or it's kind of can be seen as both, the world that you come from.
Yeah.
And, you can see this when you look at some of the things that are easy to find are the Equinox of the Gods ritual that the OTO engages in. There's writings that Aleister Crowley had about creating a homunculus
Right.
through sex magic, and usually involves some kind of unnatural birth. His idea, what he thought would be the most potent way to do it, would be to somehow impregnate an anus and have an anal birth. So that all made its way into the story. Gotta warn you guys, it's pretty gruesome, but it's definitely something that Aleister Crowley was writing about.
Right.
And when he's talking about an anal birth, he's talking about the anal birth of a universe. And he totally wrote about that in his diaries, if you look. So, there's I guess the question of whether it's bad or good for us to be in a prison, I don't think that there's an answer to that. It depends on what side, I guess, you're on, in or out, right? So if you're on the outside and you have a little snow globe that entertains you, then you like it and you think it's good. But if you're in the snow globe and then you realize that your world is fake, you might not like it.
Right.
And especially if you realize, this is what I think is happening. The world that is either created by the god, and also possibly the world that he leaves and ascends to, to become higher than. I think that those worlds can be used as batteries, machines creating energy for you. So I think that that's going on now. And, to the extent that we have energy being siphoned out of our world and given to someone else on the outside, that means that we are slaves. And so, from that perspective, it seems bad.
Right.
But I don't think there's any way to escape it without doing that to somebody else.
That is, that's pretty dark. And I guess, does this all culminate in what you're calling the conquering of the sun ritual? Can you detail that piece for us?
Yeah, I'll try to. Yeah. This is a concept that I just found is in all of the Greek creation myths, and you can pretty much find it in a lot of the older, major cultures' creation myths. And then it's in alchemy. It's in almost all of the alchemical pictures and manuscripts. So what it is it's the idea that each cycle, the Greeks, for instance, broke everything down into ages. The Gnostics called these things aeons. And each of these cycles had a different major god that was in charge of everything. So the Greeks have these stories of, first you have Oranos and Gaia. So you have heaven and earth. Then they split apart. And in the space in between them, then these other cycles occur. Uranus is overthrown in the process of being split apart from his mate. And then, I'll try not to get too detailed here, but that story is about, Uranus and Gaia originally are one hermaphroditic being. And they're kind of like having sex constantly, and having children. They're engendering children inside the womb of the female half of the being, but then those children cannot get out. And so the myth tells about how Oranos was afraid that he was going to be usurped by one of his children. And so he didn't want them to be born. And then they tell this story of how Gaia gave Saturn or Kronos, one of the children inside of her, a knife to use to castrate their father. And that's how Uranus gets overthrown by Saturn.
Right.
And then they say that heaven and earth got separated, and then that's how that creation exists, and that it will cease existing if they ever come back together again somehow. And then they say that Atlas, who is one of the Titans, was punished with the burden of holding up heaven and earth. Now you've got this story, it goes on. So first you got the era of the Titans and ruled over by Kronos. And that's remembered as being the golden age. Then you have Saturn overthrown by Zeus, and the Titans are said to be locked in Tartarus. And like I said, they're still there, supposedly. They're still alive. They're underneath us somehow. So I'm going through this story here and incorporating it into my fiction story. And I realized, I thought, well, okay, Zeus was the main god then during the Olympian period. Did they ever say that Zeus got overthrown by anyone? And at first I'm thinking, well, that's dumb because the Greeks would never have said that. He was their god. So it'd be like us saying, oh, God's dead.
Yeah.
Which we did say that.
Yep, Nietzsche did.
So maybe there is a comparison there. But anyway, actually, they do have some specifics about who would have been Zeus's heir. And they say that it was Apollo, who was a sun god. And this caused me to think, well, okay, people always compare Christianity to sun worship. And Jesus is always depicted as the sun or having a kind of a solar halo behind his head. And then all these Christian rituals are, timed to old pagan holidays, usually having to do with whatever the sun's doing at that part of the year, equinoxes and solstices and things like that. So, we definitely have kind of a solar worship going on now.
Absolutely.
And I wondered, everyone says that's the ancient worship of the ancient peoples, but then they were worshiping Jupiter. And so to try to tighten everything up, it occurred to me that maybe this position of main god can be likened to the sun, and that we have different cycles in which someone else plays the role of the sun.
Yeah. I could see that. I mean, it's pretty deep stuff. And as we're getting to kind of the halfway point here, I wanted to read something from this great post you have on your blog called Mad Love, and it kind of ties in a lot of the stuff that we've talked about so far. But you say, I have revealed a number of symbols, some of them treasured as concealing great spiritual mysteries in the Hermetic traditions of Western occultism, which all seems to be related to the ideas of raping children, consuming human flesh, and using the bodies of victims, both dead and alive, to breed supernatural entities, golems, homunculi, and many other things. The souls that are incarnated in these rites are ensnared by the magicians performing them, seduced into coming into our world, and then trapped inside of a carnal container of some sort. And that is freaky stuff. but it is in line with what a lot of people think is going on. I guess, do you have any idea what happens next, or what happens to these beings once they're trapped or created, and how they're used? I mean, obviously our world goes on without a lot of people knowing about this. So I don't know how epic it is, but do we know how far this goes beyond the stories of Crowley we've heard? Maybe something in the last 100 years?
Well, okay, I have my own theories, and, anyone's free to just make up whatever they want, I guess. But basically, I think that when I'm talking about this ritual of conquering the sun, that ties in here, because I saw this being depicted in, like I said, alchemical stories. And then there's actually two kind of fictional versions of the old alchemical stories that have been utilized in modern times. Well, I'll tell you about Jodorowsky's film, The Holy Mountain. This really kind of spelled it out to me. I thought I was seeing this pattern, and then I watched his film again, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's totally what's going on. Because his film, he's open about it. It's an alchemical allegory, and he says it's based on two things: the Invisible Mountain book by Damal, forgetting the name of it now. Maybe it's called The Invisible Mountain or something. No, it's called Mount Analog. Okay. And then he's got this other one that he based it on, which is Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreutz. So both Jodorowsky's Holy Mountain and its inspiration, which is this book from the 1600s called The Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreutz. Maybe it's 1700s. Anyway, the story is about killing the 7 archons, the 7 planetary deities that the ancients thought of as being in control of our whole world, and killing them and then regenerating them. So in both the Christian Rosenkreutz story and Jodorowsky's movie, you have people that are like embodying they have the spirits of these gods inside of them, and then they are killed or sacrificed. And then it's implied that a master alchemist can regenerate them. You're literally melting down their bodies.
Damn.
Separating their souls, using the blood and the body material, changing it alchemically through different scientific processes, and then using that to form new bodies of hosts that will hold the spirits of the ones that you've just sacrificed. And then you make them into a new sun and a new moon, which in the Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreutz, they're depicted as just having human bodies, okay? They're a new sun and a new moon, and they become the new king and queen of the universe, and they breed and create the other 5 classical planets, the other 5 gods. And there you have the gods of a new universe. So this is how I think it's done. You have to somehow entice the spirits of the 7 gods down from their seats in the heavens and get them to come into human bodies. And then you can trap them and, yes, sacrifice them and use those spirits then to make your own universe. And that's kind of the story I'm telling.
Yeah, it's so interesting, but it's that last part, creating your own universe, that I don't know. I just don't see. Maybe I don't see them because I don't recognize them, or maybe I can't tell what reality would be without this kind of magic going on in the Masonic basements all over the place. But I don't know. Have they made their own universe? I guess they kind of have. Depends on how you look at it.
Well, we wouldn't know. I mean, they might have a whole bunch of them. We might be in one of them now. Well, and the way I'm envisioning it, it's almost like you could be in one of them and you could create some more either inside, or you could try to get out and create some more on the outside. And finding out what is inside and outside becomes very difficult at that point. It becomes relative, doesn't it?
It does.
And this is something I think is, true. Like, you can't really get a real perspective on what's up or down or in and out at a certain point. When you break down these stories down to their basics, things become very confusing. I mean, how is it that Saturn is the god of the highest realm up in the heavens, but at the same time, he's trapped in Tartarus, supposedly beneath us.
Yeah.
So I thought of it as the best you can do probably is just with the memories that you have in your own culture, try to arrange them chronologically and then view it as one thing stacked on top of another. So right now we're on top of Tartarus, supposedly. Well, that's got the remains of the Golden Age in it. It's got the remains of that other universe, but we're on top of it. And that, I think, is part of the symbolism of Atlas holding things up. Whoever's on the bottom of something else is, by definition, holding up the stuff on top. So this gets into the symbolism that you find in Christianity and Freemasonry. We've got the cornerstone and, the idea of this sacred place that's the foundation of something, whatever's on top of it. Another thing, too, is like this idea that we're slaves. Part of the slavery is that we're holding up the worlds that are set on top of us.
Right.
So
right.
I think we experience this. This is just me theorizing, just pontificating, just making stuff up. But this is how I feel, is we experience this in terms of how hard our lives seem to be. And, does it ever seem to you like the whole world is an inefficient machine? You're putting in so much work and getting so little out of it. And by definition, a machine should give you more product for the work that you put in. It should be increasing value somehow. Well, it feels to us like it just got value flying out the window. We can't figure out where it's going. And that, to me, is a sign that there is someone else sucking the juice off the top of us. And, we just keep trying and trying, but we can't make it. There's this story about in Tartarus that there's these, I think they're called the Nereids or something. There's these 3 women that their punishment is to hold these jars of water, and they're constantly trying to fill the jars of water, but there's a hole in the bottom of them, so they're constantly leaking, so they'll never win. And that's how I think we are here in our universe. That is evidence that there's something else. There's a leak in the vessel somehow, but it's all part of the design,
Absolutely. And I love that you said, we're holding up the illusionary constructs, because that's the kind of symbolism that I take in. I mean, when we're talking about created universes or false realities, that's what these things are. I mean, we're the ones holding up the things we're bound to, like contract law or debt-based currency and economic slavery. These are all illusions that we know are illusionary, but we buy into them. We live our life determined by them. And sure enough, none of them are natural. They're all created by these potentially occultists at the top of the pyramid. And so if you want indications that their magic is working, look at the goddamn mind control and the spell we're all under, that we literally don't do anything on this planet without green paper. So maybe we should look at those green paper printers. But man, another thing I wanted to ask you about is because you mentioned reality mirroring the themes of your book as you were writing it. And Pizzagate and spirit cooking are sort of old news now. Not that anything's been done about them, but the chatter, of course, has died down. During that time, you also wrote a lot of great articles breaking down some of the weirder symbols and phrases that came out in the glimpses that we saw. And since you do have such a deep knowledge of these arcane things, when you heard those phrases like spirit cooking and earthquake nights, along with some of the artwork that was involved, did this look like nonsense and gibberish to you, or did you find connections to deeper themes and mythology when you tried to unpack all that stuff?
Well, yeah, the Pizzagate thing broke out about a month and a half into my writing and outlining and stuff. And I guess I wouldn't say was that surprised, because the hints that was coming, they had already sort of released some stuff like, the New York police, they've got some videos and, they're going to be coming out soon, and it's got stuff to do with child sex, and it's going to make Hillary look bad. And I thought, okay, so this works out because the stuff I'm writing is going to, be timed perfectly with the news. But I had no idea that it was going to, be such a huge story, or that it was going to come out as soon as it did.
Right.
So, yeah, then the Pizzagate stuff happened. And my policy in general when I'm writing, whether it's fiction or nonfiction, is I try to isolate myself from the news and from other humans as much as possible so I won't be influenced by whatever is going on.
Right.
But I just got bombarded by messages one day. You have to look at Drudge Report. You have to look. Come on, just do it. And so I finally did. And yep, there's the spirit cooking was like in red letters across the top of Drudge Report. And so I had to pay attention. And sure enough, everything they were talking about was the kind of alchemical rituals I was talking about, including, yes, as you mentioned, references to earthquake nights. And I was already writing some stuff that's, okay, a bit controversial, but it was about the symbolism I was seeing having to do with anal sex rituals and the creation of earthquakes, the disturbance of the earth by doing that. And, so again, it's only controversial just because people are so touchy about sexuality these days and, everything is political. So anyway, what I was seeing is, that Aleister Crowley's sex magic is so much about, male homosexual anal rights. Okay. The deeper you go into OTO, the more homo and anal it gets. And then they start telling you, well, the best thing to do is actually do it with a kid. And so anyway, I should just give myself some legal cover, by the way. This is what I am seeing in the Aleister Crowley material that I am reading. I myself am not a member of the OTO, and I cannot tell you for a fact that they do anything with children. Okay. I'm saying what I see in Aleister Crowley's rights. But anyway, so, the stuff with Pizzagate came out. And she mentions earthquake nights. Again, I thought, well, that's just an interesting synchronicity. There's this thing in one of her videos about putting your head on the mineral pillow. So again, that's the sacred rock. That's like Jacob's pillow. Anyway, so the Cybele rock and things like that. And then then it's just so many of the other Pizzagate details that would come out over time ended up corresponding to things that I was writing about. So I was already putting some stuff in the book that corresponds to the myth of Pegasus, and the flying horse that comes out of the neck of Medusa when she's killed. Well, I wrote this scene, and then I decided to go to the Pizzagate forum that I hadn't been to in like a couple months, the VOAT page. And I go there, and what do you know? I find the word Pegasus right at the top of the page. And it's because they just discovered that there's this thing labeled the Pegasus Museum on Google Earth that it was a building that used to belong to one of these guys, Alephantis or one of them. And I guess the building has disappeared now. Nobody knows what happened there, but it was kind of suspected as being a place where, children were being held. So, I have a list somewhere of all these weird coincidences and things that happen. I guess not the least of which is just how much terrorism there is in London now, whereas London was not really much in the headlines at the time that I started writing. So I know that I picked the right spot, definitely, to have this story.
Mm-hmm. Right. And you are correct in that it gets pretty thorny because people's proclivities for talking about sexuality and sexual persuasion. But you can't deny that this stuff is in a lot of the mythology, the whole motif rising up and raping the father figure. And we didn't put it there. And I think of it less about hetero and homosexual and more about power and domination, because there is really no more complete way to own someone, especially two alpha male type figures. I mean, that's a complete and total owning. And I think it's more about power and control than it is about what gender you're attracted to. I guess that's the way I try to separate those issues from the source material.
Yeah, I usually would ignore such concerns, but it's been so heightened lately. And I know that I have fans that, I guess fit into any one of these categories. So I don't want to offend anybody.
Right.
But definitely one of the things I was struck by when I researched the myths of Cybele and Mithras, for instance, was the fact that Cybele used to be a hermaphrodite. That just seemed so significant to me. And then, you got that story about Mithras doesn't like women, but he wants to breed without one. And then Cybele, a similar thing was said about her. She does not like women and she does not like men. So she tries to keep a middle gender between the two. This is a quote from one of the chroniclers, in ancient times. So Cybele is not just a hermaphrodite, but specifically despises the sex roles and, traditional men, traditional women. And then you got the same thing with Mithras. So it's interesting to me. And you have Franz Cumont saying, for instance, the Mithras expert, he thought that they were definitely connected, these two cults, that the Mithras, well, they performed a bull sacrifice, or a bull sacrifice is a major part of their mythology. And the Cybele worshippers, that was their major ritual, was cutting open a bull, and then they would douse their priest with the blood, and it would just rain down on them. So, people would say, modern historians might say, well, a Mithraeum isn't big enough to do a bull sacrifice. But Franz Cumont already addressed that over 100 years ago. He said that the Mithraeus used to hire the Cybele worshippers to kill their meat for them and to do their sacrifices for them. And then, that was just an extension of their ritual chamber, basically. And in a lot of ancient cities, when you look at the ruins, the Cybele temple and the Mithras temple were very close physically to each other. And in one case, in Ostia, in Rome, or near Rome, they were right next to each other, back to back. So I think, the evidence is there. These two cults were related, and these two cults also happen to be anti-natural sex, I guess. People even like to depict the Mithras cult as being kind of ascetic and what do you call that stuff? They practiced abstinence. There's a C word for it.
Oh, celibate.
Celibate. Thank you so much.
You got it.
They might have practiced celibacy or something. But when you look, the archaeology and some of the details of, what is known, what contemporary authors wrote about them, they had members as young as 12, okay? You would basically go through what is described as torture in order to be inducted. And they were taking hallucinogenic drugs for these induction rituals.
Yeah.
The second degree was called the nymphos. That's the bride. And the bride is a boy. So you would be marrying a boy to a man during this ritual. Then when they're slaying the bull, historians might say, well, they never actually slayed the bull in the rituals. We don't know. There's depictions of the bull slain, right, of Mithras doing it. And there's a depiction that involves someone sodomizing the bull. Okay, so I think that the Mithras cult wasn't asexual. I think it was definitely homosexual. And so I think that that's another thing that, it's been kind of cleaned up from, the way modern people like to view it. But I definitely think it was kind of a homosexual, anti-woman, pedophilic cult. And it was also, I think, I wouldn't say it's influenced by Gnosticism, but it had a similar idea because it was really all about getting out of creation and busting out and, creating your own world, which is, what I said before. If you would wonder, well, how can something like that go along with the Cybele worship, which is all about, it's a priesthood of castrated males? Well, it's just, again, all part of the idea of messing up the natural sexes somehow, I think. I think that Mithras's hatred of women is an extension of Cybele's hatred of men. And it would make sense if Mithras was her son, if Mithras was Attis somehow, or a recapitulated version of that, that he would have this memory of mother being the one who castrates people. So, that would go along with his hatred of women. I think that these things are all connected in very deep ways that are only obvious to people on the inside. Whereas on the outside, that's part of the reason, actually. It makes it easier for us to ignore it because it seems like all these doctrines are kind of in conflict. But really, they all have a similar origin. And it does tie into the mystery of Baphomet that I've been trying to figure out for my whole life here. That's a hermaphroditic figure, or that's what I've always described it as, and that's what people usually describe it as. But as I was writing this book, I sat down after reading all the Cybele stuff, and I looked at Baphomet one more time, and I realized, the Eliphas Levi depiction of him doesn't show him with a penis. It shows him with a rod instead, with a caduceus. And Eliphas Levi even describes it as such. He says in place of a phallus. And then there's a curved line going right over above the caduceus. And this is all in front of his crotch, right? The curved line, according to Eliphas Levi, when he's describing the meaning of his own picture, he says that represents the atmosphere. So
weird.
It's like it's the sky, okay? So it's just like the myth of Uranus or Uranus, where he was, a hermaphroditic being with his bride Gaia, but then he got castrated and they got separated. So the pole is now separating the sky, holding it up separate from the earth, instead of there being a phallus. So yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I unfortunately came to this realization after I wrote a 600-page book about Baphomet. But I realize now that at least the Eliphas Levi version of Baphomet isn't a hermaphrodite so much as it's hermaphrodite that's been castrated. And, when you look at other versions of Baphomet, like the drawings that Hammer Purgstall has in his book from 1818 that influenced Eliphas Levi, those also have a hermaphroditic being, but it's really just maybe a woman, because it has kind of a vaginal slit, or I don't know, that kind of looks like it, but it has a beard too. But you don't see a penis, okay? And then what I'm calling a vaginal slit, well, there's no hair around it, and it could also just be a hole, like from where the penis used to be. So this is sort of my revised understanding of Baphomet. When I look back at him now, I realize he's very much like Cybele. And in fact, Hammer Purgstall actually said that meat was Cybele. And another thing I discovered too, one of the church fathers, when he was describing the Gnostics, he said that they were essentially continuing the worship of Cybele, and they had similar rituals as the Cybelists. So, all this stuff started to come together in my head as I realized the Cybele worship was continued through the Gnostics, and then Cybele is Baphomet. And Hammer Purgstall and others are saying the Templars got into Ophite Gnosticism and that was their secret cult. Okay, so they were worshiping Cybele. And, they're worshiping a castrated hermaphrodite. And then, just to wrap it all up here and put a bow on it, then I looked back at, the famous pictures of the effigies of Templar knights, recessed into the floor of, for instance, the Temple Church in England. And then there's other places too where they have the same thing. So that you see his grave is underground, but then on the surface of the floor, on top of the grave, there's a effigy of a knight. And those effigies almost always show them with these crossed legs. Now, officially, they'll tell you that that's a sign of having gone to the Crusades, that a knight would be depicted that way on his gravestone if he had, done time actually on the battlefield during the Crusades. But, I can't help but look at that now and realize that that image of the knight with his legs crossed looks identical to the way that Attis is usually depicted with his legs crossed. And his legs are crossed quite specifically because he's just been castrated.
Wow. Boom. There it is. Gift wrapped and delivered. And it also seems like it kind of ties into that obelisk symbolism, that obelisk Osiris symbolism, all about the phallus.
The severed phallus. Yes, I just realized finally, it took me, I'm almost 39 years old now, but I just finally figured out all these, symbolic phalluses, they're disembodied for a reason. All these talismans of Priapus that people have written about. In the 1800s, there were several, writers who became obsessed with the idea that there was a cult of Priapus that used to reign all over Europe, and that this has been incorporated into Christian symbolism, and that this is what the Templars were actually doing too. And so they have all these, European votive statues and necklaces and stuff of just a penis, and sometimes the penis has a penis, or it has wings and legs and things like that. And I'm realizing now, yes, they're worshiping a phallus, but it's also a cut phallus, and there's a reason for that. It harkens back to this myth.
And in some of your blogs, you even mentioned that potentially that ritual, that tradition could have been dumbed down a little bit or nerfed a little bit and become the cutting of the middle finger, which is in those spirit cooking artistic expressions or whatever you want to call them. Also, John Podesta in that one picture, all his fingers are all screwed up. And you note that Johnny Depp, one of the strangest, most occult-aligned actors in Hollywood, he had a strange story where he cut off his own finger in a fight with his girlfriend, apparently. It's interesting to think that potentially this is the carrying on of that tradition in just a little more mild sense.
Yeah, I mean, when I published that article months and months ago, that part of it was just a tiny part of the article. It really sort of deserves its own, article and YouTube video and everything, because this is a phenomenon that I'm sure, the Illuminati watchers of the world could really make something of. When I put it out in that one article, I got lots of emails from people saying, "Oh, I noticed this and that." In the stories of celebrities where they've accidentally supposedly cut off one of their fingers or a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think that this ties into the castration idea, and also it is just a secret society rite that apparently, for instance, they do it in the mafia. We know. I found some old literature claiming that Freemasons would do it. This stuff was over 100 years old where they were writing about it. And then, yeah, I just ran into a bunch of other news stories where celebrities were doing this. But yeah, it's something that you do. For instance, if someone's a member of your secret society and they have messed up somehow, like if they had a mission and they messed up, or they broke their vow of secrecy a little bit, but you don't really want to kick them out and you don't really want to kill them, so you just punish them. And part of the reason why it's such a bad punishment is because if it's like a real occult, magic ritual type secret society, your hands are a very important part of doing those rituals. And there's so much power in your hands and your fingers. In particular, there's a hand signal that I kept coming across both in ancient stuff and in some of the modern secret societies, where they're using the first three fingers of your hands, so your thumb and your index finger and your middle finger. It's called manopantia, and there's a bunch of other terms for it. So it's like a hand signal that you can use when you're doing magic. You can like point it at the object that you're trying to bless or curse, or point it up at the air if you're trying to invoke something from the sky. And, there's probably a lot of different things you could do with it. But what I found interesting is that there's a lot of OTO pictures, I don't know, memes, things floating around you can find where it is definitely something put out by an OTO person, and it will have these three fingers. Sometimes you'll see the hand with the three fingers extended, just doing the hand signal, but quite often you'll see those fingers cut off.
Right.
They'll either show you the hand with the fingers cut off or the fingers just sitting there with no hands. And so I take this as a, sort of a reminder of a penalty. It's like dragging your finger across the throat. You're reminding the person of the oath they took, and that if they fail, they're going to lose their fingers, and they're the very important fingers that you need for blessing and cursing. So it's like if you get your fingers cut off, you've lost your magics a little bit, at least,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. I think there could be a connection there. I mean, it's really hard to say. I mean, obviously they try to keep this stuff so hidden. You're kind of just stuck trying to connect the dots as you see them. And I think it's interesting. You also mentioned Superman earlier. And when it comes to the symbolism of the diamond-shaped Superman logo, in one of your blogs you write, the significance of the shape also has to do with alchemy, sacred geometry, the Masonic Royal Arch keystone, the gem cutters of Belgium, and the work of John Dee, who once lived at that very site of the Bloomberg building because of his obsession with the London Stone, another relic that plays an important role in the story of genuflect. And that is a lot to unpack, but can you tell us any more about this nexus of interesting threads and the relation to Superman?
I can, yes. And a lot of this actually probably won't be fully developed until the sequel to the story, if I can manage to get it out here.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot going on there. The way I stumbled across this whole thing, is just that I was looking at the actual physical site Bucklersbury, this place where Bloomberg's putting his real building. And I noticed that the site around it took the shape of the Superman diamond, the Superman logo. And that's what I called it for the longest time as I was writing about it and researching it, because I couldn't find a particular word just for that one thing. In fact, I couldn't even find proof that it pre-existed Superman for the longest time. So I just kind of went with that for a while. I incorporated it into my story. And as I did so and continued to try to tie it in with this and that element of the story, it really took form. It really did become something. So there's two things here. For one thing, I should just note, okay, that the Rothschild building is right there next to the site that we're talking about. I actually have some scenes in the movie, or it's not a movie yet, in the novel, where they do the rituals at the Rothschild building. And I mentioned the name actual Rothschilds. I don't have any characters that are named after real Rothschilds, but I have the name of the family, and the location where they have their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was interesting to me when I was trying to find connections between the Superman diamond and anything else in my story. One of the first things I did was just decide to put in Superman plus Rothschild in Google, and I came up with something right away. Just blew me away, which is the fact that Lois Lane is named after a Rothschild, or she's a character based on a Rothschild.
Right.
But as far as I can tell, it's not that family of Rothschilds. It's some other Rothschild, and she used to be friends with, or she went to school with, the guy Jerry Siegel, I think is his name, that drew Superman. So
Right.
It's just some girl that he used to be in love with, that he based Lois Lane on. It just somehow happens to be her name happens to be Rothschild. And I happened to look that up, of all the things I could have looked up. So that's how I stumbled across that interesting aspect. Then there's the fact that Superman himself has always been considered a symbol of Jewish identity, hidden Jewish identity in Hollywood, which is something I learned in school. And, I recently looked it up online, and there's plenty of mainstream articles saying this. So it's something that's known. Now, the diamond having to do with the actual diamond itself, like a physical diamond, a rock, that part of it didn't come to me until, I would say, the last couple months that I was working on this. But it really exploded. It really became a huge part of, I realized it was a huge part of the whole story all along, and I didn't even know it. So it has to do with the fact that the shape that you see there of the Superman diamond, that is the side view of a particular cut of diamond called brilliant round cut. And this is the most perfect diamond that's ever been invented. It was invented in the 1920s by this guy from Amsterdam, which Belgium happens to be like the center of the global diamond trade. And so this guy, Tolkowski, I think is his name, he was a mathematician, but he was from a family of diamond cutters and designers. So he invented this cut of diamond to be the most perfect stone for refracting light, so that it would refract and separate the colors out into the rainbow and make them sparkle and shine it the furthest possible. And it was just the most perfect way of doing it. So he invented this in the 1920s. Around the same time, or I think it might have been just shortly before this happened, the biggest diamond in the world, raw uncut diamond, was found in Africa, and it now belongs to the royal family, and they've cut it up into hundreds of pieces. So this diamond, the perfect cut diamond, I'm trying to figure out how to say this without giving away the whole story, and also without taking up too much time.
Sure.
But the diamond thing, when it works itself into the story, it has to do with the idea of a Masonic keystone, right? You know about the Royal Arch keystone that they show in Masonic tracing boards. They always show, you have the two pillars of Yakin and Boaz, and then there'll be this thing in between them, whether it's the eye, the all-seeing eye, or a triangle, or an eye in a triangle, or sometimes they show it as like just an additional sun. Like usually you'll have the pillars, right? And then you'll have the sun over one pillar, the one on the left, and then the one on the right has a moon over it. And so in between you'll have this third object And they're all called lights of the temple. So you've got the sun is a light, the moon is a light, and then this third thing, the eye, usually shown shining brighter than the others. So, you got to dig and dig to find out what does that mean. Oh, and then sometimes they'll show an arch in between the two pillars with what's called, the Masonic symbol of the special keystone in the middle. And so sometimes they'll put the all-seeing eye right on the keystone to show you that those two things are kind of the same thing. They represent the same thing. And then they'll put the G, they'll in that same position in the middle, they'll put the G, which, nobody knows what it stands for. Does it stand for God or, no one knows what? Well, so I kind of put all this stuff together. I can't even describe to you how, various ways. Anyway, the way I see it, the Royal Arch Keystone, the Masonic symbol, is a plug in between our world and the one on top of it. And you can see this when you look at enough Masonic tracing boards where the symbol is shown. They actually show that. They show it being pulled up, and then the special light of that other object, that other sun, pours through the hole. Okay. And it connected with this idea that I came across. Well, it's a reality. There's a thing called a deck prism, which they rarely use anymore, but it used to be in the old days. They would put this on a ship, in the deck of the ship, so that you could get natural light from the outside, and the prism would kind of refract it and expand it, increase the light from the sun or, the moon even. And that's a safer way of lighting the deck without having a candle or a lantern that might start a fire. Well, I thought of this keystone. What if this keystone is kind of like a diamond or something that can take light from outside of our world and bring it in here so that we can safely absorb it and be exposed to it, without getting hurt? Because, and I think this connects with, the reality, or at least what's said to be the reality, that we've got these layers of electromagnetism that we can't see, light that we can't see up above the earth. So it comes in through some of the layers sometimes. Most of it gets absorbed. We're protected from most of it. But, if we were to be exposed to it, then it would hurt us and might even kill us, right? But it's light. It's a form of light that we can't see. And of course, I know there's several different kinds, like there's X-rays, and then there's gamma rays, which, as far as I can tell, is the highest kind, or, fastest, highest frequency kind of light. Mm-hmm. And it's represented with a gamma, a Greek letter G, gamma ray. Well, so I thought, okay, is this connected to the fact that the Masons have the letter G there, right where the keystone goes, right where the all-seeing eye is always shown, and another sun that's brighter than the real sun, as they show in their illustrations. So, I'm thinking, is the keystone a thing that, it's like a window, but it's a kind of filtering mechanism also. So, it's bringing light in, and it may be letting someone from the outside see in, but it's still safe for both parties. It's keeping us apart safely, and perhaps also bringing stuff in. Like we were talking before about, what if there's energy leaking from one universe to another? Well, yeah, this would be a way of getting light from another universe into here safely, filtering it so that it's safe. I mean, really, if you believe all this flat earth stuff and that we're in a made up world, the sun could be one of these. And the truth is, the more I looked at that idea, I just freaked myself out, because I found tons of stuff to corroborate that. So, we could do another show if you want to talk about what if the sun is an artificial crystal-like thing, because I just found tons of evidence that might be what's going on. And, I don't want to marry myself to that idea, but dang, I found a lot of things to indicate that. So,
right. Well, obviously the symbolism goes deep, and that is a concept we've talked about before, not only with Crow talking about the idea that the moon is an artificial construct, but there have been guests who talk about the sun in that same way as well. It's a pretty epic possibility, but I think that Superman stuff is so interesting, especially that he's a representation of Jewish identity and hiding, Jewish elite hiding within certain industries. And it's funny because he uses the name Clark Kent, the most boring, vanilla, like American name. And the Rothschilds basically own the diamond industry, having started De Beers, who basically has a monopoly still. It's just like makes sense that the diamond would be a symbol for them in way more ways than one. And I don't know. I like all that stuff. I think you're really onto something. Another thing I wanted to ask you about that kind of ties into this is the changing of the calendar, or the Gregorian calendar, or tying it to the Catholic faith, because I always thought the changing of the calendar to revolve around Catholicism was just a power move. And of course it is, but it might also be reflective of a new aeon, or that attempt at forcing one. Of course, it's tied to Jesus, and they say Jesus rules over this particular aeon, that symbolic character or archetype. And it's kind of interesting the way that might be thought of in more esoteric circles. Is that, I know you've written about it, is that kind of your contention as well?
Well, yeah, so I put it just basically as a throwaway line in the story, where the character realizes that, we're living in a solar age, that we may be living in the age of Apollo, and that's synonymous with Jesus in this way of looking at it. And then it occurred to me, okay, well, so like in late Roman Empire, they started to amalgamate Mithras with Sol Invictus, and that's really how Mithraism became, the official state cult for a little while, and then it was supplanted by Christianity. These two things sort of coexisted, and they had a lot in common for a while, and then, Christianity won the day, and we all know really that's kind of part of what seems to signal the end of Rome. So, Rome got taken over by the solar cult. And that's if we even believe that, we're being given a correct chronology of history. So then, then you have, the age of the sun, the age of Jesus, and they just so coincidentally happen to reconfigure the reckoning of the years to give year one the date of the birthday of Jesus. And, I know that was all done after the fact, like it wasn't, no one decided on year one to call it year one, but still, that's kind of their way of saying, oh, that was the beginning of something totally new. And, you can make something innocent of it. I'm not saying it's nefarious, but anyway, it's definitely a sign that we're in a new age, the same kind of classical new age that the Greeks would have thought of. And it's the age of the sun. And it also corresponds to some stuff that I read a couple years ago, and I've really not had time to make much of it yet. I don't know what to do with it all. But, okay, Anatoly Fomenko, the Russian guy who wrote 7 multi-thousand-page books about how he thinks history is fake. Familiar with that?
Yes, we've talked about that quite a bit with Sylvia Ivanoa and a couple of other researchers. I think that stuff's fascinating. I still am trying to maybe get him on, but I can only find one video of him even speaking English, and it isn't great. So I don't know if a 2-hour interview with him specifically would be the best, but his material is damn interesting, that all of history has basically just been a fabrication cooked up by Jesuit monks, and that maybe our timeline isn't as old as we think it is.
Right. Yeah, he had it condensed down to about 2,000 years. So, I mean, you could literally think of it as, here's just a way to think of it. Just what if, okay? It's kind of like Dark City, the Noah story of the flood, too. You wake up in a new world, that's, I think, what happened to Noah in a way. He went into a little box, and when he came out, he was in another world, but it was a still forming world. It was a world of chaos, and everything had been covered over with mud, and you couldn't see any remnants of the past there. And in the story Dark City, that's kind of the way they are. They wake up and they don't have any real evidence of what their past is. I kind of wonder if that happened to us, and maybe it took a few hundred years for anyone to come up with a fake chronology to make us feel better about, not knowing where we came from, make us feel like, oh, we have some kind of a past and a history. Because I don't know, I spent, what am I again? I'm 38 years old. I've been doing this since I was like 15, same kind of writing basically. And I've been trying to make head or tail of both history and mythology. On the one hand, you got history they were supposed to have some kind of basic chronology of it. But once you look into primary sources, as that Russian guy did amazingly, you find that the whole thing is based on just a few people and a few documents and an agreement that was made about those. And then every other piece of history gets hung on those hooks.
Yes.
And so the whole apparatus, the whole thing could be reordered. And there's no reason not to, and that's what he did, is he reordered it. He said, well, what if we put this here and this there? Aren't these the same stories, just with different names? And came up with only 2,000 years of history instead of 6,000. And then there's this other thing that he had as physical evidence for his theory, which I thought that was irrefutable. There's a gap in the records of lunar eclipses.
Right.
So this is a thing that's been supposedly predictable for thousands of years, and yet there's a time period in which it just didn't happen for some reason. And it's recorded as that not just that they forgot to write down the eclipse, but there's a break in the pattern there. And, I just thought about it as, well, what if that shows that, our order of the universe really was reordered recently. And so our idea of chronology is recent too. I mean, in the alchemical stories that I'm talking about, where they depict this conquering of the sun ritual, just graphically, they have graphics of suns and moons and what they're all doing to each other in rituals. And, you get the idea that you could really have a world, a universe born from the moon. Like the moon is kind of described as being this egg, that keeps getting impregnated and giving birth to new aeons. So the fact that there's a lunar eclipse that happens to be, the missing lunar eclipse is the evidence of history being messed up with. I don't know. To me, that just sort of sets something off. I think that this idea, the ancients had, especially, for instance, Aztecs, supposedly when there's a solar eclipse, the sun's actually dying. And you have to do a bunch of sacrifices to beg the powers to bring the sun back, because that could be the end of everything if the sun doesn't come back. Well, I wonder, if there's some sort of cosmic truth to that, especially if everything we're in a construct and we don't really understand how these things work, and what creates an eclipse isn't really what we think it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then if it isn't the shadow of the earth doing anything, then it might really be, for one thing, the death of the sun. It might really be, obviously, I guess, you don't see the full eclipse from every perspective on earth. So I can see the holes in my argument here, but it's like, what if this does signal some kind of existential threat? And what if the sun and the moon really are interacting with each other? They say that if Gaia and Saturn ever come together again, then that will be the end of everything. You have to keep them separated. And again, in these creation myths, they always or the alchemical creation myths, the creation is happening by sex between the sun and the moon.
Yeah.
So, if you got the sun and the moon joining each other in the sky, and then it disappears, the sun disappears or the moon disappears. I don't know. It just seems to me like you could interpret that as something literally happening between those two bodies.
Mm-hmm.
And then it might make something literally happen on our planet, or, on our world, that I think, you might not even know what's going on when it happens, right? It might be a bit like the Mandela effect, where you get transformed into a new dimension, but you don't feel it and you don't notice any differences, except maybe some of the more subtly aware people, some of the more sensitive people might notice a difference here or there. And then you get phenomenon like Mandela effect, where people are complaining about things that are different.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I think it might be. When one age passes into another, when your world has just been destroyed by one of the magicians and you've been made into a slave world and there's another world on top of you, that it's like a changing of the age and you just don't even notice it because everything seems normal to you. So the way I see it, you could even have the fight going on between, once again, heliocentrists versus people who think that the Earth is in the center. Well, again, what if this is just an effect of us living in a solar age, that it seems like the sun is the king, and if we were in some other kind of age, maybe it would seem like something else, So the perspective on what revolves around what and what's inside of what gets changed when the age changes.
Right. Could be. Yeah, it's really hard to get your mind outside of a construct that is all encompassing in your environment, but I like it as a mental exercise for sure. And some of the stuff you're talking about definitely makes you think there might be something to it. I find it all just super interesting. We definitely hit on most of the topics reserved for the deepest depths of the conspiracy pool. And those are the places I like to go, even if a lot of it does have to be speculation. You do bring a lot of context and symbolism to the table that has to make people think there's probably something to it. Is there anything else we should say to tie these things into a neater package, or can you tell us about where the research is going next? Are there more layers to all this that have yet to be revealed? It seems like parts of what you just described might be in there, huh?
Oh, I could go on for another 20 hours before I collapse, Greg, and tell you all about the deeper levels of the last book I wrote and the one that's about to come out. But just to add to the thing that I just said, tell me if I'm being stupid here or if this seems like a valid observation to you. Okay. We just so happen to live in this world where we have this kind of yellow sun, but it distributes light that's kind of white, right? What we perceive as white light. And white light is, in our universe, the totality of all light. So it's just so convenient that we happen to have a source of light that will give us an accurate view of all the other colors, because, good thing it gives us white light, or else everything would look red or blue or something. And supposedly the other stars, depending on where they are in their life cycle, will take on one of those other colors. So, it's just amazing that we have just the perfect, it goes along with everything else, we're the perfect distance from the sun supposedly, and we're moving at this just perfect rate, and we got the perfect tilt.
Right.
And everything's just perfect for there to be life, and quite comfortable life at that, here on Earth. And not only that, but now we can also get an accurate view of everything, or what we perceive as being accurate, because we've got white light everywhere. So it's really a good thing that we don't have blue light. Just what are the odds of that, I guess? And is it not then that our perception of reality is very much dictated by the kind of light that we're being bathed in all the time? Does that mean anything, Greg? Do you think so?
I mean, it's a little over my head, but I could definitely see it meaning something. And I definitely think there is a little something to the idea, like you mentioned, about the perfection of the construct, like all the ratios that relate between the sun, earth, and moon, the circumferences and the distances, that all these numbers are just perfectly aligned with Masonic numbers and Masonic symbolism. I've had Masons come on the show and describe it, and they're like, yeah, look, the Grand Architect, he makes everything using the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio and even the planets. And that's interesting, but you could flip that and be like, well, maybe this was all made up in the basements of some Masonic lodge centuries ago, and that none of it's real. So is it all a perfect construct, or are you just describing one that reflects the esoteric traditions of your order?
And they could be right too. Like, maybe the Masons are right. Okay, God is a Mason just like us, and he's using the same kind of rules.
Maybe.
But it is evidence of the artificiality of it. I mean, I wonder, how can you call something natural or artificial once you start getting into these things? Because, everything is artificed by God somehow, right?
That's true.
And I've heard people saying, scientists on TV saying, the fact that we have a constant speed of light, and that's the fastest thing, that's the limit of how fast something can be in our universe, is a sign that this is a programmed universe. That otherwise you would have just all these numbers would bleed out into infinity, as opposed to having, for instance, a quanta of things in subatomic particles, for instance. Why can they always be broken down into particles at all? I've heard people say that these are signs that we're in a video game.
Yeah.
And what you're talking about now is yet another sign. Yeah, we've got all these wonderful geometric shapes all around us. Well, yeah, maybe that's a sign that everything was very purposely designed.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And was it God or some kind of alchemist? I don't know. I think it's impossible to really even make a difference between those two things once you start getting into this.
Absolutely. I think it makes a great analogy to a really popular game, Minecraft. I mean, Minecraft is a game where you build worlds based off a couple of specific tools, a couple building blocks, so to speak. And you could say the same thing about the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio and pi. Like, you're looking at the code of the universe. You're looking at the ones and zeros that make up the construct. I mean, it kind of indicates that there is a pattern.
Yeah. And then, okay, they say that there's no pink light, right? You heard this?
I mean, I guess, yeah, it's not in the rainbow.
Okay, yeah. So our brains are supposedly making this. This is what we fill in the stuff we can't see with, is just pink. So it's interesting because, like, again, there's different ways of showing the color spectrum, right?
Uh-huh.
Normally, for everyday purposes, they'll show it as a straight line. But when they're trying to tell you how there's no pink light, they bend it around into a color wheel, and they say, well, this part of the wheel is missing. This is where our eyes are filling in with pink, and we don't really know what's there or what color it is, I guess, what it should look like, but we have measurements of these different rays, and the ones we can't see, we're filling it in with pink. So interestingly, opposite of the pink spot on the wheel is green, which is, the color of the emerald tablet and the color of alchemy. In alchemy, they talk about there being a red stone and a green stone, that as you're transforming a substance alchemically, trying to make the philosopher's stone, which is the highest thing, that it will morph into red and then green. And so I'm just thinking that, okay, a red stone and a green stone, either one of those are going to absorb, the opposite kind of light, right? So I guess my point is just, it seems like the emerald stone would be, I guess, blocking the pink light. I'm trying to figure this out, but it's like, I think it's tied somehow, that these stones, especially if it was acting as what I'm describing before as a deck prism, if a stone of that color were filtering light out from the outside, it would filter out the opposite kind. So anyway, the pink light, I'll make this observation again. I don't want to offend anyone, but I noticed that, okay, on a regular rainbow, you don't have pink, but on the gay flag rainbow, you do. And in fact, that is considered to be the symbol of the gayness, is the pink. And so, and originally you had the pink triangle as the I think it was specifically male homosexual associated. Maybe it's broadened since then. So I just think it's interesting, that to kind of make their statement, which I think the rainbow statement is like, we should all get together, we should all accept each other or something, right? They shove this other color in there that scientists say doesn't really exist. It's kind of an illusion. But then that's the representation of deviation from the norm. I don't know. So it means something, I guess, is what I'm saying. And then here's one more layer of meaning to it. You've got the 7 classical planets, but Meet or Cybele, the figure that was worshipped by the Templars, according to the artifacts that have been found, it looks like she was considered to be the 8th archon, and that she kind of swallowed up the other 7. Yeah, anyway, all these things link up together.
Yeah. Oh, man. I think that's pretty interesting. I mean, symbolically, it seems fairly sound. It's the one color that isn't in that rainbow spectrum, and it is conveniently the one used to represent that community. But the idea of us not seeing certain colors jogged something in my memory. I don't know if you saw this a few years ago, but apparently there's scientific evidence that humans didn't even see the color blue before modern times. And I pulled this weird thing up, but it says Kevin Loria breaks down the evidence behind the claim, which dates all the way back to the 1800s, when scholar William Gladstone, who later went on to become the Prime Minister of Great Britain, noticed that in the Odyssey, Homer describes the ocean as wine dark, and other strange hues, but never uses the word blue. A few years later, Lazarus Ginger decided to follow up on this discovery and analyzed ancient Icelandic, Hindu, Chinese, Arabic, and Hebrew texts to find no mention of the word blue, which is odd. It is supposed to be the ocean and the sky. So
That's
I don't know.
yes. Go ahead.
No, it's just a very strange thing. I don't know what to really make of it.
Well, here's what I make of it. Well, maybe, in these eras when there was another sun, our perception of light was totally different.
Maybe.
And, another thing I found out researching alchemy is that a lot of the things they were known to have done and were even appreciated for was just creating different kinds of pigments that didn't widely exist. They knew different secrets of how to make interesting things, things that looked really cool. And so they would, I don't know, there's this one pigment of red that only the alchemists knew how to make. And, it was very expensive and hard to get during the late Middle Ages and early Renaissance period. So anyway, I wonder if part of the secrets of alchemy, they knew how to make colors and how to see with their special stones colors that other people couldn't see. And I can only imagine that there's got to be others that, potentially exist. So, yeah, that's a very interesting thing you just said to me. It's evidence for so many things. One, that there used to be a different sun creating a different kind of light. Another, that, our perception of history and what reality was like for our ancestors could be totally wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. When did they invent the word blue and the color blue? When did it first appear? I mean, I'd love to see that developed more because there's got to be a lot more to it.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a strange claim, but it came out in a large amount of fairly mainstream publications. I mean, for the internet at least. And it was just a really strange thing that stuck out in my head. But man, this has been a great time. And I'm not surprised. We didn't even touch on the Clintons using their voodoo knowledge to curse Haiti twice with an earthquake and a hurricane and a tug of war they're having with voodoo priests, or Arthur C. Clarke allegedly picking up boys at the ping pong tables of the Otters Aquatic Club. But there's obviously a lot more meat on these bones, and we'll definitely have to do a future show about the flat earth and the symbolism around the sun being a false construct. That's interesting to me. But man, for the listeners, if they are interested in this sort of stuff, Genuflect is a provocative, fictionalized story that does a great deal to flesh out what might be behind a lot of these things that we only have pieces of in the conspiracy world. And of course, your blog is great too. Let them know where to go if they want to get further into the stuff we talked about today.
Okay, so the center of Twyman world is tracytwyman.com, which I'm going to try to keep updated more and more. And then you can find all my books on Amazon. And, I've got a YouTube channel and some other stuff, but you can find all links to everything if you just go to tracytwyman.com. That's TracyTwyman.com.
Awesome. There it is. Again, Tracy, big thanks. Interesting as always. Keep doing what you do. And I'm sure we'll be doing this again.
Great. Thanks a lot, Greg.
You got it. Boom goes the dynamite. Tracy Twyman, people. Let her hear it. Straight into the deep end of the pool. The belief systems and occult traditions and rituals of the elite, that nexus is one of my favorite things to do episodes about. It's clear we can see some ritualized elements of major events, date and number coordination, so we know there's something there, but it's really hard to know what. Is there even a homogenized esoteric belief system among the elite? Or maybe there's many, with an infinite number of ways to interpret each one, so it's tough. I do like that this show coordinated with a few other THC things recently for Plus members who listen to my breakdown of the Consciousness Conference lectures. That Bloomberg smart building plan probably sounds a little familiar. Also, I'm 95% sure that the point Chris Knowles was making about the Prometheus statue at Rockefeller Center when we talked to him a few months ago was that he thought it was a cover story for an actual tribute to Mithras. So I do think some dots are being connected with this one. Big dots. In fact, if you remember the Armenia footage I put out from the trip with Graham Hancock that I took, one of the sites in that first video is Garni Temple. It's the only active, still standing pagan temple in Armenia, And it was actually built, they believe, to venerate, I believe it's pronounced Mir, M-I-H-R, but that's the sun god in Armenian mythology, which is most heavily influenced by Zoroastrianism. And that sun god is basically an equivalent to Mithra. So 2+ bonus tie-ins here, although I can't pretend to know what it all means, but I love to hear researchers make their case for the threads they pull. The idea of different sun gods actually representing different qualities of the sun, or actually different suns, is pretty wild. But it's so hard to know what the hidden truth is behind all this mythology and symbolism. It's something to think about. It might even tie into the whole Saturn sun theory of the electric universe model. And who knows what kind of time depths we're really talking about. I definitely don't think it's all as simple as Luciferian Satanists trying to undermine the Christian God. So don't even bother typing that YouTube comment. You don't need to conspirasplain this stuff to me. I've heard it. It's just so funny how people think they have it all figured out when they really have probably barely scratched the surface. I would never be so arrogant as to say I know from the outside looking in. It's too complex, and I've made this point before too, but I was hiking in Denver, clearly high in more ways than one, and I was looking at all the geometric shapes made by people's shoes in the dirt and mud, and it just kind of occurred to me that if we were all wiped out and someone discovered these tracks, they might be like, oh my God, these people were so enlightened. Everywhere they went, they used the energy provided by sacred geometry to create vortexes under their feet, and they clearly knew what they were doing. They were clearly so evolved. Meanwhile, we're just a bunch of idiots wearing Nikes. It's just an example of how difficult it is to interpret something old with little or no context, and in the case of the elite secret religion, something they're purposefully being deceptive about. But I hope we gave you something to chew on. Tracy's book, Genuflect, is really intriguing. A dark conspiracy enthusiast Da Vinci Code, that's what I would say. And I also love the concepts of the elite trying to jailbreak this environment. That's a lot of fun. It doesn't necessarily mean they're doing it for our benefit. I always hear people say, why are you being an apologist for the elite? Thinking that you support them against God. And it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Maybe the creator God is a tyrant, and a bunch of tyrants are trying to out-asshole the guy. Meanwhile, the masses play with fucking fidget spinners and wait for a new Game of Thrones. The Game of Thrones is happening, people, and you're missing the whole damn thing. But if Tracy wants to do another episode about the sun being some type of artificial crystal, I am probably down to do that. Soon enough, it seems like we're going to have a female crow on our hands here. But let me know if you want me to get her back on to go deeper into that rabbit hole. Clearly, the Plus show was getting way out there. I really didn't want it to end. We got into Tracy's thoughts and interpretations of the strange symbols and phrases we saw during the Pizzagate spirit cooking season. We talked about some further revelations and understandings of Baphomet that Tracy has come to. Why Johnny Depp cutting off the tip of his own finger might have deeper related significance. We talked about John D. Diamonds and Superman, the work of Anatoly Fomenko and the New Chronology folks, and why humans in the past might not have known the color blue. Oh, we went for it. So, of course, you might want to sign up for THC Plus and hear that extra hour. You can check out that conference breakdown, watch the first Armenia video, go through the archives, and it's $5. Join the club. But we did it. Crazy month for me, for sure. So much going on, and I still got those 5 shows out. I think it was a great month for the Higherside. Matt Landman, chemtrails and geoengineering. Stephen Strong with the Out of Africa stuff. Magnora 7 with the Rothschilds carving up Africa, and Cecil Rhodes and the De Beers stuff. J.M. DeBoard on dreams, and then Tracy Twyman on ancient, elite, occult orders, and the conquering of the sun ritual. Lots of diverse topics with great guests, and if you don't have THC Plus, for $5, you could go and get the second half of all those shows and more, and I think the extra hours are definitely worth $1. And you also allow me to buy higher quality meat when you sign up. But who cares about me? You do it for you. But that's about it. Oh, there's also a new Higherside Chats shirt at thehighersideclothing.com. 3 symbols that represent conspiracy, paranormal, and the occult. A Bioshock-inspired theme. And I really love it. People have been asking for a shirt that actually says the Higherside Chats for a while now. And we haven't had one because I just like the shirts that are about something. But either way, new logo shirts are pretty cool. And again, big thanks to Tracy. And I'll see you guys soon. Thanks for listening. I've done what I can. Your move, mystery cults, esoteric elites, and reality weavers. Your fucking move. Sweet Mother Mithras, people. Drinking a little drink, smoking a little smoke from sunny San Diego. I'm Greg Carlwood, still on a serious high from this episode. The great return of Tracy Twyman. I hope you look good and hard at the title image I made for this one, because I included one of the very Masonic tracing board images that the ideas in this show sort of revolve around. I mean, it's a doozy, and I find this really interesting, the overall idea of the elite controlling multidimensional doorways, and that the angles, numbers, and symbols within Freemasonry are alluding to this, as well as several of the most well-known pieces of fiction, many by Disney, of course, involving children, which could take on a darker implication when we consider the other unsavory activities of the upper crust. And this particular show is extra nice because we can talk about Tracy's work along with some of the things the mysterious and viral 4chan poster QAnon has been cryptically saying. And I know people have wanted me to cover that more in depth, and this would really be our first time with it. And today it's brief, so there's probably much more to mine out of it. I've obviously been pretty vocal about not being a big fan of the Trump is taking out the bad guys perspective that QAnon offers, but I've also said that we were going to spend a lot less time on the flat earth, and it is a big part of the paradigm today too. But that's fine. I am not going to quarantine ideas that aren't my favorite necessarily, and I don't think the overall idea that I find so fascinating, which is what Tracy calls hidden hyperspace kingdoms, even relies on either of these things. It's just that from those perspectives, the symbolism takes an interesting shape. And I don't really mean to qualify the show today, I just get to talking, but the main thing to relay is that some updates and improvements have been made to the Plus site, and everything should be pretty self-explanatory, but I'm going to point out some things in the THC newsletter that you might find useful. You can sign up for that on the front page of the Higherside or try to catch it on social media, but I'm going to put it together this week. I'm also going to update the FAQ page to reflect some of those new elements as well. We've also gone over 100 Patreon subscribers, so I promised a Q&A, and I'm still trying to determine the best way to do that. Traditional podcast style or using the new Discord platform in a more live chat type of way. But I'm telling you in advance so we can fill up that Q&A thread on the forums, or email me some questions with Patreon Q&A in the subject line and your username so I can be sure you're a Patreon subscriber, and I will be sure to get them in there as well. The Higherside@gmail.com. And the episode today is a bit patchy. We had some weird stuff going on with Tracy's speaker, but you know me here in the compound. I am recording these things 6 ways to Sunday. So I sat here and jumped from one to the other, whichever recording sounded best for the particular response. So we got there, but you know how people can be. Little changes in the sound and we start to wonder what the hell's going on here. So now you know, but let's do it. Of course, we hear about Freemasonry and mystery schools and paths to ascension and higher consciousness, but what if that's all fluff to hide a literally higher dimension or subspace or world between the worlds? Let's get into it with Tracy Twyman on the other side.
They built a little empire out of some crazy garbage called the blood of the exploited working class. But they've overcome their shyness. Now we're calling them your highness. And the world screams, save me, THC.
All right, Higherside Chatters, as we deal with the whirlwind of digital distractions and do our best to navigate the choppy waters of the conspiracy, one thing we do know is that the reality we have before us today was crafted from the top down a long time ago. From the international money magic spell and the life essence suck that is the all-important JOB, to the ways we think about matter, consciousness, technology, and the upper limits of what might be possible in this human energy farm we call home. Meanwhile, we hear about breakaway civilizations that might be far further ahead than the technological hamster wheels we peons get by on. We know secret societies have held back their own sacred knowledge for decades, and we've seen a long history of scientists who've stumbled off the pre-approved path, suppressed and marginalized. But what if things like the sacred knowledge of these secret orders, the all-seeing eye on the dollar bill, and the mysterious and elusive 33rd degree of Freemasonry all mean something far stranger than we'd ever thought? Possibly unlocking hidden doorways and portals to spaces between the worlds where the elite can not only indulge in every luxury and extravagance, but are also able to rule from a place that is truly untouchable. Well, these are the fresh, provocative ideas pouring out of today's guest's latest work, and I can't wait to get more into it. You know Tracy Twyman well by now as she graces the THC digital stage for a 4th time. Tracy first talked to us about her insights into the elite and their connections to dark entities through her own communication with entities such as Baphomet, largely covered in her book Clock Shavings. She then told us about the secret rites of the Knights Templar and their alchemy of finance, which she talks about in her book Baphomet, the Temple Mystery Unveiled. And in her 3rd appearance, we talked about her latest book, a novel called Genuflect. We got into the cult of Mithras and that the elite of today still treasure some very old traditions. And the evolution of these ideas is exactly what we're getting into this time. The revealer of secrets, the teacher of myths, and a true thorn in the side of those pesky occult controllers. Tracy, welcome back to the Higherside.
Thank you so much. It's nice to be back.
Cheers to that. I always love having you here, and the latest stuff you've been expanding on, given the content of Genuflect, is just right up my alley. I have always been interested in the idea of hidden worlds or land masses that used to be in the record but have moved off of more modern maps. And the threads you've been covering that suggest that these hidden places or maybe even multidimensional spaces could be the secret of secrets within something like Freemasonry is a very new take on some old material, and you make a great case for it. Maybe to get the people's mental gears oiled up and moving in the right direction, remind us of how these ideas are expressed in Genuflect and maybe the things you've seen in the world lately that mesh with it, as we're closing in on it being out for nearly a year now, I think.
Well, I definitely had hidden worlds as a feature in the novel Genuflect, although it doesn't really become clear that that's what's going on until you get towards the end of the novel. It's about alchemical processes that can change the actual outer world. And really, it's about the idea that we're living in the result of an alchemical process. I don't expect all of the listeners to know anything really much about alchemy, but when you think of alchemy, you think about a bottle, right? Like a vase type object where they would do their chemical transformations. If you've seen any of the alchemical images that abound from medieval times and early Renaissance period, that's kind of the idea, was that we are living in the result of what an alchemist did to create this world, and then that someone might be able to do the same kind of thing to get out of this world and then create their own. Really, I got that idea out of the alchemy texts themselves, where they're hinting at that. I had the novel set during this time period when you and I are talking. We're talking in the last week of March, and this weekend is going to be Easter and also April Fool's Day. And I took advantage of that in my novel, where that's the time in which the characters are doing an alchemical occult ritual tied into the rites of Kybele worship from Rome, an old Persian / Roman cult, and also tied into the rites of the Templars. And they're doing a ritual to open up a portal between our world and a higher realm. There's all sorts of symbolic reasons why this ties into Easter, this type of ritual. The idea is that we're in an alchemical vessel and there's a real outer world outside of that. In the novel, I don't want to give away too much, but basically the rituals that they do at Easter time have an effect on the outer world, and some of the things that become visible to people in our world as an effect of the ritual include all of these anomalies in the sky, such as changing color of the sun and the moon, also two suns visible at the same time, And then there's spheres. The planets actually become balls that come down from the sky. And in some cases, one of them ejects a fluid down into the River Thames, and the other one drops down a golden chain from its body. And all these weird things are seen happening in the sky. What's really strange is that I only knew a little bit really about some of the things that people have been seeing lately in the sky over the last few years. When I wrote the novel, I didn't know that much about what was out there. Since finishing the novel, I've learned a lot more, and I've seen a lot of it myself. What I'm talking about is the change of the color of the sun, and the sun blinking, which has been seen a lot lately, and a black dot in the middle of the sun is seen a lot. A lot of this stuff really resembles stuff I had in the novel and stuff that you see in alchemical texts, alchemical drawings, and they're always really cryptic. You wouldn't be able to tell at first glance what it's communicating, but a lot of them do show multiple suns, changing color of the sun, and the heavenly bodies ejecting things into or pouring down stuff from their bodies onto the earth. The strange thing is, of course, that people have always taken those to be symbolic of various things, chemical processes and even spiritual processes. I decided to take a literal approach in my novels to actually have those things happening on Earth. And I think that was the right approach to take, because it's become clear to me since writing that story that I think we do live in an alchemical vessel. I mean, we've talked before about flat Earth theories, and some people think we're basically in a snow globe. I think that may be true, very literally, that we're in one of these vessels, and the chemtrails. I mean, I found alchemical images from hundreds of years ago with cloud formations inside of the vessel that look very similar to what people are seeing in the skies now. And people have been thinking for a while that they're trying to cover up something in the sky. In my novel, I had the sun being an artificial object, a diamond actually, and that it's coming through a hole in the sky and filtering what I called hyper-Uranian light from beyond our universe. There's a hole in our universe. The sun is like a crystal that plugs up that hole, acting as a deck prism, and letting this higher frequency light from outside of the box that we're in, it filters it and lets it in, and that's the sunlight that we see. So that's the kind of imagery that I had in the novel. And I'm realizing more and more that I think I was kind of close to reality. And the stuff that people are seeing this week and more broadly over the last few years in the sky, it just freaks me out how similar it is to the stuff I had in my story.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, it is interesting. A lot of people are examining the whole environment, looking at the moon and the sun as possibly artificial. And I mean, that's pretty provocative. I also kind of wanted to read this from your latest article, because you talk about our buddy Crow and his lunar wave stuff, which might relate to this, because you write, YouTube star Crow 777 has realized that the lunar wave he's been filming on the surface of the moon every vernal equinox for years is actually the gate of the souls of men opening up, the gate through which we ascend and descend for earthly incarnation. He has also figured out that these gates are physically connected to the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, and that these are among the secrets encoded in Masonic tracing boards. He also says that authorities and experts are lying about when the equinoxes are actually occurring. Lunar waves are occurring on nights of equal day and night, which he says from observation are presently occurring on different days at different places around the world, according to empirical observations of his listeners. So, provocative stuff, and it is very timely for this week, as you mentioned. Maybe the moon or the lunar wave is some kind of time marker or gateway to this realm, just as the sun is. Is that kind of the suggestion, that this is all some kind of artificial construct, like a slaughterhouse we aren't aware of?
Yes, and I don't know where you draw the line even between artificial and natural. If the world is created by God, then it's God's artifice. But I think it's just we imagine the world being, I guess we have our own ideas, our own definitions of what's natural and what isn't. So when we finally start seeing the mechanics of how it's built, we start seeing the edges of the box, then we feel like there's something unnatural about that. But maybe we could just say whoever created this is the god of this world, or the demiurge, he's the one who created this stuff. And I don't endorse any particular model, but I'm pretty convinced at this point that we have not been told the truth about the limits of our known world and universe. I honestly do not believe what we've been told about the history of space travel. I don't know to what extent any of it is true, but I think that there have been enough holes punched in the official claims about everything from the Apollo landing to the alleged missions that are occurring right now in space and everything we've supposedly learned from that. I think the holes have been punched, and so the authorities have been proven to be liars, and then we're just sort of left to try to figure out everything on our own from there. And it does help, I think, to go to older texts. And I also think that historical chronology is questionable. So I don't know what to say exactly about what is the most reliable text, but we can definitely say that, before we were born, at some point, our ancestors had a different understanding of the world around them. The idea of there being gates in heaven, one which souls come into this world, incarnation through, and one which they exit out of, well, that wouldn't have been too weird of an idea to our ancestors. And the idea that the sun and moon kind of act as doors to those portals appears to be throughout all kinds of Greek and Roman and Sumerian and other types of what we call ancient mythology. And you can also see it encoded even in Christian scripture and stories. Then it's all over Freemasonry, of course. And I find those tracing boards to be very valuable, at the very least showing you what whoever designed those tracing boards believed. I honestly do think we're looking at an accurate portrayal of the kind of world we're in.
Yeah.
Because the types of tracing boards I'm talking about are the types that show 3 pillars. It's common to see 2 with an eye in between them. You'll see this almost as a logo all over the place. The 2 pillars that are supposed to be the 2 in front of Solomon's temple, so Jachin and Boaz. And they're supposed to represent these 2 polar opposites, male and female, and mildness and severity, or mercy and judgment. Being hard and being soft, basically, right?
Right.
Then there's a third option there, and this really corresponds also to the Kabbalah, the Tree of Life. On that diagram of the universe, in that particular mystical tradition, there's 3 pillars holding up what they call a tree, some kind of diagram, of the different spheres of existence. And so you have the 2 pillars on the side, right and left, that correspond to Jachin and Boaz, like I was describing, but then there's one in the center. The ones on the right and left are shorter than the one in the center. The one in the center goes all the way from the total absolute bottom of the system, which is Malkut, to all the way to the top, which is the crown. The other 2 pillars don't go all the way to the top, right? You have to take a detour in order to get up to the top. My point is, the pillar in the middle is the only one that will take you all the way from the bottom to the top. That's the main elevator shaft.
Right.
Whereas the other ones, they don't go as deep or as high, right?
Yeah, they don't go to every floor. And I just think that's such a fascinating idea, this concept of hidden hyperspace kingdoms, of places that are off the map, so to speak. And I know obviously this is an audio show, but when you look at those tracing board images you've pulled up on your website and the checkerboard floor, all the symbolism involved in the ladders that go to the sky, or the ladders that go to the sun, or the people coming out of the sun and filtering down to the Masonic tracing board. I mean, those images in the context of a secret space, or there being a room to a secret area, or you can unlock a portal with magic, it kind of makes sense in that new context. And it's just a really interesting idea. It also kind of ties into the 33rd degree you've talked about, the symbolism there, that on the typical compass, there's 32 degrees around the planet. In Masonry, there's 32 degrees, and then there's this honorary hidden 33rd degree. Or, like, to use the elevator analogy, there's another level that the elevator in typical everyday consensus reality doesn't quite get to.
Yes, and as your guests in the past that talked about flat Earth probably pointed out, there's a azimuthal equidistant map that's the logo for the UN that flat earthers believe actually represents the real Earth. And in the UN logo, it's divided into 33 segments, and that 33rd segment is in the center where the North Pole is located. Now, mainstream geography says that there's nothing there except ice, but as you just mentioned, yes, the compass for spatial directions is divided into 32 degrees. Freemasonry has an honorary 33rd degree. I believe that 33rd degree can be thought of as representing the step to a higher dimension. I think that step to a higher dimension might be physically real and located in our world right there at the North Pole. And the reason why I think that is because there are ancient maps that put a mountain there called Rupus Nigra, meaning Black Mountain or Black Rock. It's associated with the myth of the World Mountain. That's the highest mountain in the center of the world. You find this archetype in all of the ancient traditions. And the idea is that this is the mountain of the gods. At the very top of the mountain, that's the Olympus realm or the Eden realm where the gods themselves actually live. But most people, for one thing, they never get to go to the mountain, and then they never get to see the very top of the mountain. I think this is the same mountain that's described in Rosicrucian literature and in stuff published by the Priory of Zion, for instance, and by René de Maul, who's a surrealist writer. He only wrote one novel, really, but it's about this invisible mountain concept, the idea that there is a mountain that's taller than any other mountain in the world, but you can't see it. And the Priory of Zion described it as a mountain where you can't see the summit, except as a special day when the sun is hitting it in a certain way. The reason why, according to the Priory of Zion literature, and what I'm talking about is their poem Les Serpents Rouges that they put out, where they were describing this mountain. And they said that this mountain is where the hidden Temple of Solomon is located. I mentioned, they said that you can see it when the light hits it a certain way at noon. Well, that's when the sun is at the very top of the sky. And that's when it's supposed to be putting out the whitest light it's going to put out. So it puts out pretty much pure white light at its meridian. And that's when, according to this poem, this special mountain can be seen. What I'm thinking is that, yes, I think that there is land on Earth that we can't see, but that perhaps those who are initiated or who have access to special information and maybe special technology, they can see it. And it's literally there. You might even be able to see it yourself in the right lighting conditions. So that's why I think you can see the mountain at noon if you're right up on it. And I think that there might be lots of other stuff that we can't see because the light isn't hitting our eyes in the right way. And I think that that's key. In the Masonic tracing boards that I'm talking about, the two pillars, they show sun on the left, moon on the right. So you got the moon and the sun on top of each one of the pillars usually in these Masonic tracing boards. But then there's a third luminary in the center. And that is represented variously, either as a sun that is bigger and brighter than the regular one, the one that's on the left, or it can also be shown as a hexagram or a square and compass or an all-seeing eye, usually inside of a triangle. Or sometimes it's just shown as the keystone itself. Usually when there's three lights, and usually there's three pillars in these instances too, there's an arch going between the first two pillars, right? So in the keystone position of the arch, that is the center, the keystone position, that's where this third light or luminary is represented, either there on the arch itself, right below it, or right above it. Now, sometimes they'll show the keystone and show it having been removed, and they'll show this luminary shining through the hole that's made in the archway. It's pretty obvious if you look at it, but if it's not obvious enough, the Freemasons actually spell it out in their own books, such as Encyclopedia of Freemasonry by Albert Mackey. They talk about how the Masonic depictions of Solomon's Temple really are showing you the world and actually the universe. And he specified that it's the world as it was known in Solomon's time, or in other words, the old world, but it's also really the whole universe.
Right.
They're very cryptic, the Masons, about what all this means. But I have seen enough of these pictures and correlated them that I think I've figured it out. The arch is the firmament. The light shining on the outside, the third light that I'm talking about in the middle, is what I described in the novel as the hyper-Uranian light. It's this light that's thought of as preceding the existence that we're in, and it's outside of the firmament above, the dome that they say is protecting our world from the chaos or whatever it is that's outside. I think there's definitely wavelengths of light that are up there that we can't generally handle looking at. And I think maybe our sun does act as a filter so that we can have some of the light that we need, but we're not exposed to all of the wavelengths that are damaging to us. But I think that if you can safely use some of these other wavelengths of light, they might allow you to see some of these hyperdimensional things and these other land masses. And I think that that's what these tracing boards are showing you. For one thing, I've seen a Masonic image where it actually shows guys in a Masonic lodge doing divination ritual together around a table. And they've got the keystone removed so that the light is coming in from outside of the universe and it's pouring through a window into their lodge and then onto a mirror that they have set up in front of their table that they're working. The image from the mirror then bounces down from there onto this diagram that they have laid out on the table, and it's a Masonic tracing board. So they're bringing in the hyper-Uranian light, bouncing it off a mirror, and then it's illuminating things on a tracing board on the table in front of them. Tracing board of Solomon's Temple, which we've been told by the Masons themselves represents the world.
Right.
So that's one way of, I suppose, safely utilizing this light to see things and actually have it show you things on what's essentially a map. And I think that it could work in much more straightforward way if the keystone literally did open, which I think may either be happening or maybe it happens periodically. But I mentioned before how people are seeing strange things in the sky, strange colors to the heavenly bodies. And then there's all of this chemtrailing, which seems to be the purpose to blot out the sun and to make us see less of what's going on up there. I don't know what exactly they're hiding, but the sorts of anomalies that people are describing seem to me like the kind of thing you would see if different wavelengths of light were suddenly getting through.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty amazing idea. And you are right. The sun is on the left and the moon is on the right in these images. And anyone can Google image search Masonic tracing board and see what we're talking about here. There are variations, but for the most part, you have the checkerboard floor and the left and right pillar, and then, of course, that central one. And whereas the sun and moon are on the sides, usually there's some kind of star or opening with light pouring through put over the third one, and a golden road with people coming out of it. And in a lot of cases, the ladder is placed diagonally over that third pillar, almost to symbolize a ladder to some kind of subspace. I mean, I can see it. And maybe this long history of Masonic teachers coming out to the public and saying it's all about higher levels of consciousness, or that the ranks of Masonry are just about enlightenment, it would be a good cover story, and not exactly a lie either. It is about higher knowledge, because only they know how to open the doors and get out of this place. Probably by magical means. And, the flat earth paradigm is very polarizing and not exactly my favorite model at this point. But if we're just trying to present the clearest case for your perspective, you could take the observer effect literally, and you could look at these tracing board images as more literal than most. and you have yourself a really enticing interpretation that is very unique, where you have Freemasonry saying in these images, hey, you're too dumb to realize you're in a spiritual prison, and a literal one. You stick to your 32-degree construct. We're the gatekeepers to the outside, whatever that is. And we only share that information with those who make it to the 33rd degree. We don't even admit that exists, which is another double entendre of symbolism. I know it's a bold suggestion, but I know I'm not going to be looking at these images the same way again.
Can I elaborate a little bit more?
Please, sure.
Okay. There's way more about hyperspace in those images if you just really, really look at them. One of the things is there's the 3 pillars, then there's usually a ladder going up to this gateway that I described, the hole in the sky. But the ladder is shown leaning up against nothing. So you wonder what's holding the ladder up. And I think it's a fourth wall. You don't see what the ladder is leaning up on because you're not seeing the other dimension that they're pointing to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've seen stuff like this happening recently. I know this is going to sound totally crazy, but one of the things I've seen when there's heavy chemtrailing in my area is what I've called non-Euclidean clouds. The clouds will actually bend the light and make everything look weird, where it's bending one way at the top and then bending another way at the bottom. And I've actually seen this horizon in the skyline look like it's just a flat wall in front of me. So I don't know what that means exactly, but I think it's tied into this, that if you could see the other dimensions, some things that look like they go on into the distance, you might all of a sudden see walls in certain places.
Whoa.
The other thing that indicates hyperspace to me is the way the pillars themselves are arranged, because they're not equal distance apart like they are on the Tree of Life. This is a multidimensional picture, but the pillars are arranged in such a way that if it were made into a two-dimensional picture and you were looking from the top down, it would be a right-angled triangle. When you're looking at it from the front, when you're walking down the path that they usually show on these tracing boards through the first and second pillars, you wouldn't at first glance see the third pillar. It's off to the side a little bit, and that's the way they usually show it. In one of the tracing boards that I have, it is even like barely visible behind the right pillar. And that's just showing you that you have to look in a certain way at a certain angle, and the light has to hit your eyes in a certain way to be able to see what is between the first and second pillars. And what are the first and second pillars precisely? They are poles. And you know how I know is because there's actually always a directional compass put on the outside of the tracing board. And east is put at the top. And so the right and left pillars, the two that are in the front, those represent the north and south poles. And so this is showing you a third pole beyond the north and south poles. That is the higher dimension that we're talking about. I mean, it does exist. It has its own direction. It has its own space. We just don't have a compass that can include that. But it's just as real. It's not ephemeral. It's not just like something that is nebulous and doesn't mean anything. It has its own maps and terrain if you could find the right light to look at it with.
Man.
I think that's what they're telling you there. So
I love it. I love it. And you've been writing and thinking about things in this lane for a long time. And to approach it from a slightly different direction, we now in the past few months have this 4chan poster who's been getting a lot of attention, claims to be an insider who is very close to the president and goes by the moniker of Anon. To be honest, there is no subject that's been requested more from the audience lately than an in-depth look at Anon. And I've avoided it because I just don't want to jump on the trendy conspiracy stories that come out like this too early. I don't want to just go where the wind blows. And it's highly possible this is another in a long line of internet hoaxes. I'm not a huge fan of this Trump is a dark horse rising up to fight the New World Order narrative, and that is an aspect of the QAnon stuff. But I'm going to be open-minded, and disclaimers aside, I've looked at how a lot of people are covering QAnon, and you take it into these ideas that we're talking about, I brought up in the intro, and you kind of relate it to your work in a way that's pretty mind-blowing. I guess, can you introduce Q to the uninitiated and talk about how it ties into the ideas that we're talking about?
Well, I'll do my best here. And I've got to admit, I have not had much time to look at what Q has been posting lately. But thumbnail, I guess, is that here's a guy who supposedly is on the inside of the Trump administration to the point where he's next to the president frequently throughout the day, plotting things in secret with him and other secret co-conspirators, supposedly. And he's painting a picture of a revolution happening within the elite. This is all stuff that's being released in the politically incorrect segment of 4chan. This is a website where people can post things anonymously, and that's why sometimes intelligence is dropped from whistleblowers on 4chan. But it makes more sense to go to WikiLeaks or someplace like that. But anyway, 4chan, you can actually have a discussion with people about it, I guess. And so that's what's going on. He's been dumping all of this information. Most of it is riddles and written cryptically. Some of it contains predictions, some of which have come true. Most of them haven't. It seems they haven't. And so I understand what you're saying about how you don't know whether to take it seriously or not. I don't either. I take it seriously. I guess I can say that, but I don't know what exactly to make of it. I do feel that the president is in on this. That doesn't mean that what Q is saying is true, because this could all be an elaborate psyop, which the president himself is in on. But I agree with you about wanting to be very cynical of the idea that he's any kind of hero, and especially that he's against the New World Order, but he's secretly hiding amongst them to try to fight them on the inside. That's definitely what Q wants you to think, to the point where he's sending out messages in response to Lynn Rothschild's tweets. And then it seems she's responding to him, and they're making death threats to each other and things like that. The thing that makes it seem like there's some legitimacy to the claim that it's originating from the president's office is that there have been things where the Q person said something in one of his messages, and then the president's own tweet used the exact same language within a couple of minutes of the post. Mm-hmm. So things like that definitely make me think that the president's office is in on it. But yeah, I don't know if it's true or not. The only reason why I really got involved in writing about it was just because it did seem to me like whoever Q is had been reading my website. Because they were talking about some of the stuff I was just describing about hyperspace, using cryptic language, using some of the same metaphors that I had been bringing up in my writings lately. And that made me think that me writing about some of these particular metaphors and symbols brought it out in the open and made whoever Q is feel like it's okay to talk about this now. What I'm talking about specifically about some of his code words, he keeps saying that we need to expand our thinking. He keeps referring to maps and really to territory that isn't featured on the regular maps. And most people think that this is a metaphor for something else. And they keep looking to current events and history, analyzing different conspiracy theories. They keep looking to Pizzagate stuff to try to correlate this. And then also, I guess there's some people who think that it has to do with North Korea, and that North Korea is really a Potemkin village. It doesn't really exist. This is some stuff that's been hinted at by Q, that North Korea is kind of a puppet, pretend enemy built up by the CIA. And so some people think that the comments about the map are referring to that. But I think it's hyperspace kingdoms, things that aren't on the map because they're hidden from us. The whole thing started really right around the time that Trump went to Saudi Arabia, and there was a change in power over there. A whole bunch of Saudi princes got arrested and their stuff was confiscated. So Q, when he first came out, one of the first things he was talking about really was that there's tons of resources the elite have tied up, and he was promising people they're going to take it and redistribute it, essentially. And that hit me right away as being relevant to what I was starting to realize, that if there's hidden territory, and God knows how much there is, well, that's all got a real estate value. There's probably gold and diamonds there, and God knows what kind of technology and other types of resources we can't even imagine. And look at the conditions that we're living in here on Earth, where it seems like, maybe we have enough resources, but definitely our monetary system is so effed up that they'll never be distributed to everyone that needs them. Every country is in debt. We're all slaves to these banks that seem to control everything, and there's only a few people in control of those. Well, what if what Q is suggesting is true, that those elite are all criminals, and there's really only a few of them? They have all these resources that we don't even know about. He was saying, you think that you know who the richest families are. You don't know who they are. I mean, you don't know how much money they have. Because whatever they get caught lying about on their taxes, well, that's just a fraction of whatever they're hiding from you.
Right.
So that was just the hint. When I started noticing that some of the code words seem to have to do with hyperspace. Oh, and don't they always say that people who believe he's a dark horse, they say he's playing 4-dimensional chess?
Mm-hmm.
That made me think, this is what we're talking about. Then he started talking about Sleeping Beauty and telling people to look for Sleeping Beauty and her castle. Well, in the Priory of Zion poem, Les Serpent Rouge, that I was telling you about, where they describe the hidden mountain and the hidden Temple of Solomon, they also describe it as Sleeping Beauty's castle. If you think about it, it makes sense, because that middle pillar in the Kabbalah is the same as that middle pillar on the Masonic tracing boards. That's the one that's hidden. It's sleeping because you don't see it usually. And in the Kabbalah, the name of the pillar in the middle is Hebrew for the word beauty. So, yes, I absolutely think the Sleeping Beauty references in QAnon are a reference to the middle pillar as the route that you take to get to the hidden hyperspace kingdom. Just like on the tracing board, they show often a path. Sometimes it's a ladder, like we were saying, leaning up against nothing. But sometimes it's a pathway. Kind of reminds me of the yellow brick road in The Wizard of Oz. But it starts out straight, and then it starts twisting. And it looks like it's going down in the beginning, and then it starts to go up.
Right.
So it's a non-Euclidean pathway leading up into a higher dimension.
And that was going to be one of my comments, that this does look like the yellow brick road to the technologically advanced and mystical city of Oz, but also that there are a lot of Disney movies that revolve around people, mainly kids, being transported to a different realm, and that is the hero's journey. But even just looking at the details of some of these tracing boards, I see images that look a lot like the tumbling down the rabbit hole scene in Alice in Wonderland. And then you have the kids from Peter Pan. They fly off to Neverland and they aim at a star that's shining just like these images. So it does make you wonder, maybe the Masons hold the key. And I was even thinking the other day about all the Masonic symbolism in DC, how America was called the New Atlantis. And then we have these weird systems of measurement that are separate from the metric system. And for example, water freezes randomly at 32 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's encoded to be the transmutation point, which is just sort of a weird tangent. But I bring this up because you talk about Disney in one of your videos. People dismiss the idea of him being a Mason, but apparently he was in the Desmoulins Society, which was a Masonic grooming organization for young kids. He seemed pretty well versed in the mysteries regardless, and Disneyland does have that elite Club 33. Maybe he knows something we don't. But to tie it all the way back to QAnon, let's talk about Tomorrowland, because as well as Sleeping Beauty, this was another Disney thing that he referenced, right?
Yes, he mentions Tomorrowland a lot, which I had only remembered being one of the sections in Disneyland. A couple years ago, they made a movie about it. George Clooney's in it, but that is about hidden hyperspace kingdoms exactly. It's about Okay, if this isn't creepy, especially after the Pizzagate stuff came out. All right. The story is that there's a hidden world where the elite hide their technology they don't think the world is ready for yet. And it's accessible through It's a Small World, which, okay, there's some symbolism there. We're in a small world compared to what the real world is.
Yeah.
The thing is, the kids that they decide are going to be kids are going to be initiated into the secrets of Tomorrowland. They choose kids that they think are especially intelligent, and then they give them a special lapel pin. They don't know what it means. Then they go on the ride, It's a Small World, and when they go past a certain point in the ride, a laser goes out and touches the lapel pin. And then once that happens, a gateway opens up, and then they go into Tomorrowland, where, everything's flying cars and everything's the Jetsons' future. The point is, Disney touched upon this idea, spelled it out exactly, precisely what I was describing. And, the real reason why I thought about it as being so specific and about it being a place where the elite of this world, this flesh and blood world, might hide to get away from the rabble, is because that's what the story is of Atlas Shrugged,
Right.
And Ayn Rand wrote. And I think that had a lot to do with inspiring this Tomorrowland idea. It's very similar.
For people who aren't familiar with Atlas Shrugged, give us the details of the similar portion, because you are right, it's an exact match.
Okay, so again, the idea coming out of Ayn Rand's philosophy and attitude to life, I think she was using the world analogy. The true story of Atlas is that he's holding up the sky. But since the world has been thought of as a globe for recent years, a lot of times when people see the image of Atlas holding up a globe, they think it's the world. And so people think Atlas holds up the world. He's supposed to hold up the sky. The metaphor still kind of holds. But the point is that she's comparing the elite to the ones holding everything up, keeping everything going, and that they're overburdened by that and by the problems created by regular people. Regular people are so stupid and needy that they're the ones ruining everything. So anyway, the world is a dystopian future in which the price of gas has gone up so high that people don't drive much anymore and there isn't much air traffic. And instead people take trains. And so the main character is in the train business. And the point is just that everything sucks because supposedly the government's been taken over by people with a liberal mentality. They're putting all of these unnecessary requirements on businesses and high taxes. Therefore, it's just too difficult to run a business and it's not worth doing anymore, is the idea. That's why everything's falling apart. And so one of the guys in the story, and he's not even a business owner, he's just a mechanic at a shop, but he happens to be a genius. And he invents this free energy machine. And okay, I haven't finished reading the novel, so just a caveat there. It may very well be that it makes more sense in the novel than it did in the movie. Assuming that the movie is based on the novel, it's kind of weird because she's describing it as like a mini particle accelerator. And yet she's also saying that it's a Tesla device. And I just can't see those two things being the same object. But at any rate, it's a little tiny free energy machine. This guy, John Galt, makes it. And then right about the time that he's finished with it, he realizes that it's just not worth showing the world this thing. And he'd rather disappear and create his own world with people that he thinks are worthy of breathing his air, And so he does that. And that's, the main character starts the story discovering his hidden world. He creates one of these hidden worlds with his quantum technology or whatever it is. He creates a world within the Rocky Mountains that you can't see from the outside. And there's a force field around it. And she manages to get through with an airplane. Her airplane crashes through and she discovers this world. He has brought all of these people that he's chosen. He brings them one by one, John Galt does. He picks people that he thinks are worthy and going to contribute to his society. And he invites them to come to a place where they'll be rewarded for their efforts and everything will be fair and based on merit. And one by one, every single one of these people chooses to leave the life that they have. And in some cases, their families, in most cases, their businesses, and they just disappear and nobody knows where they're going. But they're really going to this hidden world. And the name of the hidden world is Atlantis. So there's a number of reasons why she could have chosen that, stemming from Greek mythology. And Atlantis is named after Atlas. Supposedly it's a different Atlas than the one that holds up the sky. But I think they're the same. I think Atlantis is the same kind of idea, the actual Plato story of Atlantis. I think they're describing a hyperspace situation there too, because I think they're describing the world that we used to have, the universe really, sort of dropping down into a dimension below our perception. And that's why the stories are a little bit weird. It doesn't really fit into chronology, and yet we all have a story about Atlantis or the flood. But that's sort of a side issue, but yeah.
I just think this is so fascinating, and I've been pretty critical of the flat earth perspective lately, but regardless of that, one of the things people always say is, well, who cares? What would the motivation be to hide the shape of the earth? Well, that's what this whole conversation is. This is clearly a motivation. If this is a construct, some artificial reality, some slaughterhouse or terrarium, and only the 33-degree Freemasons have found the way out of it, I mean, we are in a zoo. We are in a prison. This whole economic enslavement model, the way the whole planet or whatever it is, the whole plane is under the influence of the elite. I mean, this is their playground for our consciousness, basically. This is our prison. I mean, this would be the biggest motivation of all. It makes a lot of sense. And you talked about, or you mentioned Tesla technology, and that is a huge thing to tie in here, because if we're going to try to bring QAnon, hyperspace areas, Freemasonry, and Trump all together, I mean, we know that John G. Trump was Trump's uncle was the guy who actually was responsible for looking over Tesla's material when they took it, when they confiscated it from Tesla when he died. This is not a secret. I mean, it's very public information that Trump's uncle was this guy. Well, maybe Trump's uncle learned in Tesla's documents about some of this very stuff. And maybe Trump does know about it. And maybe this QAnon stuff is related because, like you said, he does mention seeing the world differently from a high enough vantage point. He talks about maps and legends and keystones and the 40,000 feet number. He says, "What is SpaceX? Expand your thinking." That's a quote. This kind of is interesting, I mean, you've even made a video talking about Mar-a-Lago and the fact that you can't get into that club without paying something like $100,000 a year. Well, what could go on there? Could that be a portal to one of these hyperspaces? You would never know unless you're going to fork over $100,000 to crack that inner circle. And what's worth $100,000? Do people get rich by giving their money away for no reason? I mean, usually they have to make some smart financial decisions to keep it all. You don't make money by giving it away. So what is of value at Mar-a-Lago for that price tag that you can't get anywhere at any nice resort? So there are some interesting aspects that possibly tie these things up, and maybe it relates also to Plus Ultra. That's a big can of worms, but go for it.
Yeah, no, Plus Ultra, yes, is a motto that actually appears in the tile work at Mar-a-Lago. And there could be any number of reasons for that. I mean, it's just a Spanish decor that they chose. So this is a Spanish origin phrase. Not necessarily Spanish origin. It's a Latin phrase, but it is really made famous because of its use on coins that were minted by the Spanish royal family around the time that they started colonizing the New World. And they found lots of gold and silver when they did that. And so they started minting lots of coins. Some of them got used by the colonists over here. In fact, those were the first dollars that were used, were actually Spanish coins. And they had this motto on them, Plus Ultra, with the two pillars, which represent the pillars of Hercules. And so the point of using that phrase on that coin, the phrase means there is more beyond. And so it's saying there's more to our empire, the Spanish royal empire, beyond the pillars of Hercules. There's more land, there's more stuff, more money.
Wow, to see that phrase popping up in such specific places is quite interesting.
So yeah, just as the two pillars of Hercules seem to represent to our ancestors, to represent sort of a boundary where they didn't know what was in the oceans beyond the two pillars. Well, here they can represent those same things as the two pillars on the Masonic tracing board, which, as I pointed out, that's the North and South Pole. So that designates the limits of the world that at least you and I can experience as non-astronauts, right? We can only experience things that are between the North and South Poles. Of course, we think of it as a sphere, so it's hard to even think of those two things as enclosing something, but that is the way that we need to look at it to understand this. And then the idea is there's something beyond that. Now, Plus Ultra also happens to be the name of the secret society in the movie Tomorrowland that runs Tomorrowland. And supposedly both Tesla and his arch enemy, Thomas Edison, were members of Plus Ultra together in the movie. That's what they say. That's interesting in itself. They're showing you members of the scientific elite we thought were enemies, but they're saying, oh no, they're really friends if you actually go into the secret world where the elite live. Actually, they're buddies, which is just like what really happens at elite parties where people who are political enemies have sex with all the same prostitutes together. It's, again, a true depiction of what's really going on here. The funny thing is Plus Ultra is a phrase that I've used repeatedly in the past for things that I've done. So I had a website called Plus Ultra, and I had a podcast called Plus Ultra, and now I've brought it back, and that's the name of my premium content on my website. I've got videos and podcasts, and I call it Plus Ultra because that's going beyond the paywall, you know, getting the extra stuff that the premium subscribers get. And it's an apt analogy. I don't feel bad about using it. I don't think this is some kind of dark concept. In fact, I think it's quite an exciting concept because it just means there's more stuff to explore. And just because the elite know how to use it doesn't mean that we can't learn how to use it too.
Right.
And I think we may very well be in a time period in which the veil is being lifted. You know, we started off talking about the portals, which Pro 77 found that seem to be at least there's one behind the moon and one behind the sun. And there may be another one somewhere in the sky. And supposedly those doors open at certain parts of the year. And I think this year we're seeing some special changes around this time in the sky, perhaps indicating that the veil is lifting, that different streams of light are getting into our system, and we're being allowed to see some of the extra stuff. Well, I don't know how it's going to turn out. I hope it's a happy ending here. Right. But it does seem like the governments of the world are trying hard to hide it all behind a veil of artificial clouds.
Well, it definitely could be possible. I mean, this material ties into a lot of strange little threads that guests have brought up in the past. I mean, Walter Bosley, not only does he have a book, Latitude 33, about Disney being built specifically on a ley line for energetic purposes. Mm-hmm. I mean, you could be taking that way further, but it's a related idea. And he also talks about the Sonora Aero Club, which is a group, a secret group from America's early days that involved Germans who seemed to be making these flying crafts that were well outside of the norm, way off the radar, technologically speaking, to what was being worked on. And there was a secret society basically built around the knowledge of these crafts. And what's strange is that Charles Delshow had drawings of these crafts, and on one of them, it says Trump right across the top. And this was before really? Trump was elected president. Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. I cannot get over that image. And I just think it connects so well. And so here you have Disney being built for a specific energetic purpose on a specific geolocation, and that Trump might be involved in a secret society that has higher technology. I mean, you mentioned Tesla and Edison being in this supposed club. I mean, what is UFO technology all about is electrogravitics. Maybe there's secrets of electricity that open these portal ways. Maybe that's what the Bermuda Triangle was all about. Maybe there's a natural one there. You could even look at Admiral Byrd's story and the Hollow Earth thing, where Admiral Byrd is flying over a pole and looking down and seeing green land that shouldn't exist. Well, maybe he's looking through one of those gateways. I mean, there are a lot of old stories that people have drawn conclusions to that are different. But if you walk those conclusions back and just look at the details of the story, you might be looking at a secret hidden hyperspace kingdom.
Yes, exactly.
Right on. Well, fascinating stuff as always, Tracy. You've managed to tie in a ton of symbolism, mythology, the plot lines of famous works, and possibly revealed a pretty massive secret. Any idea where this work is taking you or what the next chapter is going to be?
It's all about the anal birth of the homunculus, my friend.
All right.
Yes, it's all about that.
Well, that sounds like fun stuff.
That's all I have to say, man. That's all I have to say.
Fair enough. Well, I do love the work. Maybe we'll talk about John Dee and anal births in the future, but tell the people where they can read, watch, and subscribe to your stuff for more.
Sure. TracyTwyman.com. And when you get there, I would recommend looking for the Plus Ultra Premium membership button and signing up so that you can see and hear absolutely everything that I present.
Right on. Yeah, see, I only got Plus here, but you got Plus Ultra. Clearly that next level.
No kidding. Yeah, of course. You got to have that Ultra aspect.
Man, I'm missing out.
You should go Ultra.
Well, I do think it's really awesome material. The Hidden Hyperspace Kingdoms, the Plus Ultra Secret Society that possibly unlocked this, the new meaning to the symbols we see in the Black Cube, and the Masonic Tracing Board, and just the honorary 33rd degree, how it's kind of a quasi between the worlds degree and quite possibly an allusion to a place that exists in the same way. And maybe Walt Disney knows about it and built a park around a secret doorway to take children to. It's just great. So awesome stuff. You are the best. Thanks for sharing your latest and keep at it.
Thank you very much.
You got it. Holy hell and hallelujah, people. This was one hell of a return to the weird rides we all know and love. And if you were playing that drinking game where you take a shot every time I say provocative, then I doubt you're driving anywhere for a while, because I said that almost every time I talked. But what other word really does justice to the ideas on the table today? I loved it, and time flew by so quickly I didn't even get to ask Tracy about getting cut off mid-interview on Coast to Coast AM. I didn't hear it myself, but apparently Tracy was on there just a few weeks ago. Nothing strange there. She's done Coast to Coast plenty of times. Great promotional opportunity. And as she was talking about this very stuff, they cut to commercial, hung up on her, and then came back and went to open lines like nothing happened. I don't know if it was the tiptoeing towards the flat earth perspective that got under their skin, or terms like anal birth, but apparently they weren't having it. And I don't know what to make of some of this stuff. Like, she's interpreting symbolism and mythology and esoteric doctrine and looking at it several ways, literally, figuratively, related to other material. And the idea that abusing children violently and sexually has a purpose in elite magic, that's a persistent theme for the conspiracy world. Long time running. They used to say that this was for life extension. Now they're pretty open about using younger people for blood transfusions. And if you listen to the personal accounts of guys like Jay Parker, this abuse is pretty real in satanic-style cults. But I do get an icky feeling when the material starts to sound a little homosexually derogatory. I mean, tell it like it is. If something's in the material, then it's in the material. I would not want to censor it. But I do think we need a pretty clear and distinct separation between gay and pedophilic. And I know I keep mentioning this book, Sex and Rockets, John Carter's book about Jack Parsons and his occult leanings. But he writes a lot about the Babylon workings and the attempts by Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard to make a moon child. They were even in written correspondence with Crowley at the time. But in Sex and Rockets, he does say Parsons seemed to be a bit of a swinger and maybe bi, but the attempts to birth a moon child revolved mostly around this woman, Marjorie Cameron. She was a woman in the Navy, served in D.C. as an aide to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, retired, moved to California, and joined the Agape Lodge. which was a house that Parsons owned in Pasadena. He basically just opened it up as a bohemian occult fraternity. And on the day that she arrived, Parsons' diary says that he, quote, invoked the goddess Babylon. So Parsons is out in the desert alone, and Babylon appeared, and then he translated the Liber 49, which Parsons saw as the 4th chapter of the Book of the Law. And Babylon says, hey man, I'm sending you an elemental. I'm sending you a vessel that will birth you a moonchild. You're forbidden from telling her that she has this role to play as the vessel for the moonchild, but you're going to know her because the sign is going to be that she's going to come to you and reveal that she saw a silver cigar-shaped UFO. And that apparently did happen. Cameron did see a silver cigar-shaped UFO, and she did tell Parsons about it, and then he knew that she was the vessel. Parsons called Cameron his elemental in a letter to Crowley, saying that she had green eyes and red hair as predicted, and Cameron and Parsons spent 2 weeks in bed, banging it out, and she got pregnant. And then it gets weird because Cameron did say that she had 2 of Jack Parsons' abortions, and she claimed well after he died that actually 9 years after the working, rather than 9 months, she did have a moonchild. But it's really hard to know what that means. They just describe a moonchild as a child born on the astral plane rather than bringing something into physical existence. But I guess there's multiple interpretations, and I just don't know. You got a lot of stuff going on. Sex magic and spirit babies. It's easier for me to talk about hidden hyperspace kingdoms, though. And I know that the model here is that penetrating the black sun is the key and lock mechanism that opens these portals, apparently. But I still have a hard time really wrapping my head around how that would work. But we did get to talk about QAnon a little bit today, probably not as much as people would have wanted, but I heard Tracy podcasting about Q, and it was very good, but once she said that it wasn't fresh in her mind, I knew we couldn't spend too much time on it. No big deal, though, because this one ranks pretty high on my far-out speculation scale. But I do love the threads that make it seem plausible. I like the Disney tie-ins, I like the timeliness and the Crow tie-in. And I do highly recommend checking out Tracy's website. She's been definitely working hard on all this stuff, and I respect that work ethic quite a bit. I hope you were intrigued by her ideas. Definitely let her know if you feel so inclined. Lately, I've had several guests come back and tell me they've received great feedback from THC fans, particularly Paul LaViolette and Dr. Kolbaba. So, big thanks for being cool. I know so many audiences aren't, actually. In fact, there was a lot of drama with another show that's somewhat in our wheelhouse. And they ended up shutting down their Facebook group because their own audience, I guess, was trolling them that hard or something. Which is just night and day from the THC Facebook group or the Plus forum. The biggest slice of the THC listening pie seems to just be cool people who like interesting stuff. And that makes me feel like I'm cultivating the right sort of audience. We're here to get an education, maybe do some speculation, have a good time, try on some new models for what might be possible, vent. It's all good stuff. We know there are secrets. Now what are they? Could they be this? I personally think we do have a precedent for the possibility of portals to other realms, in a big way, actually. The psychedelic experience, astral travel, lucid dreaming, legends like the Bermuda Triangle, and ancient megalithic sites that are said to have been portals. I know I've heard legends that could fit that mold, ley lines and geomancy. Is it possible that some of the geometric data that the Freemasons hold dear involves control over these realms or control over the doorways? I am more than convinced that ideas we see in sci-fi or popular books and novels, and even like James Bond, for example, literature and films are created that contain storylines of classified type information because the authors have those connections, usually through military intelligence or the lodge or the bathhouse or whatever. So to apply that to Atlas Shrugged, to The Wizard of Oz, Peter Pan, in fact, on Disney's website, you can watch the exact scene where the kids fly to Neverland. I'll link it in the show notes. But they follow a star, and it morphs at the last second into that type of DMT trip geometric pattern. And it does make you think about the idea that maybe something's being revealed in all of this. Provocative stuff. Thanks for listening again and for being so cool. Sign up for THC Plus. It's only $5 a month or $60 a year. I work pretty hard on giving you better service than you'll get at Applebee's, but you give that guy $5. Is he out here bringing you hidden hyperspace kingdoms with your Mai Tai? I don't think so. In fact, in the Plus show today, we got into moon theories and mythology, Uranus, Gaia, and Saturn, Tracy's communication with an entity claiming to be Mithras and its channeled answers, diamonds, the Superman logo, and hyperspace, Pink Floyd, and the Great Pyramid. Think about the imagery there. This is one of my favorite parts of the whole damn thing. But also the new chronology movement and how it relates, changing reality with magic, the prospect that John Dee himself is the demiurge, Bloomberg and the Mithraeum, the Tower of Babel connection, and another provocative question, is Mecca at the real North Pole? Provocative stuff, friends. $5 a month, $60 a year, and you can get the Plus feed on any device with ease. You can also download the THC music and join the conversation with other Plus people. It's a good time. Until we meet again, I'm out of here. Your move, reality-splitting scientists of the secret Plus Ultra Order, Freemasonic hyperspace headmasters, and villains beyond the veil. Your fucking move.